Good evening, guys. We have White Zulu. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you. And we have Hendo19742. Also, very welcome. And we have Creative Redundancy. Always good to see you, my friend. Oh, man. We have a great people here. And I have my wonderful co-host, A7. And I'm ShadowScoutSwede, your host for this evening's broadcast. And good evening, my friend.
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Excellent. Good. How about that?
You sound a little bit far away.
Okay, is that any better?
Um,
Nope.
a little bit better, but it would
Hmm.
be.
Okay, I've got a mic problem. Let me look into it. You carry on for a second. I think I might know what it is.
Well, now you sound good.
Well, I'm magic.
Yeah, magic fingers or whatever. We have Huga Homestead in the house. Good to see you, my friend. And we have Ivy Styles. Long time no see, my friend.
Hey, creative.
And we have Bob in the
Bob.
house.
Yo,
Where is
Bob.
Miss Verna? Well, I talked to
You just missed
Bob.
her.
Uh, Bob, I talked to Miss Verna today, and she might pop in. Okay, so she might drop in.
Ooh. I don't think he's kidding, Bob. I was kidding, totally. You know that.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're starting to get me to know me a little bit better, but I don't think he's kidding.
Bob and Miss Verna. You know
I
that
know.
combination.
Terrible thing is man, I'm a girl and I can't blame him. She's gorgeous, but I
Yeah,
also say, Mrs. Bob still has it in hand. Not worried.
yeah.
Oh God.
Well, she will at least try to join the stream, so that is at least something. We have to wait and see. So, Hendo says now he's all excited.
Hey Heather, how you doing? Nice to have you back again.
Yeah. And we have
Things get
Light of God in Darkness. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you.
Bob.
Light of God in Darkness has a great channel, by the way.
Bob, we could tell her when she's standing right in the background. It's not gonna matter, buddy. I'm sorry, was my mic on when I said that?
Yeah.
Not crap. Gotta
Well, it
relearn how to use
happens.
that private switch, you know. Ugh.
Yeah. And Bob says, I better shower and shave. Yeah, that would be a good idea. But
I
your
don't know.
shower takes 5 minutes and shaving takes 2 seconds. So,
Dang. That's a little brutal. I think Bob looks fine.
yeah.
That's just my opinion.
Uh,
I get to have
yeah.
one. Thank you very much.
You have right to your opinion, my friend.
Okay. Oh.
Okay. Okay, Hendo. That one was good.
Oh
And
man.
we have Miss Verna Gordon in the house. Welcome,
I
my
told
friend.
you,
Good to
Bob.
see you.
I
I told you,
told you,
Bob.
Bob. Hey, Miss Verna, how you doing? It is nice to see you after so many weeks.
Yeah, it's always good to see her.
Oh, come to think of it, Miss Verna might know me as Miss Boo. She may know my Miss Boo name better than she knows the A7 name.
Yeah,
So
probably.
that's me, Miss Verna. I'm Miss Boo too. I just took the other name off of to make it shorter. Anyway, nice to have you aboard, dear. It's good to see you. See, Bob, that'll
Welcome,
teach you who to
JC.
believe.
Yeah, I told you so, Bob.
That would be me.
Yep. Thanks,
And
White Zulu. I appreciate that. Well, we have 8 in the house. This is awesome. And actually, I didn't expect you to pop up today, my friend, my dear
me?
co host,
Well, yeah, that's
because
kind
I
of all.
didn't know how, which,
Yeah,
on you, if you were on the plus side or the minus side.
minus. And I can't
Yeah.
believe I'm laughing this much, but yeah, a little bit on the minus side. But I ran into this interesting situation where it just so happens that the home is empty and will be for supposedly somewhere close to an hour. I'll believe that when I see it, but as long
I
as I
agree.
feel like I'm here by myself, that's great.
Yeah, I agree.
But I feel like I've missed like a week of talking to you, which sucks. It's been
Thank
two
you,
days.
White Zulu,
I
for the
really,
update. Thank you guys for the thumbs up. I appreciate that. And
okie
we
dokie.
want more of them, please. Um, well, I think we can begin to.
I don't believe my eyes.
Actually, I don't believe my eyes either. JC, my friend, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Oh, very nice. Why I didn't.
Very kind
Oh,
of you
okay.
and
Now I
very
see it. It's
nice
at
of
the
you.
top of the. Okay, it's different than the other window. This is a little bit
Yeah,
confused. I'm learning as I'm going along.
yeah, I
Okay,
know.
JC. Now, the
I
part that I
appreciate
couldn't
that.
believe wasn't the donation, which is awesome. Love it.
Yeah,
What I can't believe
I love
is
it too.
is Miss Verna actually came in the room, and now Bob wants to go shower and shave. I just he that's confidence, man.
Here is JC's explanation. And I really like this
Well, that's
explanation
so
because it's a
nice.
good one. I love what you do. A stream with no drama is good place to have a nice cup of coffee, my friend. Indeed, I agree with you.
Beautiful. Very well said. Thank you.
Very well said. I agree. Oh, we have Mary Burney. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you.
How's it going,
How,
Mary?
yeah, how is everyone doing, by the way? I almost forgot to ask that.
I'm wondering what
Yes,
I've done.
or you always have coffee nearby. I'm doing good, Mary. people seem to feel great.
Hi, Lisa Jean.
Lisa Jean, welcome. Thank you, Lisa Jean. I appreciate that very much.
White Zulu, thank you. I've been asking my roommate this for about 2 weeks now.
Yeah, it goes back for us tonight, basically.
Spring forward, fall back. So tonight you'll lose an hour of sleep, and then in the spring you will get an extra hour of sleep. Now, I'm on the radical team that says, let's just get rid of it.
Yeah, actually, tonight. Yeah, that's correct. Go Fish Office. Long time no see, ma'am.
Hey, Go Fish.
She's an awesome, wonderful lady.
Have you ever played the
And she has a
card?
wonderful channel, too. But anyway, guys, shall we get into the topic when we
Do we
now
have to?
have when well
Well, okay, all right.
it's the
Hang on. We're
it's the
12 minutes into the show.
yeah, or we can wait a little bit.
That leaves a little while to talk about fear.
Yeah.
But it's your show, honey. Take it away.
Hanging with a chef. Good to see you, brother.
Hello again, Chef.
Sorry I've been busy, etc. You are the best. Yeah,
Oh,
I have been pretty busy myself.
I'd say what, but I might get, knocked off the panel.
Love the topic. Thank you. Let's see how you like it. Okay, I think we go into the topic and
Hit it.
we what
Yes, dear. That means go right ahead.
exactly. So the thing here is I will share the screen because it's an article I want to show you guys.
Yep.
And fear and there you are. I need just to find the right tab. And I will launch it a little bit.
What the hell?
This is what I mean with fears grow. As more suspicious drones appear above Norway's offshore facilities, news of unidentified drones buzzing in the skies above North Sea in recent days has made Oslo increasingly concerned that Kremlin might target its offshore facilities in a bid to intimidate its competition.
Damn.
With Norway replacing Russia as Europe's main source of natural gas, military experts suspect the unnamed aircraft as Moscow's doings. They list espionage, sabotage, and intimidation as possible motives for the drone flights. The Norwegian government has sent warships, coast guard vessels, and fighter jets to patrol the offshore facilities. Norway's National Guard stationed soldiers around onshore refineries that also were buzzed by drones.
I'd be blowing them out of the
Pri-
sky, man.
yeah,
But
So now
then,
now you guys understand what I mean with fear grows.
but see, if you do that, if you blow them out of the sky, then you turn around and hand Moscow, oh well, we just wanted to make sure these were operating for the good of our neighbors, and you did something hostile against us. You got to watch for Russia, man. They'll flip anything around.
Yeah, I agree. Uh,
They are still rioting in Iran.
Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Støre has invited the navies of NATO allies, France, Germany, and the UK, to help address what could be more than a Norwegian problem. Precious little of the offshore oil that provides vast income for Norway is used by the country's 5.4 million inhabitants. Instead, it powers much of Europe. Natural gas is another commodity of continental significance.
That's what we were talking about last week. Natural gas.
Yeah, the value of Norwegian gas to Europe has never been higher. Ståle Ulriksen, a researcher at the Royal Norwegian Naval Academy, said, as a strategic target for sabotage, Norwegian gas pipelines are probably the highest value target in Europe. This article is very long, and I have put this link in the description box, guys, so you can read the whole article for yourself. Okay? And when I saw this, this concerned me a lot, because Norway are our neighboring country. If they will have problems, we will probably have the same problem as they get. If this escalates.
Oh man.
Since the start of the war in Ukraine in late February, European Union countries have scrambled to replace their Russian gas imports with shipments from Norway. The suspected sabotage of the Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipelines in the Baltic Sea last month happened a day before Norway opened a new Baltic pipeline to Poland. So
Yeah,
I consider it
I have some. Go ahead.
really serious. And there are another article I just want to share as well. It's from the same source.
Okay. I've got a little information.
Um,
Inside information from a source. Go ahead with the next article. But I think it will interest you.
Here we have it. Norway on alert after drone sightings near key infrastructure. Norway's domestic security agency has taken over probes into drone sightings near key infrastructure sites. It comes amid numerous reported drone sightings near offshore oil and gas platforms and other Norwegian infrastructure in recent months. Last month, Oslo tightened security at such sites after alleged sabotage of the Nord Stream gas pipeline under the Baltic Sea.
Okay, here comes an important point.
We believe the drone flights are carried out in a way that makes it difficult to find out who is really behind it. But Norwegian authorities suspect Russian involvement in operating unmanned aerial vehicles that can be used for espionage or simply to create fear, said Hedvig Moe, deputy chief of the Norwegian Police Security Service. Russia simply has more to gain and less to lose by conducting intelligence activities in Norway. Now, compared to the situation before the war, she said during a news conference, it's simply because Russia is in a pressed situation as a result of the war in Ukraine and is isolated by sanctions. This article is pretty long too, so
Hang on, roll back. There, stop. At least 7 Russian citizens were detained over the past few weeks for flying drones or taking photographs of sensitive sites
yeah,
in Norway. So that means people. That doesn't mean army related,
that
Russian
means
army
people
related.
probably working for FSB or something.
Well, I mean, it could be, but at the same time, I I do ask people to remember that in the war with Ukraine, it's not just the Ukrainian people that are suffering, the Russian people are suffering as well
Yeah, they do.
because their resources are being taken away to get to the war effort as well. This is something that more folks should be aware of. So it they may just be citizens, they may be FSB, I don't know. But I have a cute little tidbit to share with you that comes from intelligence, actually.
And this link are also in the description box. So if you are interested to read it, you'll find them in the description box. So you can go through the whole article by yourself.
Can you read the caption under the triplets?
Under the triplets.
Yeah, the triplet babies.
Ah, there. There are the triplets.
What does it say underneath? I don't speak the language.
A mother birth triplets. But when the doctor see dot dot dot,
Oh, great.
it's a gallery.
Okay. Yeah, that means we got to click 50 times to get the story. I hate those articles.
Yeah, me too.
So annoying.
Um, yeah,
I'm like, give me 2 sentences per page and a picture. You know, that's no, that's not. Ugh.
yeah, but
They're beautiful babies. I meant no offense to anyone. That was a comment on how much I hate any website that wants you to click 50 to 60 times to read a story. That's all.
hey, Guardian, good to see you, brother. And Panay Vlog 14, good to see you.
I can't see who's here. Hello.
But anyway, guys, it sucks that Norway has those eyes on them, but because all Norway are the one of the largest oil producers and natural gas producers. Hey,
On that
Lashera,
note,
crush it. Welcome.
Is that crochet or crochet?
Crochet.
I do a little bit of needlework. What can I say? You know the funny part? I don't know how to crochet. I can embroider. I can almost knit, but I can't crochet. And my aunt won so many blue ribbons at like state fairs and whatnot for the stuff that she could crochet. It's not even funny.
Yeah.
And that was my aunt Becky. Guess who I was named for? Okay.
Go fish offices. I will leave stream but I have to go get some things done. Keep up the great work. Okay, go fish, no problem. You have to do what you
Thank you
have
for
to do.
stopping by, GoFish.
And I appreciate you leave the stream on.
Oh, yeah, because you might be able to make it back later. Remember, we will be here a few hours.
Yeah. Carl Shale, 1. Yeah, everyone is doing good here. And you are a new one. I'm gonna check that out immediately. Wrong tab. It's annoying when you hit the wrong tab and no, wrong tab.
I've been sitting up here trying to figure out.
Ah, now I know him. I follow his channel, but it's first time he is on my stream, as far as I know.
Hey, Two Beers.
Hey, Two Beers, good to see you. Well, I have the links. Hey, Mary. Well, Two Beers, it's about Norway, basically. Russian drone, they suspicious drones flying over Norwegian facilities, important facilities offshore.
Petroleum related and natural gas related.
Yeah.
Hello, hello. Why would they
Hello,
want to do
Mary.
that for? I don't understand it. Isn't that a dangerous type thing to do? They're doing drones, flying drones over some.
Yeah, especially if it is refineries, oil platforms, natural gas platforms.
Two Beers, that was my idea. Shoot them down.
That's weird. But hello, how are you, Shadow?
I'm doing good.
How's it going, Mary?
Oh, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm just chilling on a Saturday afternoon at 1:30 in the afternoon for me.
Vanessa, fear grows for the
Even the time.
Norwegian people.
How far are you from Norway?
Well, west from
yeah,
where I
brag about
am,
Bob.
it's a couple of hours
Brag
Couple
about
of
Bob.
hours.
drive.
Hello, Bob
Smooth.
942.
Hey, Bob.
How you doing?
Good.
Low
So,
All
Bob,
my
friend.
friends know the
No
low
low
rider.
rider.
I like that song. I love that song.
Mhm.
Bob, have you seen the video that they
Oh yeah,
have on YouTube that goes to the song?
you bet I have. Yeah, I like the one with Cheech and Chong on it. You know,
Yeah, that's the one that I saw. It's
Oh,
funny.
no.
Hey, Fishing Frustrations
No,
UK. Good to see
this
you
is
again, brother.
the
You're
one I'm
very
referring
welcome.
to is a movie that's put out by the group War. It has no Cheech and Chong in it.
Oh, okay. I've seen that one too. Mm-hmm.
Now you're gonna have me have that song in my head, Bob.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yep, that's an earwig. That's an earwig for sure. It'll stay with
Mm-hmm.
you.
hmm It's that the noise dun 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 dun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Good
Bob
old
had Mississippi.
go-go bells.
He had
Yeah.
How did
Yeah.
you play
Kentucky.
them? How did you
Huh?
you
Oh.
make that noise?
Oh, these are
Yeah.
called go-go bells. Yeah. And then
Oh.
all my friends know the low rider. Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably right, Two Bears, about that one.
Mm-hmm. Ah, there's Miss Verna. You'll never find a love
Oh
as
my God,
great as mine.
he's breaking up
Someone
very
who'll
well.
hold you like I do. Hello, Verna.
It is a
Sanka.
very good tune.
I'm in case you don't know, Mary Miss Verna is my YouTube crush. I'm a happily married man, but Miss Verna is my YouTube crush.
We all have a YouTube crush. I'm pretty sure we all have a YouTube crush.
Mm-hmm.
In a good way. In a good way. We're not doing anything bad.
No, not at all.
In a good way. We got to keep it positive.
Mm-hmm. Or are you?
I'm pretty sure somebody in this stream already like a guy that's saying, "Oh my gosh, that voice of Mary, the way she talks."
Mm-hmm.
I'm so Southern. I'm from Nashville, Tennessee, and I talk Southern. I talk funny.
Wapa, are you going to come up on the panel today, oh? Pwede ba? Magandang babae. Pwede.
Bob,
What? I'm being nice.
I know.
I'm being nice. I'm
You're
being
also speaking
nice.
a language the rest of us don't understand.
Oh, I'm just saying that, please,
Verna.
please, beautiful lady, come up on the panel. Pwede ba? Please. Yeah. That's some of my horrible Tagalog, but I try.
That
I
would be
only
cool.
speak one, and that's American English. So
No, we speak Southern American English because I believe Mary and I can correctly pronounce the word y'all.
yeah, y'all. Are you
Oh.
from the South too?
Yep.
I'm in Tennessee.
Born in Bama, raised in Mississippi, and lived by far the most of my life in Georgia. So
I got family that lives in Albany, Georgia.
Okay, anak, we're not. Sige. It's okay. All right. Well, sorry for speaking another language, but
come on.
anak means.
Oh,
I don't know if I should say. Should I say, die, indai, anak, or not ate? It's like anak. Since I'm older than she is, anak means like my child. Kuya. She calls me kuya. That means brother. Is there a word for sister? Is there a word? Hello, guapa. There she is. Oi.
Hello, Kuya Bob. Hello, Shadow. Miss
Hey,
Boo.
Verna.
Hello, Verna.
Verna, what is a word I would use to address you properly? Is it die or a knock or? Well,
I don't know, Kuya.
just okay, just sis, I guess. Yeah, okay.
Sis, yeah.
Sis. Okay.
Yeah, bunso. Diba? I am calling you Kuya, so I am your bunso.
Bunso.
We need a moderator in the chat.
Is it bunsa? Okay. All right.
Bunso.
I'm going to have to try to remember that word. Bunsa. Bunsa or bunso?
Bunso. Hello,
Bunsa.
Fishing Frustration UK.
Bunsa. All right, made a note of that. If I write it down and then use it, then I'll remember it. Otherwise, I'll have senior moment.
I liked how you said it, senior moment. My mom is in her 60s, and and every time she has one of those moments, I said, senior moment.
Yeah.
Thank
It's
you,
so
Vanessa
funny.
Kitty.
Yeah, I am just waiting for my dog to come
Having trouble
inside.
thinking.
So I am
Do
still
you always have
awake.
trouble thinking, Bob?
Hmm?
Do
Oh,
you
I
always have
always,
trouble thinking?
of
Trying to think
course.
of something?
It's not trying to. It's it in the Philippines. It's kind of formal when you address someone. I recently learned that when you're there, and if I call someone by their name, that can be taken as rude.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's a guy, I can call him Kuya, means brother, and if it's a lady, like Bunsa. Okay, all right, Bunsa, because it's a complicated society that's much different than ours.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bunso is the youngest sister.
Is the youngest sister.
Our brother.
Okay, Bunsa. Okay, they'll because I want to address my family and their neighbors properly. You know.
So are you ready for Halloween, Bob?
Well, we don't really do that here. I do have candy for the trick or treater
kids,
but
but
that's all we really
that's
do.
all we.
Yeah, my church is having trunk or treat.
Trunk or treat.
Most churches have trunk or treat.
Mm-hmm.
I normally have my lights off for Halloween. But Halloween is Monday, U.S. holiday here.
Oh,
Candy has gotten outrageous expensive now.
yeah, I know.
How much was the candy there that you got?
I can't recall, but I got a big bag of Hershey's Kisses and some smaller chocolate bars and things like that for the kids.
Like a mixed bag?
Yeah, different
Those
ones.
mixed bags are like $25.
I know.
Whew.
Mahal. It's a lot of money. It's expensive.
Yeah, the ones that I saw last week at Walmart, the variety bags, the bigger ones, like 24 something. $24 and some change.
Oh, okay.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And then you got the regular bags for like under $5.
Well, I spent some money because I also bought some, trick or treater chocolates. I also bought some for my nieces over in the Philippines when we go back there in December. Sometimes the girls there are asking for chocolate when we arrive. Chocolate's a luxury there. So,
I didn't know that.
yeah, it's a luxury. I got to get in good with the nieces because they're going to take care of us when we get older.
Hey, Cookie Boo.
Well, I got two nephews. One's about to be 18 next month, and the other one's 20. Can't believe my nephews are going to be 18 and 20
Okay,
this
right,
year.
Solo. No problem. Take care. Stay safe. Thanks for stopping by.
I don't know, Vanessa. I figure
And God bless.
trick or treating is not done too much around anymore, so I figure I'll just put all the little treats in a bowl and reach in and just hand them out.
Like a handful or
like
2 or 3
that.
pieces.
Yeah, 2 or 3 pieces for each kid. I think I've got one neighbor who's got Halloween decorations up, so their children will probably come over here, but might not be too
A lot of
many
people
others.
go all out with the decorations, I tell you.
Oh yeah, some do.
Did anyone get the alert this year about the fake spider webs?
A fake
They're
what? I
asking,
can't hear you. I can barely hear you.
they're asking people to not put up fake spider webs because they trap birds later.
Huh.
I haven't heard that.
I haven't heard that
Yeah, I
either.
just saw the article yesterday. I'd never heard it before.
Lushera, Crochet, hello.
Hello.
Are you going? Or did you buy any candy? The one that's in the middle that I can barely hear you.
No, I didn't. We've lived here 7 years and never had a trick or treater.
I've been in an apartment. The first
Yep.
3 years that I was living in this apartment, I had trick or treaters, but the last several years, I haven't had any. I'm having my lights turned off on Monday night. I'm gonna be in the dark.
No, just I wind up eating Halloween candy every year.
What's your typical type of candy that you like to give out, Bob?
Things like that, little Kit Kat bars, Reese's peanut butter cups, Hershey's Kisses, yeah, stuff like that. Yeah. But whatever the trick or treaters don't get, I'll just bring it to my nieces over in the Philippines.
Oliva Sofia, good to see you and welcome to the stream, my friend.
Oliva, hey. Mm-hmm.
Hello, Olivia. My favorite candy for Halloween is the Snickers. I love the Snickers fun size.
Miss Oliva.
You have a top 3 of your worst and your worst type candy?
Well, basically, I buy what I like, so I can eat it too.
But what's your worst top 3 you don't like?
Oh, the don't likes. Oh God, I remember when I was a kid, they had these candy corn things. It's just like wax, you know. And they had the they were dots or something, zots or something. The candy back, it was awful, man. Just terrible.
Yeah, the dots. I remember the dots.
Yeah, that stuff I didn't care for.
Okay, that's 2, candy corn and dots.
And
what's your third one?
Gosh, I don't know. I try not to remember bad things. I try to remember the good things. That's the only 2 that I can think of right now.
Mine would be licorice and jelly beans.
Oh no, I like the black licorice. I like that.
I can't stand black licorice. It was nasty.
Oh. And give it to me.
Twizzlers is nasty.
Give me the black licorice. I'll eat it. I like it.
Black licorice, black jelly beans. I'm allergic to all of that. Anything that has anise, like the liquor from Greece called ouzo.
Ouzo, yeah, I know ouzo. Yeah.
I can't have any of it. I'm allergic to it.
Oh boy.
Wow.
It's all flavored with a seed called anise. That's what gives it that particular flavor.
Oh.
So you have to be careful.
RGS Arizona Homestead, good to see you and welcome, my friend.
Olivia, are you Filipina?
Yeah, she is.
She is? Okay. Shadow, I don't know how you do it, but you attract the most beautiful women in the world.
On your live.
I don't know how you do it. I don't know.
My personality, I guess.
I guess.
No, it's probably your handsome smile or something. People like men that's handsome to smile to attract the ladies.
How about now, Swede?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can hear you now.
I had all of my gains turned down to 0. It's amazing you heard me at all. I knew that.
I could barely hear you though. I could barely hear you. I'm like, I can't hear her. What is she saying about something about allergic to candy? I didn't know you were allergic to that. What was it?
It's the seed that flavors black licorice and black jelly beans. It's called anise. Anise. And it's also the flavoring for the liquor in Greece called ouzo.
Ouzo. I tried ouzo before. Wow. Yay.
And Jägermeister. Jägermeister has got it too. Found that I always find out after the fact. Because people are like, try this, it really tastes good. And then I try it and I'm like, oh, son of a bitch.
Spit it out. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
If I can spit
It's
it
like
out fast
spicy
enough, I
food.
won't be in
They want you to try. It's like spicy food. Somebody asking you, "Hey, try this spicy food." You're like, "No, I don't like spicy food. It gives me heartburn." And then you try it anyway.
No thanks.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of spicy food.
No, you're taking notes on my sweet talk.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess it's have a good smile and be honest. And if a lady's cute, tell her she's cute. You know, I've learned a long time ago, don't be shy. Shy guys come in last, you know.
I'm a total shy person. If I
I'm
come on
not.
camera, if I come on camera, my camera might break. That's how shy
Oh,
I am.
Mary, come on.
I don't show myself. I just say my camera broke.
I can show you my camera. Hang on.
My camera broke. Oh, he went off.
I have no idea what I just did.
I have no idea either.
I tried to.
Uh-oh. Clicked the wrong button. Boom. She kicked herself out. Oh no, I guess not.
Okay, I'll call it. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, so I'll just back up off of that.
Rub black licorice behind your ears? Oh Lord, no. Oh no.
On the prowl for a female. Yeah, that would repel me real fast.
Kathy.
Kathy Upolawan, welcome to the stream, my friend.
I do not understand. Am I here?
Which one of it?
You're here. Yeah. We see your icon
Avatar?
thing there.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
We can see.
Okay, if I'm actually in the chat, I can't see my avatar anymore. I just see a white circle. So I can't exactly see who's who. And especially after a couple of minutes ago. So, Shadow.
Yeah.
I told you I had some interesting information connected to the articles that you pulled up. Buddy.
Okay. Let's hear them.
Okay, I'm going to put this as carefully as I can because I better. Because I have connections to
I'm going back to
sensitive
sleep.
intelligence.
Okay, Verna.
Miss Verna, it's so good to see you, dear. Thank you for dropping by.
Thanks for stopping by, Miss Verna.
Yes,
All
thank
right.
you, Shadow. Good night, everyone.
Best
Good
wishes to
night.
you, Guapa.
And
Thank
God
you,
bless,
Kuya
Verna.
Babu, Shadow, and everyone. Thank you.
You're welcome, dear. I meant to tell her I'm in bed too. I mean, it's a big deal.
Okay. Information related to the articles.
Oh, thank you, Shadow. It only took you 48 minutes to ask me. I'm so happy. As I said before, it's intelligence related. I'm not going to say which branches of the intelligence, but it's more than one. Okay, how can I? Oh, yeah. How do I put this? Right now, we, meaning American, Americans are offshore of some very interesting places right now. Now, what's interesting is not the fact that we're off these certain shores at this moment. What's interesting is the rank of the people that are on them.
Okay.
Think 5 stars.
Well, an admiral or something if it's a Navy general. Yeah.
Actually, you're only half right, Bob.
Um,
Remember, I said it was more than one intelligence force.
yeah. When I was in the military back in
As
the
most
80s,
radiant gets.
we had people all over the world all the time, constantly. What is this, part of the Space Force or something?
Oh no, dear. No,
Okay.
we're sitting in a much better strategic position. I'll put it to you this way. We might be a little bit concerned about those gas refineries ourselves. The ones that were being buzzed by the drones that Shadow mentioned earlier in the show.
Oh, the ones in Norway?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, wherever the U.S. goes, same with the Russians and the Chinese, they all go to the same places.
I don't care.
Oh.
All I care is we're there.
Kathy,
And it's a concerted effort, so.
Kathy Palawan, I just connected with you. I like your channel.
So I just got to turn into full-on Filipina to get your attention, Bob. Is that the thing?
No. I like her channel because she sings, plays the guitar and sings. I like that.
I sing opera. I play a guitar.
Okay.
I don't have to sing opera. Excuse me. I misspoke. My degree in university is operatic performance or vocal performance, if you prefer.
Well, you have my attention. Yeah. But Filipinas are my favorite.
Swede just learned something. He didn't know that.
Filipinas are my favorite.
I just gave my godson my 12-stringer guitar so that he could fool around with it and write some music, and he is writing some hilarious rock music by using samples from. Are you familiar with a cartoon called King of the Hill?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's got this great stuff like I can't do the voice. Go cut the grass, Bobby. All these weird little sayings that fall in line with the lyrics to the songs that he's writing. He's a hoot. I'm trying to get him to put it down on tape or at least consider sending it to somebody. I'm like, it's ridiculous. You know somebody who basically deals with any record label I want to, but that's okay, dude. If you just want to not do anything with it, that's your choice too, and I respect that as well. There is a very talented guitarist over in the UK that Shadow, you know how I've mentioned to you that I got pulled into that Urbex community on
Yeah,
Discord.
you mentioned that, yeah.
Okay, they've got a guitarist over there, and he is the fire. Oh my God, he is so good. And a friend who didn't know any better said, "Oh, he's Oxford trained. You've got to go hear this guy." So I'm like, "Okay, I'll go check him out." Went to go check him out. Fire! Oh, he's awesome. He's awesome on string. He's awesome on electric. He can play just like Jimi Hendrix. I've never said that about anyone in my life. But does he want to go somewhere with it? Nope. He is just getting back on his feet. I don't know what the length of time is. I've been hanging around there a few months now, so I don't know what the length of time is, but he's just literally gotten into a situation where he's getting a roof back over his head and whatnot. And I understand why he doesn't want to go for it or put out a tape. He likes playing with pub bands, and he's making a living at it. And they love playing anything between the mid 60s to the maybe the 80s. Oh, it's such good stuff, though. And he plays classical. He when he gets nervous and he doesn't feel like talking on air, he'll just pick up a guitar and start playing, and everybody else on the panel shuts up because everybody wants to hear him. It's crazy. But you can tell there's, there are people who are ready to put their foot in the ring and send their tapes to the record companies and have the possibility of being discovered. And then there are other people that don't. And I knew immediately he was not one of those people. Not yet. Maybe someday, but not at this moment. He's still fairly young. He's still young enough to put his foot in the ring.
I'm going for a bathroom break. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
30, 29, 28.
I just started some mess with my missus. I said, "Hun, Verna Cordone is on a live. I'm waiting for her response."
Bob! I can't.
Hey.
Okay. Promise you'll read the response, please.
Oh, I will. Oh, here we go. I think that's it right there. Let's see what she's going to say. It's one of those frown faces like that. Hello, Barry, Storms, Radio, and Cats. How are you, my friend? I gotta give my missus a jab once in a while. I remember a while ago when I said, Verna's on, hon. Shadow. I just sent my wife a text. Verna Cordone is on live, and she just sent me back like that.
Sour face.
Why am I not surprised about that?
I remember one time I brought up her name. My wife's never even seen Verna. She I just tease her, and my wife just goes, "Hey, go to her then. Hey, go ahead, go to her."
It feels like we get out track here on a sidetrack.
Mm-hmm.
Go to beers. Rock that stuff.
Well, what does the intelligence says?
I don't.
The severals.
Well, the thing is, though, they already know these refineries are there. Well, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know why they would be doing a flyover, because I mean the Air Force has got satellites. They can look down at those at any time they want to.
Yeah. Yeah, they can check that whenever they want to. That's true. Satellites are useful for that.
Right on, Barry. Go get some, boy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the technology that the Air Force has, our Air Force anyways, you can monitor anything anywhere. All the satellites that are controlled by the United States are controlled by the U.S. Air Force. All of them. Weather satellites, etc. They're all controlled by the U.S. Air Force.
I believe the Army has their intelligence as well. So
Mm-hmm.
Navy has theirs. So
Mm-hmm. No, it's hard to say why they'd be doing the drone thing. I can't really. There must be a reason for it.
yeah, you don't fly drones over an offshore facility without reason.
Yeah.
You don't. They probably will take a closer look how the platform looks like, so they can send in a special forces to, well, from a small boat and climb up on the platform and take over the whole platform.
I know that
It's
you.
just an idea I have.
I know U.S. Norway is part of NATO, and they do operations together. Like they send our Marines over to do winter training in Norway
Yeah,
frequently. You know,
yeah,
same with special forces go over there and learn how to ski and do winter combat and survival and all that.
yeah. And combat in wintertime is difficult.
Yes, it is.
You need to.
That's why we go
It's
there
a
to
lot.
train, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you
Learn.
need to consider the cold,
Mhm.
the snow. Everything gets more difficult. So
Yeah. And
Well, I think
survivability rate goes down with those kind of conditions. People just die, you know.
yeah, if you get exhausted and you can't go centimeter anymore or a foot anymore, well,
Mm-hmm.
you drop off and you're dead.
Yeah.
we usually lose somewhere between 2 to 5 people a year here. And I'll tell you why. Because I'm in the state of Georgia, near a very large infantry installation. Let's say a lot of Rangers go through here.
Mm.
Yeah, Bob knows where I am.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah,
And see,
me
what
too.
happens is, Shadow, they don't come down from the north and acclimate their bodies before they start boot camp. And just the difference in the humidity, and this is like the armpit of the South. The humidity is
Yeah,
so bad here, and the heat will just boil you. If we don't lose them in boot camp, there's a second part of training where they'll put all the guys out in the swamp for 2 or 3 days. If we don't lose them there, we usually lose them in the other place, and it completely overcomes their body. Now, here's the interesting thing that I think about when I see Americans versus people in Shadow's part of the world. If you take the average Southern American and drop them in a pool of ice water, they're not going to do very well for very long.
no.
Yet you see people from Icelandic countries that will jump in the ice water and they can survive X number of minutes more than we can and be splashing around and get out. Yeah, their skin will be a little bit flushed, but they're acclimated to doing it differently. So you just the weather alone can tank people.
Yeah, I agree.
When I worked for Boeing, I worked with a guy named Jeff, and he was in Marine Corps Special Forces. They're called Marine Raiders, and they got sent to Norway for winter training. And some high up officer told these Marines to go out, spread out, and lay down on the ice and snow. And I think he said about a half a dozen of them froze to death. The Marines won't get up and move unless they're ordered to. They're very disciplined.
Wow.
Yes, a bunch of them froze to death, and that I think it was a full bird colonel. I think his career was over because
Oh yeah.
yeah, he. But
Should
those
have
are
thought
things
that one
that.
through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Two Beards has been here. I bet you want to make a bet that Two Beards knows I'm talking about Fort Benning. We train all kinds of specialty people.
Yeah.
I
when
tell
I
people
was
this. Go ahead, babe.
when I was in school, we did. If you fall in the water at winter time, we learn to take get up from that and get into safety. So I did that in the middle of the winter. Jumped straight through the water, and I just were swimming around in that water, and then, hey, this was cool. It feels really good, and I just use my dubs and get up on the ice and get back on the ice again. And there were another one who had a blanket. Do you want a blanket? Are you kidding me? I'm not freezing. I'm warm. and that lady just looked at me and just shook her head. You are crazy. And I just went straight back to the dressing room, changed my clothes, and done. Piece of cake.
Well, that's convenient that you were close to the school so you could change your clothes real quick.
Yeah.
I was reading about this 24-year-old that you may have heard of him. His last name is McCandless. It's kind of a famous story that people like to cover on YouTube, but he trekked out into Alaska without really knowing the things that he would need for his survival gear. He didn't find out until he hitched a ride with an Alaskan, and the Alaskan said, "Do you have waterproof boots?" "No." "Well, do you have a gun?" "Well, I think this gun will be sufficient." And the Alaskan did not think so, and he said, "Okay, well, do you have this, this, and this?" And he had none of it. And he was like, I've been getting around. I'm sure I can get this far because I made it to Alaska. I've hitchhiked through Alaska, but his true wish was to go into the wilderness. And he goes into the wilderness. He crosses a frozen river that's not solid. In other words, he had to get wet to go through this river, but it was only about up to his above his ankles. And he went something like 30 kilometers north of that, and he finds this old school bus. So he decides he's going to make that his home. In 2 months, the guy starts starving. Because even though he's able to kill a moose at one point, he can't figure out what he's going to do to keep the meat. Again, 24, he didn't prepare. He didn't even have a map. So he decides he's going to go home. He treks back 30 kilometers down back to the river. Now it is furiously flooding. So he knows he can't go back into the river. So he had to go back the 30 kilometers to the bus and basically wrote a note and put it on the bus and said, "SOS, if you read this, I need help. I'm out picking berries. Please call the authorities." Didn't even have a way to contact people. But he kept a diary and he kept taking pictures. And one of the reasons you'll see this guy in all kinds of YouTube videos is because the last picture is of him holding a card and waving with the other hand and smiling. But you can see he's emaciated, and it was something like 6 to 8 days later, I think, two Eskimos come up on this old bus. They're freezing because they've been hit by the heavy winds. And they said, good, we'll use this bus overnight. And they open up the bus and they can't stay in it because it's got a rotting body in it, in a sleeping bag. And it's the McCandless guy. Yeah, on one hand, he lived out his dream. But on the other hand, to not even buy a map or a locator. Yeah, I mean, come on. At least a little research into if you're going to go that far out of your bearing. This guy grew up in California. Yeah. I hear what you're thinking, Bob, even though you're muted. Yep. He graduated with like a double degree from Emory University, too.
So this fool thought life was like a video game,
No,
basically. You know what I mean?
He was so repelled by the idea of, I mean, there's the videos that go into depth about his family, explain it far better than I can. He found out his father was living a double life and had two families. And he was basically abusive to all 9 of his kids. And it put him in this mindset that his parents were all about acquisition of money and stature and all this. So smart, book smart. Oh yeah, he was incredible in school as far as 4.0 average all the way through his graduation with double honors, gets all that, and then just yeah.
You didn't have a lick of common sense.
Yeah, he did. And no common sense at all.
You know they hear you real well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can hear him loud.
Well, he's
clear.
right. Mm-hmm.
They like it, huh?
Yeah.
That was the best thing I heard today.
Oh, thanks, Shadow. Now I'm pissed.
Well, sorry.
Sorry. I'll get you back later.
Yeah.
Well, basically sounds like the darn fool went there and committed suicide is what he did. You know, basically what happened.
I mean, I can understand it to a certain degree. He wanted to get to the wildest place that he could and live off nothing but the land. But if you've got all that book smarts to you, and then you catch a ride for miles and miles with someone that's a native Alaskan, and they're telling you what you're going to need to survive, and you're bypassing all that, the not a lick of sense thing comes into play.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Alaska is a tough environment.
I don't think he was trying to commit suicide. He did try to make it back. He did try to regularly round up sustenance. It's all in his diaries. He's just dumb. I hate to say it that way, but
yeah, that's obviously someone who's never been out hunting or hiking, you know.
oh no, he was able to take down game too, but then to not know how to preserve it in snow.
Well, he's just dumb.
Yeah.
An old friend of mine, a very cruel kind of a guy, he would refer to that as bleaching the gene pool.
I heard that expression before.
Yeah.
Have you?
Bleaching the gene pool.
Little chlorine in the gene pool every now and then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah,
do away with the dumb ones. My
I have
favorite
enough
saying,
chlorine to do that.
my favorite saying is the dumb ones die young.
Yeah. I heard that expression too.
Yeah.
I can't say that, honey. Gotta disagree with you there.
National Guard. Well, good. Kentucky National Guard, you know.
U.S. in general are very proud of their troops.
Yeah.
No matter what you belong to, if it's Air Force, Army, Marine Corps, Navy.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me.
Two beers. Grew up in Cali, says it all. You can't fix stupid. His family had temporary. No.
That's on another. Yeah.
Yeah, his family had located to Virginia for a brief period of time, and I don't know if he spent any time there because I assume that he graduated from Emory in Atlanta, and I could be wrong there, but I got the impression he did not stay there long at all. Almost as soon as the family relocated to Virginia, they said that he made his way back to California and then started going north and then kept going north and then just decided, screw it, I'll go to Alaska.
Thank you, James Gype. Thank you for the thumbs up. I appreciate that. And welcome to the stream, my friend.
Have you ever heard of Shadow? Have you ever heard of Don Shipley's channel? He's a retired Navy SEAL.
No, I can't say I have.
Okay, he calls out. His channel is all about calling out stolen valor. But he was a Navy SEAL for 20-something years, and one of his shows he was talking about how him and his SEAL team practiced on those oil platforms out there.
Yeah.
Helicopter insertion and helicopter extraction. Maybe that's what they were doing. They were coming by to look at that platform to see what the conditions out there were. You could be right about that. To insert special forces for practicing. That you could be right about that.
Storms, radios, and cats. Are we living in the same city? Because they do that over our apartment complex all the time. And you can feel it in your chest, they're so low.
Yeah. Those shit hooks are loud, man.
But they'll be like in a line.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like a train that's just never going to stop. So they're not in a formation, they'll be like in a damn line.
Yeah.
I have seen C-130 take off, and I had that 40 meters above my head. And that sound level, that almost blow my eardrums out.
I dealt with that every day for years in the Air Force, standing right next to those things, fixing them, you know.
Yeah, Bob, you know what that is. That's the sound of freedom.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Well, I keep bugging my buddy that's up in Virginia to send me one of those bumper tags. Because they're always landing on the... not the submarines, the other ones that have the decks that you...
Oh, the carriers?
Thank you.
Aircraft carriers.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, yeah.
You're very welcome.
Since they usually have carriers in port around Norfolk and all around there, they're flying in. I'll be talking to my friend in the area, and we don't even have to say, hang on a second, I won't be able to hear you, because they'll just blot out the entire mic on both ends, and we just sit there and listen to the jet fly over. Yeah. Okay, as I was saying, and he's always telling me that people live there have bumper stickers that say, you know, that's the sound of freedom. I said, I want one.
Yeah, I've seen Fort Lewis, Washington is in this area, and I remember seeing one impressive convoy by the air. It was the Army, and the first helicopters were the little loaches, the little round ones. Mm-hmm. They call them a loach because they're the scouts. There were several of them coming first, and then followed right behind by the commander's bird. It was a was a Black Hawk with all these additional antennas on it. It was you could tell that was the commander. And behind that was Black Hawk after Black Hawk, and then the Chinooks were in line. And they were all heading from the Yakima firing range across the Cascades going to Fort Lewis, Washington. It was pretty impressive.
I bet it was.
Mm-hmm.
We used to have a yearly air show here. We're actually quite close to the airport where I am right now. I used to live less than a third of a mile from here, maybe a quarter of a mile from here. Our house, the front of the house, was the direct path that all of these planes would take to fly into this air show. And we had, at the very end of the house, my mom made the laundry room into a glass reading room for my dad because he liked a lot of the light coming into the room. Big reader. So we never had to go to because we were only one block off from the street separating us from the airfield. And I looked up and I said, Dad, check it out. I think you want to see this. And he looked up and I swear to God, there was an AWAC that looked like it was going to land on our roof. Mushroom and all. And he was like, I didn't know they were doing that kind of show this year. And I was like, yeah, Dad, should we duck? And he got up and he put up his books and walked back to his room, came out, went out the front door, and walked all the way around the block and got his free ticket to the rest of the air show. Started doing that every year.
Right on.
Oh, yeah. But that was the most sophisticated up to the year equipment that they had that they were showing off. I mean, lots of times it's old biplanes and older planes and things like that, too. But that year was particularly exciting.
Yeah, I recall a few years ago, McCord Air Base had an air show, and I was outside cutting the grass, and I heard strange engines in the air, and it was a F-117 stealth fighter, and then there was a B-2 bomber, and a B-1 bomber. Then, of course, they had the F-15s and F-16s all flying around doing demonstrations and stuff like that. So.
Cool. I think I mentioned to you before, Bob, that my dad was Army Air Corps. He said
that's what my dad was too.
No, get out.
Yeah.
You did not tell me that, or I would remember that.
Yeah, he was. It's on my channel. I even have his uniform too. I still have his uniform.
Oh man, is it any of your videos?
Yeah, it's on my channel. Yeah, just type in Army Air Corps, or I showed his uniform, and the 427th Night Fighter Squadron is where he went all the way through World War II.
My dad as well.
What was your dad's unit or squadron, or do you know?
I have forgotten. I have a really big mental block about this whole thing. Just not to bore anybody with the details, but I literally don't remember the actual date. All I can remember is that my dad and George Lutz passed within 6 days of each other, and just went into one of those funny mental things. I held my mom when she passed. I held my dad when he passed, and I can't remember either date. So I'm sure a shrink would find a reason to poke a stick in that somewhere, but I don't care.
Yeah.
It was the right thing to do.
My dad enlisted in the Army Air Corps in 1940, before the war began for the U.S. Went through all of his training, and then was stationed at different bomber bases on the West Coast, and learning the B-10 bomber. He was communications, radios. And then he got on a ship in the port of Tacoma, Washington. He was going to be sent over to Clark Air Force Base in the Philippines, December 5th, 1941. And they were 2 days out to sea, and December 7th, 1941 was when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. So if Dad was just a month earlier, he would have been in the Philippines when the Japanese invaded the next day. So I
Good.
probably would not be here, Yeah, they had to stop the ship midstream out in the Pacific and turn it around. They brought the ship back to the port of San Francisco and let the men off. It was a combination of Army and Navy and all, and they had to camp out in the Golden Gate Park. And he said it was freezing cold there, and they were issued out only hot weather clothing, and they damn near froze to death out there.
Dang.
And the city of San Francisco just ignored them until the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. And then suddenly, our brave boys are stranded. The military wasn't able to come get them because they really didn't even know where they were at the time. Because
Yeah, it sounds like it was a quickly made.
Yeah,
it was together intel.
Yeah, it was a quickly made decision. We got to get these guys back to the States. We can't take them overseas. And finally, the mayor of San Francisco said to the citizens, "Go out there and get those guys and bring them in your homes." And that's what they
fantastic.
did. Yeah, they put them up for a while, and until the Air Corps and the Army and all could come and get their guys and redeploy them out on the West Coast. And that's how he started World War II, was right just like that.
And for our listeners that don't know, the Army Air Corps is the predecessor of...
The separation between the Army and the Air Force was September 18th, 1947. That's when the two services split off, right after World War II was over.
Well, I appreciate the extra data. I just usually say it's the predecessor of the Air Force.
Mm-hmm.
And wild fact, I believe it was 1942 that my dad went in.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the uniform, my dad had a picture of him when he was a nose striper. I still got a photo of that. That's all actually over in the Philippines now at my house over there. And he was in the Air Force. His brother was in the Army, and the oldest brother had not enlisted yet. And
Here, the funny thing that I cannot figure out about my dad, and I will never know, is I have a patchwork of places that he wound up.
Mm-hmm.
But every time I asked him to tell me about his experiences, he'd tell me the same 2 or 3 anecdotes that had nothing to do with engagement whatsoever.
Yeah. My dad talked very, very limited about the horrors that he saw during World War II.
Well, I know that Dad had a real bad taste in his mouth for service when he got out as well. But the places, they're so varied, and they're so all over the United States, it really makes me wonder. Especially one place in Nevada. And that little tidbit got dropped and glossed over very quickly. And he told me by accident when he was saying something about he was flying over an area where they had all of the old bombers lined up next to each other that were not in use anymore. And he was flying over it. And he said it was as far as the eye could see in either direction.
Yeah. Yeah, the Air Force has got what they call a boneyard in Davis Mountain, Arizona now, and there's thousands of different military aircraft. They preserve them and store them, and then they salvage parts off of them. and then some of them are also put back into service for different configurations. Yeah, we called it the boneyard. But
Hey, LG, good to see you, brother.
Hi, LG. Welcome aboard.
Hey, Shadow. As far as being prepared, I had an incident yesterday afternoon. I heard the lights flickered here, and then I heard a transformer kind of cracking, and boom,
That
we lost.
sparking, buzzing sound.
Yeah, you know that sound. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
And
think
we
it was
lost.
a critter?
I don't know. Probably an auto accident took out a power pole, most likely, because I heard sirens in that direction.
Oh.
We lost power for 6 hours, and being prepared for things like that, even though some of my stuff was in boxes, because we still got stuff in boxes from the move, I never missed a beat. Nothing. It didn't affect me. I mean, at all. I went in the kitchen. I had opened up a couple of cans of soup, made a big pot of soup, and my old stainless steel percolator. I think I showed it here on your show.
Yeah, I believe
made
you did.
made a pot of coffee with that, and a little bit later, I took my phone and my flashlight here. This is a rechargeable, and put it in the car, and I drove around until I saw the power crew working. Came back home, the lights was still off. It was only 6 hours, but got the lantern out, and I was going to light it for sun's going down, and click, the lights came back on. So it really pays to be prepared, because I was unaffected, really. The only thing is, it was boring because I didn't have any music. That's
Yeah,
all.
you have to create your own music in
Oh,
that case.
Yeah.
Bob.
Yeah.
I would think the one thing you would have is a boom box.
No.
A boom box that's got like a shortwave radio built into it, because that can be tons of fun. That can be hours of fun.
Yeah, I don't have that. I had one, but it got so crusty and dirty in my workshop that I pitched it for the move. But yeah, it was no effort at all. I still had hot food, and had light, had heat, everything, no problems
That's a
at
good
all.
point, Two Beers. That's a good point.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Yeah, smooth out the hurdles. Yeah.
And Mom was just as bad as Dad too. She only would tell me one story, and that was when he got out. Mom was very adept at designing. She could make her own patterns. She would make entire wardrobes for people. Very talented. So she decided that when he got out, that she would greet him by getting a material that was the exact same shade of his uniform, except she was going to make a sundress out of it. Let's just put it to you this way. Mom was a buxom beauty queen. That's the best way I can describe her. So she filled it out really well. And she went to go pick him up. They got home. He didn't say too much about the dress. And later he just said, I'd really rather not ever see it again.
The same color as a uniform? I know why.
Yeah. Yeah.
I spent 4 years wearing olive drab green.
I heard it got torn into rags, but that's for my siblings.
Oh boy, yeah. Finally, by the end of my enlistment, that we were allowed to wear the camouflage BDUs, but for 4 years it was olive drab green uniform, black boots, and a blue belt. It was like, I've still got my jacket over there, but oh my God, yeah, I
Yep.
didn't want to wear OD green anymore. It was enough, man.
She thought it was supportive, ma'am. What can I say?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
I'm sure he didn't mind the fact that it was a backless dress and all that kind of stuff.
Oh,
but
that
the-
don't hurt.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
color had to go.
Oh yeah, you get home to your wife after all that time. That dress ain't gonna stay on long.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna say you're right.
Mm-hmm.
My grandfather, my mother's dad, he was born 1914, and when the World War II, he was deployed to the border between Norway and Sweden, and there is a bridge, what they call Svinesund Bridge, and he was there, and he was a corporal. And the thing here is they should do a drill. They had a smaller artillery cannon. So what they would do, the drill was they should roll it out, load it, and unload it, and pull it back into where it was hidden. But the problem was it fired.
Oh.
And the Germans were on the other side.
Oh.
And there were a German field marshal on the other side. He was so pissed. So my grandfather, he had to call to the headquarters because they had a serious problem.
Mm-hmm.
And his major or colonel, whatever he was, just arrived to the scene with his adjutant or whatever you want to call it, and other people, and they had to clear the mess up because that was basically a mistake. And it was very close that they didn't agree to the apology, accepted that it was really a mistake.
Talk about détente.
Yeah, if they didn't accept it, that it was a mistake, we would be in war with the Germany too.
Yep.
They would have followed right on with an artillery bombardment and invasion. That was just that close.
Yeah, that close. And
Hey,
the
King.
high officer from the headquarters was sweating like
You know they were. Yeah. You know they were, man. Ooh.
And that officer had to talk to my grandfather what happened, and he had to told him exactly what happened. It was a mistake.
Mm-hmm. Boy, that's close.
That was close.
Can someone come in just for what was talking about? Because I'm lost. I just got like halfway through this.
We're talking war stories.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's why I'm lost.
Hey, McBean, Scottish Fitness, good to see you.
McBean, I'm from southeastern Iowa, so I'm pretty close.
Since we have a few new people with us in the chat, please remember to hit the like button. We appreciate you for it. Thank you very much. And if you can see the like button, I can't, but apparently we've had quite a few people coming through today, and we're real happy about that. A lot of visitors today. And some of them that are coming back before the end of the show, so
yeah,
it's going to be a party. Hang out. Chill with us. Now, I'm saying that because... What, dear?
I said, you said part. I was like, I wish I'd like to show, but I kind of do. I'm not gonna do that. Rave.
Rage it up. I know you said rave. I saw that silly movie recently called Grandma's Boy. It's a juvenile movie, but I think it's hilarious.
I don't think I've ever heard of it.
Grandma's Boy.
I feel him to be a family. Anyway.
That's a lot of people partying and working at a
Okay, Storms, Radius, and Cats. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that.
Hey, Larry,
Take
later,
care,
Barry.
stay safe.
That made video games, whatever.
yeah,
God bless.
Developer or whatever.
company that made video games and a lot of pot smoking. It's that kind of movie, but it's silly and funny.
I don't really watch movies, to be honest.
It's running on a lot of streaming services right now.
Yeah. The closest thing to a movie I've ever watched recently is actually a game show, Force and Fire. I love that game show. It's awesome.
Hey, I'll be right back, guys. A couple things I gotta take care.
Got it. But yeah. Well, my mind's been blank on me now.
Nope, he's getting more cookies.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
probably.
saying my mind went blank.
I killed my own joke. And I'm gonna have to scoot in a minute because the football game's gonna start up in a few. So
Okay.
Okay, no problem. But it's good to see you, man.
oh, my bad. It just did start. So I guess I am popping out of here. Shadow,
Yeah.
it is lovely to see you.
It's
I don't
always
know.
nice to see you.
I forget how long these games last. I might be back later. We'll play it by ear.
Yeah.
See ya.
Mwah! Everybody hit the like button. Thanks, guys.
I already did.
Indeed.
I already did it, so.
Well,
I just noticed this giant pumpkin in the background. It's,
well, it's Halloween, for God's sake. And
I know, I'm
need
just saying,
to
I just
change
not
the
noticed it.
background. And I tried to find some suitable background.
Yeah.
So I searched and searched and searched, and I found this. So,
Like, grab.
well, it's nice.
Force Fire, yeah. I mean, that is awesome. It's awesome to watch that stuff. Apparently
Force
the
and
original-
Fire.
It's a knife making show.
Yeah.
I love watching it. But yeah, apparently the original host quit because it got boring. I think for him. So now they have a new
Yeah.
host. But yeah.
Yeah, I know. Fortune Fire.
Yeah, I watch on Netflix.
That is a competition. They win. Can win. What is it? $10,000.
$10,000, yes. And if you are able to beat it again, you could be in one of the judges' seats for one of the episodes.
Yeah.
They've had 2-time champions on there pretty often.
Yeah.
Pumpkin the. But hold out. Oh, hold host better. Yeah, I remember this one time where someone almost burnt their face trying to heat treat the blade, and the host just said, "Watch your face," and that's all you said. Because like the guy had a beard and everything.
Sam's Chronicles. Good evening, my friend. Good to see you.
You did a long good evening, and that reminded me of scout camp. Yeah, every time we would do like good evening in camp, I'm like, oh god.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was pretty fun. I like scout camp. It's fun. I also like working there. I'll toss some Koflex in the air right now.
How are you doing, Sam? I hope everything is okay with you, my friend. And what interests this time, CR?
Yeah. Wants to be another
You have a lot of
firebrand.
interests.
For like there was interest, I thought you were gonna say Winchester. I'm like, that's a firebrand. My mind's all over the place.
Good to hear, Sam.
My mind's all over the place right now for some reason.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And Bob is back. Good.
Oh, so the title just reminds me of something. If I can find that knife, I have a knife that you can interchange the blades. If I can find it. Right now. Maybe that's not it. I don't know if I will find it. Here, just the extra blades. Let me with it. Oh, wait. This is supposed to have a fine edge on it, but you can also interchange the blades.
Yeah.
I have that blade on it right now.
That looks like more of a saw than.
Yeah, it's a saw blade.
Yeah.
But yeah. I'm gonna fix that. I'll fix this thing up for some time. I made the scales for this one. This one. A bit blocky though. Huge compared to the width of the blade.
Well, I am currently experimenting here, Shadow.
Yeah.
You know, we have our own place now, and
Yeah.
I've got all these moving boxes, and well, these are some things that are white bond paper that the wife wants to get rid of, and moving boxes, and what I'm doing is I'm putting it all together and making it and mixing it up with water,
Yeah.
making it into fertilizer for the backyard in the grass. And I go out there where there's some bare spots where I can see worm castings coming out of the
Yeah.
soil, and pour it on top of there along with some ground up leaves and different things, and feeding the earthworms, making fertilizer at home, you know.
Nice.
This stuff will sit out there all winter and let the earthworms eat it. And
So how easy is it to make that stuff then?
just put it into a blender with some water.
How it mixes up together around its own?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And what I do is I take the cardboard and I have it soaking in a bucket of water right next to me, and then you just peel it in half like that.
Oh.
And that's your gold right there. Put it in the water and grind it up. That's
Nice.
it. Mm-hmm.
Simple.
Simple fertilizer that's for free. I won't put chemical fertilizers back there, because we've got a nice little ecosystem of hundreds of little frogs.
Nice worm guardian.
Hey,
Yeah,
Guardian.
Awesome Guardian.
No, worm or caterpillar. Looks like a mix of both.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all for free. And I just ran out there and I fill up this. This is out of the kitchen. The wife didn't want this anymore. I just fill that up with this slop and take it out in the backyard, and just pour it out there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we do that with water at scout camp when we're done cleaning everything. We go into the woods, the water. We just spread the water around. I was like, it's water the plants.
Black gold soil.
Black gold soil. We have clay soil in my in my house.
Yeah.
Black and gold soil. I've already
Never
experimented
heard
with my
that
knife.
term before, but
Kind of experiment. There's only so much experiment you can do with a knife. I'll just take it apart. I gotta be knife geek again. Blender.
Yep, there you have it. All fertilizer for free.
Nice. I might actually. No, I didn't see it here. I might actually talk to my grandma about that one. That one. I remember a while back we used rabbit manure one time. For our
Yeah, that
plants.
works. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Certainly.
but we haven't used it in fertilizer in a while. Most fertilizer we use is the leaves that have fallen. That's it. We use water the plants.
Bob, I bought one of these small
Very cool. Yeah,
tea light
Nice.
lantern.
there
I
you
bought
go.
2 of them.
Uh-huh.
These cost about $5
I was outside.
Mhm.
if I'm
Um,
gonna.
I have a
So
anti-mosquito
50
lantern out
crowns for me for one of these. I bought 2.
back.
Fantastic.
I need one of those.
Yeah, I have 4 of them ready to, and the little brackets that I welded together, ready to put on the stairwell for power outage. But I got to wait until we can get all the rest of our furniture moved in the house. You know, because I can't have them on the stairwell moving king size mattresses and all that up the stairs yet. So
Yeah.
still on
Okay,
hold.
Sam.
I talked to my son last night because he still got stuff over at the old house, and I said, "Hey, give me a time frame. You know, we don't have to be out of the old house until the 24th of next month." And I said, "What's your progress like? You know, oh, I'm just doing it slowly." And I said, "No, keep in mind, I still have to get a junk removal truck over there, and I got to get a moving van over there. So I need you to, you know,
Your first
roll on this." I said, "If you need to use mom's SUV to move your stuff, if you need my help, just tell me. I'll come over and give you help." But you know, I was kind of like the gentle kick in the ass. Come on, dude, get on it. Get your stuff out of there. We need to get out of that. We need to clear that house. You know.
Just real quick, Bob.
Hmm?
I see the Air Force flag behind you. I have that
Yeah.
exact same flag hung up over there.
Mm-hmm.
I also have
Yeah.
a Marine Army, and I had a Navy flag right here, but it fell. I just have it hanging back up. And right above me is the American flag.
Yep. Yeah. I was in the Air Force a long time ago.
I have some people. He knows people that were in the Air Force. Were in the Air Force. One of them was a ground combat Union personnel.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the right term. Here it is. You want it? Airman Creed.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I was in the Air
Creed on the
Force
back.
for 4 years. That was
But yeah, I have a point for every branch pretty much.
there we go. I'll move my camera so you guys can some entertainment to watch me grind up paper. How's that sound?
Thorhaven Farm. Good to see
Mhm.
you, brother. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you again.
Oh, Canada's here today, huh? CR and Thor. There's some brown, some cardboard, and some bond paper. Pour some water on it. Let me mute my mic because this is loud.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that will be very loud.
Yeah. The top looks like crap. Literally.
Well, the new way to destroy old documents.
Yeah.
Impossible to retrieve
Yeah. Literally impossible.
because there will be nothing to retrieve.
Right.
You are right about that, Shadow. You know what? The first papers that went out in the backyard for fertilizer, those was my divorce paperwork from a long time ago. I took a bunch of old leaves off the grass and mixed it in with that paper and chopped it all up, and
You
it's
can't
gone.
retrieve that.
No, it's
That is
gone. Man.
impossible.
That's gone.
You can't retrieve something that's gone.
Yeah, I had I chopped it up dry, but it's out there in the grass right now, and the worms are eating it. It's almost all gone now because it's been out there for a few days, and
Rick, I have this coin right here.
Cool. Mm-hmm.
And the seal.
What's that one? What's
This is
that?
the back of the other coin. This is
Oh,
the back
okay.
of this one.
Mm-hmm.
I think it says that that's the seal. Yep, Great Seal of the United States. I don't want to carry these coins around. Oh, I just don't know which one to carry today.
Mm-hmm.
I'll figure that out later.
Hey, Thor.
Thor.
Good to see you, brother.
Hey.
What's going on, guys? Hope you're doing amazing.
Yeah. We are doing
Anytime,
good.
anytime I can chop up divorce paperwork and use it as fertilizer is a good day.
That's what that was? That was funny.
Nice.
Nice.
That actually happened a few days ago, but the worms are eating it right now and keep a nice organic fertilizer, Yeah.
Ooh, yummy
Beautiful.
documents.
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Yummy
Awesome.
documents.
Yeah. So, Shadow, you've been dealing with some drones over there. That's always
Norway.
A good time, eh?
Norway.
Yeah.
So they have a lot of suspicious drones over their offshore platforms. So
Does Sweden,
the government
Norway,
in Norway are very worried about it.
Oh.
Yeah. Does Norway, Sweden, or Finland have any drones themselves, or no?
Our military has drones, and there are smaller drones for civilians as well. And I know we had some problems where in Stockholm over the King's Palace.
Okay.
They fly a drone over there, and that was a Russian drone.
Yeah.
And they caught the guy. And you are not allowed to fly drones over the King's Palace.
Yeah, I bet, eh?
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's illegal.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And they have drones over our nuclear power plants as well. And they caught those guys too.
Nice.
Yeah, at least it catches people.
So we have our share by illegal drone flying too.
Yeah. We're too far away. They can't get them over the Arctic yet. They could probably get the regular ones, but not the mini ones.
Blame Canada. Blame Canada.
We have strict regulations on how when it comes to drone flying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's so strict here in the States.
Oh,
I love that one comedian that was always talking about Canada is so friendly and everything like that. And what we should do is Canada should actually take over a few countries because no one would believe it's happening.
It's not possible. Yeah, no
would
way.
Be phoning the United Nations and all that. Hey, Canada's invading. They'd be like, yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Come on.
Joke, yeah.
Come on, that's a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the very next day you wake up, you see the Canadian flag in your bedroom.
Like, what?
Oh,
Yeah.
what happened?
Yeah.
Sorry,
maple syrup
sorry,
for
guys,
breakfast
but
and
you learn
hockey
French,
puck,
English.
hockey stick in your bed. You'd be like,
hockey
"Wow."
stick and some poutine, and
Yeah, yeah,
next thing you know, there's Tim Hortons sprouting up all over the country.
exactly. Starbucks is gone. There's a Timmy's. It's like,
Timmy's is
yeah,
there. That would be mind-boggling.
yeah.
Oh,
I'm
there you
gonna-
go.
Hold up.
Guys,
you-
do you want? I just popped up in my head. It is a fun, true story. On our hospital here in my town, they got someone who intruded. So they called the cops because that they suspect that dude had break into the ER. But when they sent a police patrol to the ER, they didn't find the guy there. So yeah, they tried to check where that possible intruder were. So
Yes,
under the hospital, you have these what do you call them?
Oh,
It's not the basement; it's long tunnels. Basically,
tunnels for for the piping.
you can walk. You can walk. It's pretty wide,
Mhm.
and there are also toilets. So the cops checked into one toilet, and they found a guy with his pants down. And you know what? Yeah, he had a toilet brush stuck up in his butt, and the cop.
Could you imagine what the cops?
He was cleaning
that
the wrong
cop-
thing.
And the cop, he said, "I don't touch that."
What do
I
you
can imagine
And
taking
the
him back to
toilet
the
brush
police car.
stuck in his butt.
Look, what do you think? What do you think, Sven? Should we take him under arrest? No, I'm not touching him. No.
Here, how about you have a seat in there, or actually maybe just lay down.
So they had to take him to the ER to get it out.
Oh my God. Oh no. Oh.
And then the cops wondered, what the heck did he do this on that toilet?
Did they say whether it was bristle end first or handle first?
I would hope it's handle. I would hope.
It was the shaft of it.
Hey, there's an old thing. A lady here in the States. It's a cruel joke, but she was blind and deaf and mute, and she learned sign language. And her name was Helen Keller. We learn about her in school and all that. And how do you play a practical joke on Helen Keller? I don't know. Well, you just leave the plunger in the toilet. She's blind, you know. Are you serious? That was a for real story. The dude had a toilet brush stuck up.
Yeah, this is true because it was a colleague to. I know we're in the board meeting we had with our local civil defense association.
Yeah.
And I'm vice president, and we have one of the board members. He's a retired cop, and it was his colleague who went to that.
Well, I've
if you
known.
ever have some time and you want to laugh, I think it's on YouTube. But if you type in like safe word Armageddon or hamster Armageddon, the funniest story ever about a similar thing, but with a hamster.
I've known quite a few nurses and medical workers, and I have heard some stories over the years. Oh boy!
I accidentally fell on
Bingo. Yeah, I was changing a light bulb, and I fell off the ladder.
I wasn't looking, and I sat down.
One of them that I heard, the most recent one was the fella comes in and he's in pain down there, and so they take an X-ray, and the X-ray technicians and the nurses were and even the secretaries and all were in the back room laughing their asses off because this fella had a whole unpeeled stem and all apple. The whole apple was up inside him. And he said he passed out at a party and woke up in pain.
Oh. By any chance, was it a Spartan?
I don't know. That's one of the things. It was all women back there laughing about it. Is it a Granny Smith or is it a Golden Delicious? What is it?
It's not anymore.
Of course, the X-ray techs and the nurses had to just calm down and Mr. Jones, we're
Oh boy.
oh.
Oh, ouch.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Indeed.
How could you get a whole apple? I mean, then you'd have to have somebody stand back and kick it in, man. Bam, bam.
As long as you put it bottom first, so you have the stem to still pull it out.
That's what it was. That's how it was. They started with a small end and pushed it up in there, Oh boy.
Crab apple. Yeah.
Yeah, but his thing was he got too drunk at a party, passed out, and woke up. Yeah. I don't know how it got there. I don't know. I just in pain. I don't know.
We've done some stuff at parties when I was younger. Like if you passed out, one of the things we would do is like we'd put whipped cream on your butt and shave your butt with like a machete and that kind of stuff, or like draw stupid faces on your or stuff on your face. And
yep, we did the same thing.
Putting things in orifices was not something that.
No. Yeah, I remember one fella. Our thing was marking pens. You write your name on them and all that. And one fellow, what we did to him was we painted his glasses black and we tied his shoelaces together.
Oh yeah, tying shoelaces together was like normal.
Yeah. I learned after seeing the first guy I saw that happened to. We rode all over him, and I said, "Man, I will never pass out at a party." Just
you eating Chipotle for apples.
Hey guys, it's a Halloween tradition. Let's have bobbing for apples. No thanks, man. I'm cool. I'll wait in the car.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Yep. You can't use your hands.
No, you have to use your mouth.
Yep.
In that guy's party, they were using their butt cheeks, I think.
Oh man. So what did you guys get up to today?
Well, I don't have any apples in the house. So oh God.
No, but I have coconuts.
Oh no. Oh. And in today's news, an unbelievable event in Sweden. A man was discovered with a coconut in his
Oh Lord.
A Swedish man was found today with a whole uncracked coconut. All that hair on the outside of the damn. Oh man! Oh no! No! We're not going to do that. We're not going to do
Look,
that.
I was trying to move
No,
the topic
we are not
along,
gonna
and you
do
guys
that.
just,
First time I had American beer, I woke up on a beach somewhere. Oh Lord,
What?
man, you must have had a lot of it.
got to come up and have some Canadian beer. American
I
beer
like-
is like making love in a canoe. It's
Mm-hmm.
effing close to water.
Yeah, you're right, man. Our beer here sucks. It's Canadian beer, man. Give me some Molson's or some Moosehead. That's good stuff. I like Canadian whiskeys the best. Canadian whiskey is just to my taste, it's the best.
I love the Fax beer. Is it Denmark? I think it comes from Denmark originally, but it's that you can get it in either 5% or 10%.
Oh, 10%. Wow.
Yeah.
That's a
We have a
lot.
lot of beers up here that are, between 8 to 10%, which is just awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Never did it either. Like,
I don't know. I went out drinking with these Canadians and I woke up with an apple in my butt. I don't know. I think I'm going to stay out of Canada for now.
I don't know, but Shadow's got a pumpkin there in the background.
If you can put a pumpkin in there. Oh, man.
That would definitely hurt.
Oh.
So I'm almost done. All our pig. 2 pigs in the freezer. I've got 2 big pots of chunks of meat that I have to grind up tonight. And then that'll be it. That's the pigs done. Actually, no, it's not. I thought it was.
That's good.
I got ham out in the smoker. And then overnight, I'm going to smoke the bacon. So tomorrow, I'll be done. Yay!
How many pigs did you guys butcher?
Well, we did 3, but 1 was for our wedding. So that one was just butchered for the wedding. We had 4 in total. So 1 for the wedding, 1 that our friend took, and then 2 that we put away for ourselves. So basically butchered 2 pigs for food for the year.
Right on.
Yeah. And we worked it out, and it cost us $326 per pig just in out-of-pocket expenses.
Mm-hmm.
And pork here, ground pork, works out to $5 a pound. And we got, I think it was around 60 to 70 pounds so far of ground. So it basically, the ground already is paid for 1 pig, which is
right
nice.
on.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
Hey, that's worth it.
Oh, it's totally worth it. And then we figured out the time. But I mean, for me, the time is negligible.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because, what else am I going to do? I could be watching TV or, that sort of thing. So I might as well spend it butchering a pig, feeding a pig, that sort of thing. So, and then we just got our cow to do, but we're going to do that probably in November. So.
I saw on your videos you had an Aberdeen Angus. Is that the one you're going to butcher?
No, we only have Highlands.
Highland. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can't recognize them. I know they look similar. Long
Big,
hair,
shaggy, and horns.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
CR, you're always hungry.
Yeah, he's always hungry.
Yeah. Or he just finished something, or he's about to start something, or we're going to make him hungry.
Well, if he had ate half an hour ago and we begin to talk about food again, he will get hungry.
Yeah.
And I can imagine the picture of Homer Simpson food.
Oh, yeah,
Uh,
yeah. Hey, LG, thanks so much for the comments. The wedding was a perfect day. It worked out really well for us. So, thank you so much. It was crazy. The entire week before it rained, and then that day was perfect. It was sunny, it was warm, and then the next day was overcast, and then the next Monday it rained. So it was like it was great. It worked out really well.
well, on a day like that, you need a clear, nice day. You don't want a thunderstorm and the rain pouring down.
No, exactly. It yeah, the gods definitely smiled on us that day. So yeah, it depends on gods. For me, it's multiple. For others, it's single. It's all good.
As long as you respect
Exactly.
what the other person believe in. So,
yeah.
And don't force your own belief on another.
No,
if
exactly.
the person don't believe in it. So
no. And I'm okay with, people saying whatever. So whatever blessings, prayers, thoughts, holidays, whatever yours is, I'm okay if you say it to me.
Yeah.
Because that's your way of expressing things.
So. Yeah, I believe in freedom.
Yeah.
Go, go for it.
As long as you're not harming another innocent person or forcing your beliefs on another person.
Yeah. Go for it, man.
Exactly.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I know you do, JC. It's okay to lurk.
Exactly.
No problem.
Yeah. And CR still hungry.
Yeah.
He's always hungry.
I'm not surprised.
Uh-huh.
He's like Shaggy. Always hungry.
Always hungry.
Eat some Scooby snacks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, might get him a bag with Scooby snacks.
Guardian, what's going on?
Good to see you, Guardian.
Hey, what's up, everybody? How you guys doing? Are you good?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
I could use a nap big time.
Yeah, just stay on for a couple more. Don't just jump as soon as I arrive. But it's good to see you, man. It's good to see everybody on the panel as well. And we had a nice Halloween festival as well this evening, so that was really fun.
Nice. Did you dress up in costumes or no?
Yeah, I dressed up as a pirate. Yeah.
Yarr.
Yeah. I love pirate. I've dressed up as a pirate for most of my Halloween. For most of my Halloween of my life, yeah.
Do you still have the costume on right now, and that's why you're not showing your face?
No. So my day started off by having a community sand castle building competition type of thing. Hey, by the way, LG, good to see you. Yeah, so we are part of the Scouts, right? Scouts in South Africa is quite a big association.
Yeah.
And today we had like a big sand castle building competition in the province.
Sand castle building. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and it was really cool. The kids had a blast and it was really fun. And then
that's awesome.
Yeah, it was really cool.
We can't do that here this time of year. It's all frozen.
That's all good. I can imagine you can still make it like enjoyable just by having indoors, with a pumpkin or two. That's all you need.
Exactly. All right, kids, we're going to the beach. We're going to do a snow castle building competition.
Oh boy, you are the cruelest uncle in the world.
That's true. What's up, by the way, Bob?
I'm an awesome uncle. I'm like, and grandpa and stuff. I'm like, hey, kids, what do you want to do? What do you want to, F up tonight? Let's blow some stuff up. Let's throw some axes. Let's shoot some stuff. Oh, yeah.
You see, I've always believed that there's a very big difference between good naughty and bad naughty, right? Like there's good fun, good naughty fun, honestly, like just being boisterous and just having like a good old time and just kind of doing things, but without harming anybody. That's, I guess, the main principle.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's for sure.
You can come close to injuring yourself, but otherwise, yeah.
Hey, by the way, good to see you. And what's up, CR, as well, in the chat. I hope CR joins us at some point. But yeah, just give me like a minute or two. I'll be right back.
What?
Okay, 30 seconds.
I might need to excuse myself too. I'm getting low here, so.
Yeah, I noticed.
Bob doesn't even say excuse me or anything. He just walks away from the camera. That's okay, Bob. We weren't going to ask you a question or anything.
Welcome, Dark Shadow. Good to see you.
Hope it's going awesome tonight for you. Exactly, LG. As long as you keep all your body parts intact, it's all good.
That's the point, to keep everything intact. And
Bingo.
That is what I like it. I like to do like this. Or this. Or a sucker punch.
As long as I can still function the next day.
Yeah.
Well, that's not true. Sometimes I don't function so well the next day, but that's not because of what. That's because of, the drink,
the hangover,
other stuff. Exactly. Yeah.
The problem with me is I get a hangover very easily. So, but do you know how long I get a hangover?
The older you get.
Yeah. Do you know for how long I have a hangover?
All day?
No. 7 days.
7 days. Oh.
So
yeah, that's not
What were
cool.
you drinking? What were you drinking?
Yeah.
Good question.
What 7 days hurts.
Oh.
I threw up for at least 4 or 5 days.
Ouch.
So I think something that's really important, right? To just obviously drinking and a good kind of, routine to kind of do is just, even though I'm not that avid of a drinker anymore as much, but I mean, if you're in the right group, I guess, whatever. But it's just like having shush though.
Like, hold on, I'm gonna go grab another drink.
Having oily foods as well before you drink is really good, and just staying hydrated, like the basics, right? Just covering the basics and just making sure, even like a morning after, if you've got a bad hangover, like a fizzy drink can be good too. Fizzy drinks can be nice, and then also like another beer could be good too. But
exactly.
A nice oily. It's because it puts a layer in your stomach as well. Like before you drink, like it basically layers your stomach so that the alcohol doesn't have as much of an intense impact and give you headaches and all that stuff.
A good hangover breakfast like poutine or eggs and bacon or something like that.
Yeah,
it's always
an English breakfast. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
But
English
what I've
breakfast
learned as I get older is now that if I know I might be hurting the next day, I'll actually take a naproxen, and that is like it works wonders for me being able to sleep and wake up without hurting too bad.
I was watching something pretty crazy. You speaking about like medications and stuff, the safer medications, which is awesome. You know, those are great. There's no problems with them, and I think that like realistically, there are medications that certain like people require and stuff like that, and I get it from a scientific standpoint. But I was watching something on Joe Rogan where Joe Rogan was actually speaking to Dr. Phil of all people on his show, and they were speaking about.
Yeah. I haven't watched that one yet.
Yeah, it's pretty good. They were speaking about the opioid crisis and like how intense that is, and it's just like
awful.
Yeah, it's really, really bad, and just like the ease of access. That's where I'll stop speaking about it. But I'm just saying, like the ease of access is ridiculous.
Oh, it's crazy because now it's like I actually just watched a big documentary about Vancouver. I don't know if you're all familiar with Vancouver, British Columbia. And it's kind of gone like Seattle and like some of the other places in California where the opioids have just created this massive issue. And the governments are like, hey, you know what is going to solve the problem? More free opioids. It's like, okay. But it's bad. Yeah. It's crazy bad.
Yeah, I don't want to like give any spoilers to that stream as well, because if you guys have time, like tomorrow or something, don't go and watch now. Please stick around, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
Tomorrow. Yeah, it's definitely something that you can give a bit of a watch, and we'll chat about at some point as well. But
nice.
It's just that the reason why it's so important for me is it's just that it's like, chemicals have had such bad impacts on.
Welcome, Bob Burger. Good to see you, miss.
Yeah.
People that I used to know back in the day,
It's funny, when I was growing up, we all did some stuff, and it was like, yeah, I'll do, I don't know if we can say it on YouTube, but, I'll do some stuff, but I won't do chemical. Like, hemp, the other thing that is actually hemp, do that kind of stuff when you're young. But I won't do chemicals at all. Like that's, and I've told my kids too, if you want to smoke something or that, make sure it's good. Don't get into the chemical stuff.
In fact, a lot of the natural things have kept. I'm not saying like I'm not advocating for anything whatsoever. I'm just saying that there have been a lot of cases where people have actually been able to refrain from chemicals by using natural like things as well. Just keeping on natural. And if you know the source of something as well, and if you've planted a seed, for example, and you've seen it grow and you've
exactly.
There's no way that there's going to be an outside person cutting in something and that's the main problem, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. That's just it. So.
Well, yeah, I've seen firsthand what the chemicals have done to Seattle and Tacoma.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why we're in a new house, because we put up with it for 10 years, and it's, kids are grown up and it's time to go. It's horrible, man. It started off with the methamphetamines, and then it moved into the fentanyl or heroin, and then heroin mixed with fentanyl, and now fentanyl. It's
funny because I was watching. Oh, it's Courtney. You guys were on Courtney's yesterday. And had a similar conversation about that sort of thing. And, again, governments tell us it's like different issues between poverty and housing and racism and what have you. But in fact, from every expert we've heard on the ground looking after those, it's the problem. It's the drug problem.
Yes, it is. I've seen it firsthand, having a generation of some of our brightest people are now gone. They're not going to come back, even if they are able to get off of the chemicals. Their mind is never going to be the same. It's horrible.
Yeah.
So it's because of chemicals, like I may have mentioned it to one or two of you before, but 4 months ago, I buried a childhood friend of mine because of chemicals as well. and he was only 2 years older than me, so he wasn't even hit 40 yet. And I saw him deteriorate over time, and I had to completely distance myself from him in a lot of ways. But I checked up on him because I felt, I'm a sentimental person, and I checked up on him early in the year, went to go say hello to him, whatever, and just had a bit of a brewski with him, chatted to him and whatever. And just from the damage that the chemicals had done, I can't explain to you guys what it was like seeing him. He was studying sports psychology when he was younger. He was absolutely somebody that was very much into fitness and everything. And then he just mixed with the wrong friends. And that's why I always warn people. Yeah, friends can be they can always pull people down very quickly. So you just got to be kind of careful who you spend your time with.
Ouch. Well, I'm going to excuse myself for a second, grab a drink, and hopefully when I come back, there will be a more upbeat, happier topic.
I know. Yeah, we should be speaking about something a bit more positive and not the opioids.
Well, who got a point here? Just think if SHTF, all those people on meds, wouldn't get their meds. Yikes.
So, yes, that's a big one. Absolutely.
That's what zombies will be. Regular people with no meds. Yeah.
It's not only that. I'm always thinking about the medical side to people in long-term SHTF, right? People that have dependencies and that really do require certain medications that are not easily just replicated in the wilderness, things that are truly hard to kind of get a handle on. And obviously in a longer, a very prolonged SHTF, that's a concern. So people who have any sort of dependency should absolutely try and look up on what alternatives there are, if there are any, and also how to store certain things as well. But that's why I like Pokemon, and I like Charizard. Charizard's obviously a fire elemental Pokemon, and that's what I like a lot. I've always been a big fan of that. Oh, hey Thor, what's up, dude?
Pokemon? What the? That's what I come back to? Seriously?
You wanted a positive topic, so I figured that by the time that you go back, before you come back down. So we were talking about Pokemon for a while now, and then.
So when I was before I went up, I heard a noise, and the dog was barking, and some stuff was going on, and it was supposed to arrive tomorrow, but it just arrived today. Finally, check this out. A little sneak peek. Oh.
Well, we need to do that.
Yeah, there you go. Mm-hmm.
That's brilliant.
That looks good.
Yeah, because we've been using the Instant Pot Max, but it only does the 500 milliliter, which is half pint. I can't remember, but it only does 4 of the 500 milliliter things, whereas this does 7 of the 1 liter. So it's going to make a huge difference in getting stuff canned.
So did you read that? From who?
Really? I'm pretty sure you guys could get a lot more intellectual without me here.
I think there's a lot to be said about people who are the strong, silent type and also usually more intellectual. I think that Shadow is way smarter than me because I just ramble on. And then they say empty vessels make the most noise and all, right? So, yeah, I think a lot of the time when Shadow does say something, he always says something that's always impactful or something that's useful. He's got informative and knowledgeable things to add to conversations instead of just Pokemon that comes from me or something like that.
That is what I call Swedish politeness.
Nice.
There was probably a whole insult that was just right there, but it's just in silence. It's just I think that as a culture, from what I've seen, the Swedes are an amazing people, and I think that you really have a lot of beautiful cultures, and the actual architecture that a lot of the Swedish homes are built from, I think, is beautiful, and your landscape, the natural wilderness that you have over in Sweden, is just absolutely breathtaking. And but yeah, as far as the people go, I've really seen a lot of positivity from a lot of the Swedish people. So yeah, it's just something to be proud of, Shadow.
Yeah. We have great nature. We have
Great nature.
great nature.
That's all you need.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you some share. When we are speaking of nature and Swedish nature.
No, we're not getting back to the toilet brush.
No,
Okay,
no
good.
toilet brush here, my friend. I'm gonna show you. This is the Swedish mountains.
Nice. I can't wait to get over there.
And what about that view, my friend?
Yeah.
That was
Nice.
Canada.
It's funny because it's like very similar to Canada in a lot of
Yeah.
aspects. Yeah.
Uh,
But again, different. It's the same but different.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like what we
say-
found going to Iceland when we landed and there was no trees. I was like, whoa, what's going on here? There's 0 trees. It's like you have to drive out of Reykjavik to see any trees. It's like,
I think your proximity to the equator is pretty similar as well, though. I think that's the reason why, like,
Yeah.
a lot of this like environment will occur the way it does.
Yeah.
not that one.
But yeah, if you went out to British Columbia, Alberta, to the Rocky Mountains, you could say, or even up north to like the Yukon, northern Quebec, that sort of thing, you'd be hard pressed to say which country those photos are from. Yeah, that's just
This
epic.
is. Yeah.
Yeah, quite honestly, like the older I get, the more encouraged I am to move to somewhere like that. To move to where it's like, just for my little family, for us to move to somewhere that's just away from everything, like just kind of, I want to be able to like be close enough to people too, though, obviously, like not too far from people, because obviously that's important for just like, schooling and that type of thing, but also just be far enough away that you can just, that you don't have like the hustle and bustle around you all the time,
On that
What
topic,
about
Guardian,
that view? What about that view?
that's an awesome view. On that topic, Guardian, you could move to another country, correct? If you wanted to. Like, again, if you found somewhere that basically you could do the immigration forms and all that sort of stuff. Is that something you've thought about or looked at, or are you happy where you are, or
well,
do you want to even get into that?
I can explain it in quite a brief way. But first, I'll just say that, Shadow, that is remarkable scenery, and that's exactly what I was talking about. The proud, like the proud amount, like that's something that you should be proud of. It's just the amount of absolute stunning scenery that you get. So the thing is, I'll try and nutshell the real experience just quickly for anybody that isn't like really familiar with this side of things. I love my country. I really do. South Africa has a lot of things to be hopeful for as well. Of course, we've got things that are such as your some of your crime rates or something like that, right? Like there's a couple of things such as that, and crime rates and corruption, whatever. But which country doesn't have that? Like which country doesn't like really have a lot of problems as well? Like my heart has always been attached to like North America, so like the United States and Canada as well. Like I love those countries because of the fact that like they're really, there's a lot of opportunity there, and that's a big thing. Like opportunity is such a big thing, specifically when you're a family man, right? Like because I want to make sure that my little ones, like my youngsters, like I want to make sure that they've got as many potential opportunities as possible. So, of course, that being said, it is something that I would contemplate in the future, most definitely. But at the same time, I am a proud South African, and I think that I would not be who I am today if not for the country that I was born in. And that's something yeah, absolutely. So I think everywhere in the world has problems. Everywhere in the world has beautiful things. I absolutely love how much like natural wilderness we have. We have so much beauty when it comes to nature. And also we've got, like, the thing is that we've got 11 official languages. So we've got an immense amount of different cultures. And that sometimes makes life very interesting and enjoyable because you're always learning from other people. And I don't want to be surrounded by people that look like me and talk like me all the time. I like being around people that are different from me. Hence the reason why I'm always on Shadow Scout stream on a Saturday night.
If you have some the possibility in the future, Guardian and Thor, I suggest you take a flight over here, and it would be nice to meet up and do some collaboration or what.
Yeah, Bridget
together.
and I were talking about it, and we're seeing what we can plan for next year to head over to the Midgard spot, which I think I spoke to you about was like, I can't remember if it was a 4 or 6 hour drive away from you. The Viking graves, where they do the basically where it happens and takes place. It's just, I want to say it's just outside of Oslo, if I remember correctly.
What was the name of the place?
Borre, Borre, but it's in Norway.
Borre
in Norway.
Yeah, I dated a Norwegian lady here, and she grew up on a small island off the coast of Norway, very poor, just fishing. And she said the old Viking era graves were everywhere there, and when you grow up with it, it's nothing. She said there were just earthen mounds out there and the old kings' graves, and they knew the names of them, but it was just grow up with it. And
yeah, so we were thinking of heading there next year for the Midgard spot and make sure we take a few extra days and get over to see you and tour around. It's funny, my best friend growing up was actually Finnish, so
Borre is in southern parts of the Norway. And I need to see how it is.
Yeah.
You go that side. You guys should meet up with Bjorn.
Borre is here.
Yeah.
And I live up here.
Okay.
All right.
So that looks like it's maybe like 10 hours drive? 8 hours drive?
I can check the distance between. It's easier to do it from my place to Oslo.
Yeah.
You're actually like, we don't need to get into this, but just looking at the map, right? Like Shadow, you're actually in a very interesting, you were speaking about it earlier in the stream, which is why I think that it's okay for me to just go back on it just for a second. And you were speaking about the fact that you're actually with the whole Nord, obviously the pipeline, right? Like that whole scenario would obviously have such a dire impact on exactly where you are right now. Like that whole
exactly,
scenario. Yeah, absolutely. So that's something, obviously, looking at this map, it's like, I think that fortunately, common sense will reign supreme and things won't get too out of hand. However, there is, if there ever was a chance of any kind of SHTF event occurring, war, WAR, I should say, is absolutely always at the highest of the list. And that's something that we should remember. We mustn't forget that what's happened in the past, lest we forget, right? Like how much that type of situation has happened. And those scenarios can happen quicker than we know. And that can leave us absolutely isolated from the help that we usually have, the government and the society that we usually rely on.
It's funny. I'd love to get into a big conversation on that. If you look back through history, there's never been a worldwide HSTF situation. There have been, different that was created by humans, say. So, we all know of worldwide floods that are basically they found evidence of in history. There have been instances of asteroids hitting or meteors hitting. There have been the Ice Age, that kind of thing. But a man-made SHTF situation has never actually happened in history that I can think of offhand. We've had multiple world wars, lots of situations where things have gone bad, but can anyone think of something where a worldwide man-made SHTF situation has actually happened?
Thor,
Yep.
except here you have the distance.
Okay,
car
10 hours?
or bus. Yeah, 10 hours,
Nice.
12 minutes from Oslo to my city.
Okay. So about
But
probably 11 hours, 12 hours from where we would be. That's
from
not bad.
Boer, you probably 12, 13 hours from Boer to my city.
Nice. Okay. I'm used to driving like 6 hours, no problem. So that's like say a 2-day drive, and we'd be able to see some sights on the way too. So awesome. That's cool. Great. Thank you.
You're very welcome. It's important to know how long it takes to drive from one place to another.
Yeah.
Because it's so difficult to see on a map, hey, I'm there and I'm going up there. It doesn't look that far, but it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially mountain roads that you've got to go so slow. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Depending on the country where you have to, change direction multiple times because of mountains or lakes or fjords or that kind of thing. It's like, oh yeah, it's not a straight run. It's like, you're going out here to be able to come back here. So
yeah, as the crow flies, is much faster. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, fellas, I'm gonna bounce out of here. I'm gonna go do a little bit of gardening and
cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're 3 hours behind me, I think. So it's like
something like that. Yeah.
Still, you're around 2:00 there, I think. Almost 2:00.
Yeah, almost 2:00. Yeah.
Nice.
Peace out, you guys. God bless to all of you.
Take care, eh?
God bless
We'll talk to you soon.
Peace.
Later.
Thank you for the conversation, Bob. Keep well. Yeah. So obviously, I
Can
don't
you
think.
not put my question?
Yes, yeah. So don't highlight. Oh no, it just got retracted. I was interested in reading what that question was. Even if you can summarize it, we'll answer it without reading it out loud if you prefer that, LG. We'll definitely respect that.
Should I highlight it or not? That's the question.
No, I don't.
No. Don't highlight it.
Okay, I don't do that.
Yeah.
Questions are always a good thing. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
LG. No problem. It's always good to engage with people and find out. Like, I'm just curious. Okay, we must read it, but don't read it out loud.
Yeah, and it's very hard to offer any advice, especially since we're all from different countries, because I think every country is kind of different on how things work. Even in Canada, it's different. So, you go from province to province and things change. So I don't know how it is in this US where, a different state might have different ideas, and, Sweden, South Africa, Canada,
We
totally
have our
different
own rules.
Yeah. So that would be really hard to answer.
Because of my positioning, I always trust in, like, it's going to sound strange, but I always trust very strongly in the law. Like there's always I
don't.
That's no, but as I've gotten older,
because governments made it.
no, like,
Sergi, go ahead, Gordon.
Yeah, my point is that sometimes you can rely on, like, justice. You can rely on the judicial system, kind of thing. You can rely. That's the best way that I can give my knowledge on that specific thing that came up there that I don't. Yeah.
I was gonna say it kind of depends on you as a person, what you're feeling in your gut, how you want to approach it, and that sort of thing. So
that's a good intuition. It's
like if you're not feeling good about it, then I would definitely speak up and say, no, this isn't how I see things going or how I want them to go, or maybe there's a different option we can pursue, something like that. I don't know.
Don't be sorry, LG, my friend.
Yeah. No, we definitely enjoy having conversations, and that's why these are fun, because it's basically like we're all sitting down and, like, just kind of getting familiar with each of the others, like, point of views as well, which is really important. And that's why it's obviously very intense, the matter.
Yeah. And I definitely say if you have family or friends or anyone that you can reach out to, definitely do that. If you have someone you trust completely, reach out to them and let them know what's going on. And
what I will say, if I can say anything of encouragement, is sometimes sooner than later is much better. Sometimes if we hesitate, sometimes hesitation can be an absolute problem. So try not to hesitate.
Because if you hesitate and wait too long and you decide to leave, it might be too late. So it's
Yeah.
better to act as soon as you can and just get away from it,
Yeah.
because you don't feel any good to living in a unsafe under a roof with an
Yeah.
unsafe person. It doesn't help you anything.
No.
Feel
It's
free
not good for you.
And
Feel free
if you
to
have,
give me a second.
sorry, go
quickly.
ahead, Jake.
Feel free to retract every comment that you made there, because we all are aware of it. So if just for your own, I would retract. In fact, what I'll do, and then please just I can't because you're also blue. I'd help you out with that. But yeah, you can absolutely retract everything that you've put out there if I were you, just in case of us in putting you in danger. I wouldn't want to be the cause of anybody being harmed.
No, exactly. And if you have a lawyer that you actually really do trust, I know a lot of them just like to line their own pockets, but if you do have a lawyer that you really trust, then,
Use it.
Yeah, exactly. So
Use it.
or if you have a medical professional, a doctor or a psychologist or someone like that is bound by an oath, then it's good to be able to lean on them as well if it's possible. I know a lot of the times money comes into play in those situations, but
yeah, I
you got
think
to
that
see how it goes.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the time people will delay things. Sorry, go ahead, Shadow.
Yeah, and LG says it's really bad, so that's not good.
No, exactly.
LG, we back you up, buddy. Thor back you up. GP back you up. I back you up. We are here to give you the support you need, buddy. You are not alone.
No, I always know that if you ever need anyone to chat with, just let us know. There's no problem that way. So,
most of our emails are in our about sections. If you look into
exactly.
So even if but I do strongly encourage you to do, if you do anything like that, you've got to be very, very cautious about leaving any traces. I don't like leaving traces of anything written, because they can be used against you, and I wouldn't want that to be the case either.
Yeah, I agree with Guardian about that. Yeah.
But yeah, I think what Thor's saying is absolutely true. Having community, and I'll be quite frank about this. I've spoken about friendships before and why they're valuable, and unfortunately, as I've gotten older, I've had to be far more selective on who I decide to kind of let into my velvet rights. And realistically, a person kind of learns over time that human beings are extremely unpredictable, and you've got to be just so careful. You really have to be careful. As a survivalist, right? The ultimate goal is to survive. Okay, if you want to survive, try and distance from people. People will be the thing at the end of the day. Human beings, other human beings. That's the biggest threat to us, is other human beings.
And I would add to that is, from what I've found through my 50 years of being on this earth, going through multiple situations, different scenarios, is not everyone, I would say not everyone has an evil heart, but they aren't always for you. So there's been many situations in my life where I thought someone was a good friend, best friend, that kind of thing. situation came up, and suddenly, now they're on the opposite side of me, and it's like, what's going on? And it's like the situation didn't jive with their morals. So I'll take an example. My best friend going through high school, I got married really young. I was 18 when I got married and had my first daughter. And he got married a little while after that. And we were good friends. And it didn't work out. I got a divorce. Suddenly he sided with her instead of me. Which, whatever, you can pick your sides and stuff, but it's like his reason for it was you don't get a divorce. Well, okay, that if your moral compass says you don't get a divorce, it's not, I would say his heart was not evil against me, or he didn't choose to go against me. It was just that me getting a divorce didn't jive with his moral compass. So it's not like he was out to get me or he wanted to stab me in the back or anything like that. It's just it didn't jive with his whole belief system. So there are people out there who are not against you, but might not be there the times you need them. If that makes any sense.
It does. I get that as well. I understand completely why that is. Sorry about that, Shadow. I never spam any chats, but I just was clearing something there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're right, Thor. I think that it's this topic, right? Human nature and just psychology as well. I've always been extremely interested in it. And I think, just from your scenario, the situation that you've been in, like there's a certain amount of loyalty that one would expect as well. And when that's let down, when that's kind of like just kind of betrayed, it puts a preconceived notion like within you that ahead of time, that the next kind of time that you're going to interact with anybody, or that you're going to kind of allow yourself to, like, because friendship is about trust. And when you're kind of more concerned next time about engaging in that as well, because I find that to be extremely difficult with me at the moment, is how do I learn to trust again? And I'm being serious. Like for me, like I have major trust issues. And if you knew the whole story, I'd never go on about like past history, because you should never drag your past around with you, right? Absolutely not. So
no, so it's so true. Yeah, it's like that kind of stuff you kind of need to get rid of, and kind of need, I wouldn't say forget about, but you need to figure out a way to move on from.
Absolutely, yes. And I think that there is always good in the world. I think that I won't have the idea that everybody's going to be the same, but it's just, you definitely, once, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. It's exactly that. It's like, if you're willing to kind of just blatantly to go through time and time and time again, the same type of like thing as well. Like that's why learning from things is important. But sometimes we're in situations where we just feel exactly in the scenario that we were speaking about earlier. Sometimes we're in scenarios that it's not just easy to get out. You see, that's the thing. Sometimes it's not. So it's like
exactly.
It's all this other heavy weight that comes with it. That's like very intense.
Yeah.
And my community I have here is to help if somebody of my followers has problems or with something. The point here is we help them no matter what. And that is why I think we should back up LG and try to help him out so he can find a solution on his issue or issues he has. Because I don't like to see people have that kind of issues, and that's things like that makes me sad. So I don't want that. So
no, And for me,
So-
it really hits me because I can't do anything. That really hits me hard, is the fact that I can't, actually do something right now physically or anything to adjust the situation.
Yeah.
It's
But what we can do is at least talk and together and discuss the thing, and sooner or later we might come up with some good ideas, and that might
exactly
help. So that is what we can do. I'm not an expert on psychology. I'm not. I have studied it for 2 years. Almost, or 1.5, 2 years. And that doesn't make me an expert.
And I'm horrible in that stuff. I'll tell you a quick little story. So my daughter, she got pregnant early, same as what happened to me. And so I was in the hospital with her, and she was giving birth to my grandson. And I was telling her like dad jokes. And she was like, "Dad, you're not funny. You're not helping. Get out." I was like, "Oh, okay. I'll leave. How about you send a nurse out when you've had him, and I'll come back later."
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I really suck at that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, psychology is a complex topic. It's so complex. It's so much many different things you need to look at, and different methods, different everything. But at least my community will at least help by be here and chat and try to help and let LG know that we are here to help him if he needs it. And that's the point here.
I love talking to my psychologist.
Yeah, I guess you get interesting answers.
It's okay if you talk to yourself. It's when you start answering that's the problem.
Yeah. But LG has a point, actually, that he says, "I found those preparedness survival folks have been the nicest and caring and very encouraging to keep living, keep surviving." Yeah.
Yeah, for the most part. I would say for the most part.
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah. I find everyone to be extremely supportive, except you run into one or two where it's like, yeah, I don't care what you're doing. I'm doing my thing. And if you come and interfere with what I'm doing, don't come around. It's like, whoa, okay. I get that you're kind of standoffish, but all right, so be it.
So a lot of the time, a lot of that preparedness community in general, and this is, I'm always cautious about speaking in general about anything because it's
so
always
true.
Yeah. But I think a lot of the reason why, certain folks would be leaning towards preparedness in general would be, well, overall, in general again, overall would absolutely be the reason because they kind of have a mistrust in society as well, and the government, and that mistrust is because that's why a lot of the people that are specifically into prepping in general, they don't, like, I can speak for myself on this, and that's what I should really do. And when I speak for myself, I'll say that I don't particularly believe that society will be kind to one another several days after the capability to kind of be like reliant on the resources that we currently have, the banking, the shops, all of that. Pull the plug, pull the mat out of people underneath people's feet, and watch how they behave with one another. And the only way to ever determine what will happen in the future is to look at the past. And if we look back into the past and understand what has happened in the way that people have been to one another, of course, there's been exceptions where human beings have been brilliant to one another and all that type of thing. But look into the overwhelming majority, and you'll see that statistically, people can absolutely be very dangerous to one another. And that's why I say that most of the preparedness community absolutely is supportive in a lot of ways too, but we're also damaged, and that's what makes us cautious.
Guardian, I challenge you on a bit of that thought process because one, coming from Canada, we've seen situations across here where people have stepped up beyond belief and helped each other out. And I'd say even in South Africa, there's that recent flooding to the north east where I think a lot of people stepped up and helped out other people.
Yes.
I want to say there's been many circumstances around the globe where there have been catastrophes. Yeah, catastrophes. Look at that. I'm okay.
Are you sure?
No, but
just keep talking.
Yeah, where people have stepped up and actually helped each other out. Instead of taking advantage of the situation or perpetuating the situation, I want to say.
Yes.
So for me, again, when it comes down to those situations where there is a disaster or something like that, I've kind of seen the good in people. Florida, New Orleans, other situations, people are there in boats. People are there in trucks, jacked up trucks, saving other people, doing everything they can to get people out of those situations or bring them food or that sort of thing. India, Bangladesh, we've seen tons of flooding. And there's always people stepping up to be able to help each other out. So again, I have, for myself anyway, in my situation right now, I have a hard time seeing where there's ever been anyone who's taken advantage of a bad situation, except for riots. Riots across the globe have always gone bad. Where people start rioting, it's always gone bad in that situation. But natural disasters, people seem to have always stepped up.
So when I speak about, the current reliance that we have on, the grid being up, in the shorter term natural disaster type scenarios, absolutely. And that's why I said earlier how I'm proud of being a South African, because we have absolutely had an immense amount of examples where communities have stuck together across the board, no matter which background the people have been from, and they've stuck together for the greater good. And absolutely that's true. However, for the preparedness side of it, and for your longer SHTF type events, for those of us who believe that something dire could be imminent, for those of us who believe that, I think that give all of those natural disaster type scenarios, take away the capability for them to have outside resources and assistance, and give them about a year and look at what happens. That's what I'm saying. A year later, I'm not speaking about a situation that's a natural disaster where other parts of the country are still active and they're still able to, operate perfectly. I'm speaking about proper SHTF where the whole country is down, for example. And I'm not speaking of any country in particular. Go ahead, Thor.
But have we had that?
No.
Has there been any historical situation where that has actually happened? Do we have any reference?
as we become not to speak of, which is a great point that you make, but the problem is not that. It's that as we become so much more reliant on electronic devices, technology, the banking systems, the way that they run, we've seen already that Google can be taken down. We've seen already that there's large platforms. If you look into the day-to-day, like every single, okay, not even just day-to-day. Let's take every year by year and go like do a bit of research and look up how much the internet gets breached as well, how much these companies that pay billions upon billions of dollars to protect their integrity.
Roger. Excuse me.
The information that's right. And then there's breaches that occur. The same situations that occur mean that we are not as invulnerable as we think we are when it comes to the internet going down. If the internet went down for a good couple of weeks to a couple of months, I think that the situations that we would face, and from what I've seen throughout history, and these are the cases that I can provide as well, where we have seen many times where people that are isolated, not just isolated, but whole big groups of people, when people are starving and when people have no other resolution, they always turn to the absolute worst. And this is a case upon case throughout history that's been the case, like over a long enough term, which is why I say long-term SHTF. Sorry, I'm very passionate about it. I'm not getting like hyped up. I'm just like, this is a whole brain thorn. I think about this stuff a lot.
I know, and for me, I'd love some examples like of what you speak of. I'd love to see some examples of where it has gone bad, where crap just deteriorated, and suddenly it's like, this got cut off, and suddenly there's no food, and suddenly it just went gone downhill. But I can't think of any. That's the thing.
Are you familiar with what happened in Fiji?
No. Okay. No.
So if you look into Fiji in particular as
Okay.
to what, and it's called the Cannibal Isles, all right? Look into the Cannibal Isles and look into the location of Fiji, and you'll find out exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And that's just one of the examples. There are several others as well, but some of them are even too grotesque to suggest people to go look into them because of what's happened. So, but I strongly recommend looking into the Cannibal Isles and looking into what happened within Fiji.
Even offline, send me some examples of that kind of stuff, because I'd love to look into it.
Yeah, I will do. It is a deep dive, and I do encourage you while going through things like that to keep your positive attitude towards humanity as well, and don't go too down. Don't go too far deep down those rabbit holes, though.
No, but I mean, there's situations where, what was that? Was it the Argentinian soccer team where their plane crashed in the mountain and they basically became cannibals because they were cut off from everything.
And that's the human condition. Any people would. People have done it on many different occasions. Yes. Continue.
Yeah. But again, we're talking about like extreme survival situations.
Yeah, that is really extreme.
And I have a hard time placing that to any situation, I think, where there's a big population around the world. So again, Guardian, I'd love to see examples of the Fiji stuff, and there's the Argentinian situation. I have a hard time seeing where everything's gonna go gone. So
I really and truly, more than anything else in this world, I hope that I'm wrong.
I know, eh? It's like, yeah, I hope I'm not wrong. So
that's the thing. It's like right. So the whole preparedness thing, right? That's why obviously on my channel you'll see more than anything else. You'll see hiking, mountain biking, canoeing. I don't do the doom and gloom thing whatsoever. I know that it would immensely help my channel, and I'm telling anybody listening to this, you want to really go big quickly on YouTube, just like cover all the doom and gloom stuff all the time. But I warn you,
doom and gloom, cats and boobies.
Absolutely, yes. It's cats number one. The thing is, so it's just, I don't know, like it's an interesting time to be living in, and I'm just grateful for the things that we do have, and I definitely hope for the best while preparing for the worst, and I definitely am somebody
exactly. That's just it.
100%, exactly.
And I think for all of us, well, myself, I'll do a guardian. I'm speaking for myself. I prepare for situations where, it's a lack of power. It's forest fires. It's floods. It's train derailments. It's ice storms. It's that kind of stuff where, some of these stuff could happen at any time without us knowing. So the more we're prepared for it, the better. And then that actually prepares you for even bigger situations that might occur as well. Boobies.
Yeah, and I think that's the right mentality, not to fear things. I think that the initial stage of anybody getting into preparedness will be, like, a lot of the time fear will drive them. But as time goes on as well, and they become more like confident in their skill sets and their capability to provide for the people around them, they definitely start leaning more on hope and like kind of preparing in like a pragmatic way. And that's why I have no need to go through like preps all the time and to do like 100 videos on different like prepping items. I'd rather show people the beauty of the country and like show people, like even though like it's actually just amazing getting out there, and it's so good for the soul. And even if you can't, just watching some nature documentaries, surprisingly, can be really good for a person. Like, because we're flooded with all the bad news and negativity and stuff like that. And sometimes people aren't always capable of going hiking or something. So like even putting on a nature documentary or watching something like learning something. There's actually, and I've mentioned it before, but there's a documentary series, and I love this documentary series. It's called Deadliest Roads. And it's mentioned it before briefly, like a little while back, maybe a couple of months ago. I think about 4.5 months ago, I mentioned it. And I said about how Deadliest Roads is a documentary where they take you all over the world, and they have like these trucks that go from one point to another, and they go in like cart, and they go through the craziest terrains. And it's not just about the trucking and the logistics side of it, but it's about the cultures that surround these travel routes that they go on. You know what I mean? Like, and the things that people have to go through, and it just can make you grateful as a person to see the struggles that these people are going through and be like, thank goodness that, that's not me out there. And I have so much respect for the people that do that as well. Hello, by the way, Kelly, how are you sitting? Good to have you here, by the way. Hey.
There was just one Netflix series I started watching. It was about like humans playing. I forget what the thing is called, but it's like there's actually a marathon race through the freaking Sahara Desert. I'm like, what the hell? So it follows this one lady who's like disabled. She lost a leg in the war, and she starts running through the Sahara Desert in this race. And it's like people have died, and only like 40 out of 160 people actually finish. And it's like, whoa, why do you put yourself through that? It's crazy.
I have the utmost respect for people that are able to do that. Through the deserts, there's something that it's on my bucket list, which is the Dakar. I'd love to enter Dakar and finish the Dakar rally. That's something that I really look forward to. Yeah, that's definitely something I absolutely would love to do that.
Let me know when you do that, because I'll follow you in one of those big support trucks. Those things
that'd be amazing. And it's a realistic goal of mine, and I've got the ambition to get it done, and I want to try and do it at least within the next decade. So with roughly within the next decade, I'd try to get that nailed down as well. And just as long as things go well with my career at the moment and stuff like that, it's all things. It's just a little hope of mine. But
you got to deflate your tires. We actually deflate our tires here in Quebec as well. out the back because it's all sand. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's actually really awesome, and I think that there's so much fun to be had when it comes to crossing areas of terrain like that. Hello, by the way, Hendo. Thank you for joining us, Hendo. It's great to see you.
Yeah, look at all the beautiful people coming in here.
Yeah, we've got a nice community tonight.
Yeah.
That's because you guys are here. That's why all the beautiful people are here. Like Miss Boo.
So, CR, are you eating right now or are you hungry right now?
No, I was taking notes of what Bob was saying earlier.
Are you? You got like
Yeah. I'm trying to sweet talk.
Menu ideas written down?
Recipe book?
Nice. Yeah.
Just kidding.
Well,
Okay, you guys do all the
recipe
talking.
book of smooth talking.
Yeah. So Bridget made a shepherd's pie tonight, and it was great because I had ground some of our pig last night. So we had 4 pounds that I didn't freeze, so I put it in the fridge. And then we actually canned some potatoes. So the potatoes were kind of pre-mashed. They were pre-cooked. And then we already had corn we had canned. So she just had to fry up the pork, the ground pork, and then threw it together as a shepherd's pie.
ATJH Paranormal, good to see you. How are you doing, my friend?
Maybe he's hungry like me.
Yeah.
Because I'm pre-hungry again.
No, continue.
No.
On a good stream.
I'm putting my headphones down.
What happened with post-hungry?
Yeah. I think CR is like a hobbit. Hasn't had second breakfast.
I was thinking about that a few days ago. About second breakfast. Not about CR having second breakfast, about my own second breakfast. I must say that.
Yes.
Yeah, no, really, it's good to eat. You know, eating brings people together. And I don't want to speak more about
second breakfast at all. I like second breakfast too. Yeah.
So CR, how have you been? You haven't really been speaking all that much, and we love hearing from you as well. What's been happening on your side of the world?
I want you guys to do all the talking. I always do all the talking. I'm not doing any more talking.
Oh, you
I'm
always
listening. I'm listening.
It's usually Guardian that's just like, you know.
It's called the song of speech.
It's so funny because Guardian's like, I talk too much. You're like, no, you don't. You're like, we'll tell you if you talk too much.
Indeed.
Yes, you see, Shadow doesn't really always say all that much. That's the worst. Oh, God.
Indeed.
That's what I was saying to you. Sometimes it's just the right word, the right prolific thing. You said it exactly the right time that makes Shadow as knowledgeable as he is. That's awesome, Shadow. I respect you. Indeed. Right?
Yeah, it's a standard answer from me. I know another guy, Fanatic Guide, he always says exactly.
Exactly.
No. You guys don't even know. But before you go down that road, I actually really I follow that guy and I actually enjoy his content and I know who you're talking about. I think he's awesome. Like I think there's very few people in the world that are like, you know, we've all got different styles to ourselves and stuff like that. And there's very few people in the world that can just speak in such a relaxed like manner that just makes a person feel comfortable to just listen to more. And he does some reviews of some. I know exactly who you're talking about. And that's definitely somebody that I really have a lot of time for. I think he's awesome. He's a legend. I'll send you his link, Thor.
Yeah, because I'm like,
No, it's really cool. Like, it is a
Okay.
cool guy. He's
Cool.
definitely one of the more positive people in the community. I see we lost
Nice.
CR briefly. I hope CR's back.
CR left us. Like, seriously? Come on. CR, what are you doing? Get back here. Whoops.
Whoops. I hope he has a warehouse for a pantry here. Hate to see his food bill.
Okay.
Yeah, I wonder how high his CR's food bill are.
Oh, CR. Okay. I was going off on a tangent there, thinking about something else, because I was like, I was watching one of these prepping channels, and they were talking about $30,000 to $40,000 worth of food that was freeze dried and MREs and that kind of stuff in their basement. And then they're like, so I got my bug out bag by the door because any day now I'm gonna need to bug out. I'm like, okay, so your $30,000 to $40,000 worth of MREs and freeze dried fruit in the basement is just gone? Like, really? Maybe it's just me, but that didn't make sense to me whatsoever. And I'm like, okay, I don't know your situation, but it's like, that kind of got me thinking, like, what's going through your brain? Why are you stocking that much food, monetary value, that you're not rotating, or maybe you are rotating, but that you're just willing to leave right away? I don't know. Someone please enlighten me on that kind of train of thought.
Well, first of all, I missed the beginning part of it. I'm go on. I'm like, what's he talking about?
Whatever.
He's
Okay.
talking about bag.
Yep. Thor's just going on like he normally does, ranting and raving, drinking and shit.
I thought you were talking to GP here. That's why I was like, oh, never mind.
What?
No, I have an easy solution. I have a very easy solution. Your skills should always be far more superior to your gear, first of all. And secondly, in every single way, you should make sure that any preps that you do have are extremely light and compact, and you can carry them as easily as possible. And that's something where, like, I've updated my inch bag so many different times as well. Like, my inch kit, it's funny, and it's so true what they say. The more that you know, the less you need.
Guardian, I can't carry my cows.
Ooh, that's a big one. But you won't need to go anywhere. That's
I
the
hope
difference.
not. I
I think you're already set. Like, you're pretty much set already. I don't think that you have as much of a kind of.
And that's where I'm like, some of the other preppers were like, "Don't come to my place." Blah. I'm like, okay, if you want to come to my place and you're providing an extra pair of hands, an extra pair of eyes for security, or whatever, help build some fences or help build some projects or help construct some fences, sure, we can work something out, because I can't do this alone. It's like, I need the help.
Yes, absolutely. And with all my distrust in humanity, my main goal is to actually have everybody united and community strength as much as possible. Because in STF tough scenarios, like, I just want to bring people together, and that's why I'm heavily involved in my local community as much as I possibly can be, so that in case of, like, if things had to go wrong, like, you already have, like, a lot of. Are you okay? Are you okay?
I've got a fruit fly flying around. Easy for you to say. A fruit flying around here. So I keep trying to kill them.
It's all good. It's probably the weather. Something to do with that. They say that fruit flies gravitate towards evil, so I don't know if you should take it as an insult or not. CR.
It's normal around here.
CR, stop being the strong silent type.
I know, eh? He's like,
Yeah, but you guys' stories are way more funny.
I
You're
don't
entertaining
know.
the side chat. I'm just moderating the side chat.
Well,
All right, well, I think
I wish I
might-
had your metabolism.
I know, eh? I'd be really happy if I could, like, you know, eat like Sierra does or be as hungry as Sierra is, and just maybe it's the alcohol. I think that's what it is.
Well, if I look at a cake, I would go up and put on weight at least 10 kilos.
I know.
Just looking at it.
I know.
And
me
then
too.
I have, after that, I have to look at a carrot and fruits, and I will lose those 10 kilos.
We had a whole ton of our wedding cake left over from the wedding, and it was in the fridge. And I'm like, seriously, this has got to go. This is like, because I'd come downstairs and I'd open up the fridge and I'm like, oh, there's some wedding cake. I'm like, I'll have a little slice of carrot cake or chocolate cake and strawberry cake. And I'm like, come on. I just got to like throw this in the garbage because it's like, keep eating it every time I open the fridge.
Hey, Simply Nanette, good to see you.
However, I'm going to jump off because I'm going to go feed the boys and I'm going to go play with this new pressure cooker. I got some tomatoes to can. So I might do that. Otherwise, I might feed the boys and then jump back on, depending on how long you're going to be here.
Yeah.
Try to obviously use it as a bit of content as well. Definitely, if you can. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
It was so funny because I was going to be like, I had the video camera sitting upstairs, ready to go, because I was expecting it to be delivered yesterday. And then I was like, okay, no, they're going to deliver it today. So I was still ready, you know, butchering the pig and all that sort of stuff. I'm like, okay, the video camera's still here. And then I'm like, it's late in the day. They're not coming, whatever. And I jump on Shadow's live. I'm going to blame you, Shadow, for me not being prepared to video the pressure cooker, pressure pan arrival.
Yeah.
It's your fault. So I'm going to have to fake it. I'm going to do like a video where I'm faking it arriving. I'll open it up at the front door. And then I'll be like, yeah, so look at this. My new pressure canner arrived, but I really wasn't here when it arrived because Shadow, you know, he had me distracted.
Well, at least you'll get a shout out.
Well, I'm a good distraction.
I know. Look, the thing is that I just want to, unfortunately with Thor as well, it is almost midnight here, and my wife's been sleeping through the stream, like she's fell asleep quite a while ago, and I'm just going to go and make her a cup of coffee or something. She said I must wake her up when she's done with this, when streams or whatever. But what I did want to say is if you counted all the words that I've provided for your stream, Shadow, you'd be very happy with the amount of words that I've given you. So.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
1,000 and counting.
Shadow sounds a bit overly happy. That's not a good thing.
Before I jump off, Guardian, did you want to say anything about, you know, a possible thing next Saturday or no?
I should probably try and just set it up early-ish in the week for Saturday. But yeah, I'm going to invite. I haven't done like much of the live streaming recently, obviously because it's been a bit challenging. But I'm going to have Thor's again on Saturday. Hey, the last guests that I had were yourself and Shadow, so you guys can't feel bad. But I'm going to have Thor coming up as a live stream on Saturday if you guys want to check that out. I love you too, CR.
Mesmerized. I'm speechless.
And I also just wanted to say to the side chat, it's been awesome. Thank you, everybody, for contributing. And it's really nice to always see new people here. I love seeing new people that are part of this Saturday Night Shadow stream. And I do definitely want to catch up with everybody again. Just stay positive and always stay prepared, but do so out of a positive mindset. And it's been lovely chatting to you folks. And I'll definitely catch up with you soon. And I'll speak to you sometime.
What the hell? Are you leaving or am I leaving?
I thought
it sounds like you're leaving instead of me leaving. And he's gone. I'm like, okay, I'm the one who's leaving, and Guardian's like, okay, yeah, I'll see you next week.
Me first.
Like, okay, Guardian.
Well, thanks, Thor, for stopping by and join the panel.
Okay. So now I need to do like a spiel on thank you all for having me on this.
Take care, Guardian.
Yeah, seriously. Steal my thunder. I was leaving and you had to like whatever. It's okay. All right.
Showstopper.
I know. Drop the mic. Anyway, I'm going to go to now that Guardian just left. So I'm going to go feed the kids and maybe play with the pressure canner. I might be back. I might not. But thanks again, Shadow, for having me. I really enjoyed it.
You're very welcome.
Well, no pressure. Right? No pressure. Come back if you can.
It's always an awesome time chatting with all of you guys.
Yeah, we had fun. Especially my story. You left your butt off. You can tell your wife that.
Here we go.
Yep. I'll send you a couple things on Messenger that you'll have to look into. So, yeah.
Okay, no problem.
All right. Take care, guys. We'll talk to you in a bit.
Yeah.
Me too. See, that's why I didn't do any of the talking, because they were here. They can do all the talking. Now that they're gone, I'll take over and do all the talking now. Flora and GB are like, oh yeah, now he wants to talk. That's because you guys aren't here. I gotta be the co-host. And I don't have Miss Boo here yet, but the show must go on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's awesome. And I guess you're drinking your coffee, right?
Well, yeah, I'm not eating.
Or is it just water?
No, I'm not eating.
No, because I don't hear any chewing.
That's because I didn't choose to eat yet. Okay. You guys got me in a funny mood.
Well, the point is we have fun, okay? We should have fun. That is, we should laugh our butts off and enjoy. Have fun, enjoy, and share the knowledge.
Yep.
So what are you up to, CR?
Wait, hold on to that thought. It's that coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay, CR needs the coffee. Well, we all need, but no more coffee for me. I got enough of that for today. But Yeah, Hendo, I agree. Having fun makes the live stream pleasant, good vibes. Yeah, and, and it relieve the tensions. So good vibes and a pleasant live stream. That is what I want. And that's the point. Because it's more enjoyable to if a stream is pleasant and good vibes.
What's up, Josh?
Hey, Gardner
I'm back.
Josh. Welcome back, CR.
I know. What's up, Josh?
Good to see you, Gardner Josh. Welcome to the stream, my friend. How are you doing? I hope everything is okay with you, Josh.
I'm trying a new headset. That's why I've been listening the whole time.
Good for the community. Way too much negativity out there. I agree with you, Hendo. I agree. We need more positive. More
Well,
positive.
I guess I might as well get some. I'll give some encouragement to that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already got C and an R in there, so I might as well just add every R letter in.
Yeah.
So, Shadow, is the game clear for you?
You broke up, the audio broke up a little bit, so I didn't hear what you said, but please
okay.
repeat.
I said, how's the weather there?
Today, windy. I was at the grocery store earlier today, and it was really strong winds.
Actually, it's been windy out west
and
it
began to rain as well. So.
Oh yeah.
But it has been a sunny day otherwise. So.
Oh, I guess that's not so bad. Yeah.
Yeah, Hendo, that's true. More laughter reduces stress. Indeed, it does. Stay positive, looking forward. I agree with you. That too, Gardner. You, Josh?
Yeah, I wish the temperature would stay positive. But I know that's not happening. I know that's not happening.
The interesting thing is, when it comes to the weather here, this time of the year, we should have snow. But we don't even have a single snowflake here yet. And it has been on the plus side of the temperature. So, and it has been below zero.
Already, right? Yeah, you've seen frost.
Yeah, but
I've seen frost too, but none of that frozen white rain, as I call it sometimes. That's a nice way to put it.
Okay, Sunday we will have +5, +6 degrees Celsius.
I'm supposed to see double digits. Shadow, I'm still seeing double digits this week. I think it'll be the last time I see it. I don't think I'm going to see it above 10 for a while. That's 50 Fahrenheit for you guys in the US. I'll help you guys in the US. Don't worry.
Monday,
I
we
got the
will
back.
still have plus degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
Tuesday plus.
4 Celsius is about 40 Fahrenheit.
Wednesday, we will have 8 plus.
What's it?
And we will have
'Cause
8 plus Thursday too.
Like for me right now here, it's supposed to be like around like just above freezing during the day and below freezing at night, typically, on an average. So, yeah.
And I read in the newspaper that those experts says we will have a cold. It will come in cold winds. Yeah, and we'll be freezing as we had it back in the 90s. But I don't trust
You're just
that.
you're just in a warm streak right now. So, right.
So, if they are right, I want to see that myself.
Yeah.
When the temperature drops that to freezing cold, as we had back in the 90s. So,
Well, don't ask for it. Don't be asking for it. But yeah.
it's autumn, fall, plenty of the time for snow. Same here, it's raining. We have the cyclone, okay. So that is pretty weird that we are still on plus degrees Celsius in October, and we are at the end of October.
I know, right?
And that is odd.
That's like seeing flowers on Halloween Day.
Something I got a feeling that something is wrong. Because we normally have snow
Shadow.
this time of the year. Yeah?
Shadow. Have you broken record highs for September or October during the day?
I don't know, actually.
I always keep an eye on the record highs and the record lows, and how close we are coming towards that, the upper end of the scale or the lower end of the scale, and for how long. And it's one thing to break a record like high or low like once, maybe even twice, but if you start doing it a lot more frequently, or in 1 month it's like 4 or 5 times, it's probably been really warm or very cold that month. And this month, it's been generally warm. Like right now, it's like normal. Right? Everyone's like, Sierra, it's getting colder. No, it's just normal, everyone. You guys just been getting so used to like above 10 during the day. It's not supposed to be this warm. That warm, generally.
Mac Josh, good to see you again. He's a nice guy, Mac, MC Josh.
Can you still hear me?
He's
okay. Right. Sorry, I was reading what Thor wrote randomly.
I was reading that too.
I know, I just saw that. I'm like, oh, of course he's thinking like that, because we just spoke of it.
Yeah, I know. I know. said it wrong, okay? MC, yeah. I know. But I said it wrong, okay? I noticed that. But thanks for the reminder.
I didn't want to point anything out.
Well, it's always nice when people remind me when I pronounce something wrong. Yeah, there are always private jokes.
Hold on a sec. I'll be right back. My headset's battery's dead.
Okay.
I'm gonna go charge it. Hold on a sec. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. So how are you doing, MC Josh? I hope everything is okay with you. I'm gonna check if that is possible. Nope. Yeah, MC Josh. Yeah, I know you have a lot of things on your schedule. Ah, you're back, CR. Good.
Yeah, I had to plug in the headset back into the the thing for the Bluetooth. Had to go get it and plug it back in.
What kind of headset do you got?
Oh, they're just some earbud style.
Okay.
So, I mean, they're Bluetooth, but that's why I was trying them out. That's why I was listening for a while.
Yeah.
I was just like, oh, that one for a while. Oh, I know how long it goes.
Yeah. Good point.
I almost choked on the coffee. Oh, I almost went down the wrong way.
Well, that's not good if you choke on your coffee.
Yeah.
I can see the headlines.
Don't bust my bean about that.
CR choked on his coffee. On a live stream.
But not his own.
So what's your planning for your before the winter hits with full power?
Actually, there is one thing that last year showed me that I have to be careful about now, and I think
Okay, and what's that?
it has a serious point to it. It's actually the freezing rain. Because last year I actually saw freezing rain like 4 separate times. Like it's not like same day, but it like stopped and started again. But I mean like 4 separate times, like 4 separate days, right? So that's actually one of my concerns. Well, it's hard to do anything, right? It's harder to do stuff. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
Like the winter season hasn't even started here, and I'm just like already hearing about stuff already. I'm like, really? Yeah. People have been sending me pictures. I'm just like, wow, that happened already here. It's not even winter yet. Just relax.
Yeah.
He's practicing the gray person approach, right? That's why he's blended into the surroundings, like a shadow.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I blend in with the walls too much, but I don't. I can't afford the proper light yet because that is pretty expensive. So I have to wait until I can get the right stuff for it. So when I get the money for it, I will buy it.
You know who talks about that too, about the lighting? Guardian prepping. Oh, my lighting's all off. It's not ready. Wait, hold on. My friends do it for. I know some of my friends do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but studded tires don't help you when you're walking, right? So sometimes you still gotta walk sometimes, right? No matter how close the sidewalk or the door is, you still have to walk towards it. So
Yeah.
it still doesn't matter. So yeah, I know because I have new ice cleats or crampons now. So because I tried ice cleats on the previous years, so I was just like I
Yeah.
will slip this one time, then I'm like, oh wait, I'm wearing ice cleats. I didn't actually slip, but I probably would have if I wasn't wearing them. So I'm like, yeah, okay, they're worth it.
Yeah, Josh says you can get some decent lights that are LED and stripe that can be pretty bright and they work real well. Yeah, but you still need the money for it.
I think I just lost 4 on that conversation. He's like, CR just walked away. What? Walk? What? Shrug. No, but you still have to walk towards your vehicle or truck
I can see
or
if I
whatever.
can light up my face a little bit more, but now I'm shining like a.
Yeah,
Now I
you
have.
you need something to diffuse the light a little bit more, so it's not casting
No,
those shadows.
that makes everything worse.
No, that's why you need a diffuser. It's the same thing why professional people that take photographs or whatever, right, at the or whatever, they have like those umbrellas and stuff like that to diffuse the light
Yeah.
and stuff like that. So it's one of those things you learn about photography is diffusing the light, so it's not so harsh.
You light up me live. Yeah, now I have some odd in the background.
I know
Kind of
now you got that aura around you.
Yeah, that feels weird. Oh, jeez. No. That makes everything worse.
It's not so bad. Around, yeah. That's not so bad.
That's the problem I have.
I mean, I don't even have my brightness up and I can see you.
Welcome back, Vanessa. Yeah, maybe.
Hey, Vanessa Kitty. She's back. Hi, Vanessa. I know, this time I'm actually here. I'm the co-host for the late afternoon time with ShadowScoutSwede here.
Yeah.
Because
5
everyone
minutes
else is
past
doing something.
midnight.
I'm your late night host, your late afternoon co-host.
Yeah, because we need 4 billion pros. OM YouTube. CR, let me know if you are close to Burnaby. We could hook up soon.
I haven't been out east in a while. By the way, it's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while.
Thanks for the tip, Vanessa.
Yeah,
I'll try to
because-
remember that one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Shadow. See, you can call me up and be like, "Can you check out my lighting, CR? Can you help me?" I'll be like, "Okay." So you can have someone else take a look too. Second opinion.
Yeah, it's always nice with second opinions. Maybe a third one, maybe a fourth one.
Oh, then we might as well do like, it'd be like, "Hey guys, look, Shadow's doing a random stream. We're inviting everyone. He's just testing out." You could do that. You know that, right? People do all these testing streams all the time. It's your choice if you want to keep it or unlist or whatever. But a lot of people do the testing streams. I've seen that all the time. Just testing something. Hi, no, we're just testing something. Okay.
Yeah, I've seen
No, because
those too.
because sometimes the best way to learn is just doing it. So
Yeah, I agree.
like I said, because yeah, it's like the audio, right? It's just like you got to actually have someone hear you out. You know what I mean? Like if I wasn't listening to you and you would have to play it on, if you're doing a stream, you would have to listen to yourself, right? But that's why the side chat helps you. It's like, no, we can't hear you. Your mic's muted or something like that, right? Everyone says that stuff all the time, right? Right. Very common to see that.
Yeah.
No, because it's just like that other time, right? When we were on that panel, right? Your mic wasn't working because you didn't aim it. You didn't aim the mic towards that device. Hence why we can hear you. The picture was fine. I mean, we heard you after the stream. So it's like, oh yeah, right. So those things about like pointing your device accordingly and stuff like that. Yeah, if you got different mics or Bluetooth headset or whatever, right, you gotta direct it to it. I see it all the time too. Usually that's the problem. Most of the time.
Yeah.
Because you change it around or something like that, or it's just like what happened to you. You didn't think it changed the setting when you came into Melon that time. I know. It's just like for some reason I don't know why I can see the chat the panel window. So yeah, stuff happens.
I got the recommend. I was recommended to buy a ring light, but most of them are really expensive. Actually, some
I'd
it
say try
depends
to
on.
use what you have first. Try to use what you have first, and then see if it even makes a difference in the first place, or how much it makes a difference.
Yeah,
I mean, well, $50 later, but it's just a minor improvement. Versus
yeah,
like, oh, I spent $2. It's a great improvement. It's just like then you'd be like, oh, maybe I should try for this $50 thing. Might be worth it then, right? Because
so
sometimes you don't know, right? It's like that lady. Well, how good is it once I get it in the room and people are watching, right? It's one of those things. Which comes back to trying things out, right? Sometimes you just have to try things out. Like I said, I've seen lots of people just do sample live streams or experimental live streams or just testing, right? I'm testing the Wi-Fi, right?
yeah,
Or their extender or their mic or their new video camera or whatever, right? Phone, whatever, right? It's the same, all the same thing, right? It's just
yeah. I'm
easier.
gonna add. Yeah, I'm gonna answer MC Josh question here. Shadow, has Sweden been doing in public notice with the current situation in certain countries? Well, first of all, we had our election in September. And now it turns out we have a very weak government. And if the government are weak, they can't do anything, basically. Because they don't have the means, they don't have the strength to do what they should do. Um, and so that sucks. And now we have a right wing government, which I don't like. I'm really disappointed by that. So, in Norway, has our neighbor has a lot of suspicious drones flying over their offshore facilities, which is their oil platforms and natural gas platforms. So yeah, well, I know we had a share of drones flying over places where they should not, which is illegal. But they caught those guys who were flying those drones. So yeah, the cheapest I can find when it comes to ring light cost 253 crowns. So it's about a little bit over $20, I guess. And it's a ring light, but I can buy that from Amazon. And the other one costs me a little bit over $40 for. So I haven't decided yet. And the most expensive one go
Shadow.
2,490. So
Can you hear
over
me?
$200. Yeah, I can
Nope.
hear you, CR.
Okay. I have to try something out. Sorry. I didn't realize there was a mic on this. You can hear me?
Yeah.
I didn't think there was a mic on this headset. Well, I didn't know.
Yeah, thanks, Josh, for the reminder. Yeah.
That means I have to take off my headset before I use the washroom now. I gotta remember.
Yeah, I think I will try that one first and see how that works.
Yeah, I think you should try something more simplistic first and get a sense of it first, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm all for getting something better or something like that, but see if it even makes a difference in the first place, or is it even worth spending money? You know what I mean? It's just
Yeah.
like sometimes I use a cardboard box in place of like something else. It's like, and then upgrade later. It's like, oh hey, now that I think this is gonna work out, now I want like a plastic bin or a metal tin or something like that. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
well, there's no point in spending an exorbitant amount of money without knowing for sure.
Now, I
Probably not a
don't
good
want.
idea. Probably not a good idea right now to do something like that.
Yeah.
Trust me. Trust me.
Yeah, I don't want to pay a lot of money for some light to make it better.
Especially if you're not even using it for anything else, and no one's even noticing the difference or anything like that. That's just like, well, I should
Yeah.
have just listened to Vanessa Kitty first.
Yeah, that's a cheaper idea and probably a better one.
Well, regardless if it's better or cheaper, it's an idea you can do right away without necessarily buying your way out of it right away. Because it comes back to sometimes you can't buy your way out of solution, or buy your way out of problems all the time. I have no idea, Miss Blue. I usually do not have problems joining the panels. It's more like talking or something with my mic or something like that. That's usually my problem. But yeah.
Look up translucent plastic on Amazon. Yeah, Vanessa, I will check that. Yeah, I figured that. I'm gonna check that up, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Probably cheaper a local store. That's okay.
Yeah, but that's the kitty. Yeah, that access a diffuser. Because for anyone that's seen professional photography, right? Like let's say class pictures and stuff, I think you might even have seen it in like older black and white, right? When they used to have those other things for flash, right? They need a diffuser because it's too bright. It's too directed. It's like making a hard shadow because, no pun intended, because of sunlight. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So. I wish we could change that background picture. I feel like my CR is getting like burnt at the bottom here. I'm just looking at it. Just kidding. I'm hovering over the candle. Apparently, right there. Hold on a sec.
Yeah, no problem. Let's see. Let's see what Amazon.se has to offer me.
I had to check on something.
Yeah.
Usual. You know, I keep thinking the wind died down, but it's because I don't see the leaves on the trees anymore.
Yeah, I know the feeling, my friend. I know the feeling. Okay, Vanessa. Yeah. I'm gonna try to find. I guess that translucent plastic. I think that must be pretty thick, right?
Well, something translucent allows part of some of the light to go through, so it's not opaque. It's not transparent. So. Because you would find things that diffuse light, like overall a lamp, for example, like a shade or something like that.
No under 1 millimeter.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Okay, it must be a mil or 2 mil. Let's see. 2 mil. Oh, they have a table foil, protective foil, 2 millimeter translucent. Oh, geez, that was expensive. $156 crowns. That's too much. Okay, I have never heard the word Prolly before, so I need to check that out too.
Neither have I.
Okay. Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Google Translate. Probably. That is what I would. Bisqueen. Okay. Let's see. Is queen, and I can't even type correctly.
Just blame the auto spell.
No, Visqueen, not Bisqueen. Home Depot Visqueen, VIS Queen. Visqueen plastic. Let's see what this. Well, Visqueen sizes 2 mil, clear, highly economical, and is often used as a heavy-duty painting drop cloths, or as a lightweight dust barrier for non-hazardous projects. They have that in black color too. They have flame retardant too.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I need to check.
Indeed. Are you trying to say indeed? Are you thinking about that right now?
I have typed probably to you 10,000 times. Grr, yeah.
Just like how I'm probably like hungry every time I come to this chat. Every Saturday now.
Well, actually, it's Sunday.
Oh, whatever. Whatever. You started on Saturday, though. It's
Yeah,
the
I
start
began
time,
on
not the
Saturday.
finish time. Yeah, it's the start time, not the end time.
When I should look, I can share this. This is clear 4, 6, and 10 mil Visqueen plastic standard. This is it.
Well, I guess if you got enough of it, you could always use it for something else, too.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure it comes in like a roll. Usually that stuff comes in a roll. Somewhere if you bought like something like Tyvek or something like that. A sheeting.
Yeah. Black, and here is the black visqueen plastic. String reinforced visqueen plastic. Flame retardant visqueen plastic. Woven visqueen plastic. Polyhangers for visqueen plastic.
Oh, thanks, Miss Boo. She offered us some virtual coffee, naturally caffeine free.
When I hear flame retardant, I think of all sorts of fire fun that can be had with those type of products.
Oh, I imagine so, Miss Boo. I imagine so. Probably pay a unit price per foot or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, I used to be able to get bungee cable by the foot. I don't like how I can't do that. Not locally, anyways. I'll say online you can get things by the foot, but it was nice when I was able to do that. I kind of miss that.
Yeah. Well, if we need more light, too much light.
Mm.
Too much. Geez, I don't see anything now. Okay. My new little flashlight. An energizer. Cool little one. 270 lumen.
Oh yeah, that's the one you showed us in that video.
Yeah. So I'm going to do a review on this one.
Yeah.
Next
Because you
Wednesday.
bought one for your wife too.
Yeah, I did. And she's in Gothenburg now. And she took her little flashlight with her, so.
Oh, that explains why I haven't heard her all evening.
Yeah. So
I don't hear that
she
sneezing or anything.
She will be back home November 7th.
Okay.
You mean the flashlight, Josh? A Cree? No, this is Energizer. But it's a nice. I have two settings on this one. It's a strong little flashlight for its size, and it has AAA batteries.
Miss Boo, I was saying buying it by the foot. As a unit price. That's what I'm talking about. I wouldn't necessarily buy a foot, but it's sold by the foot. Yeah, maybe I should have said sold instead of buy. Yeah. One bone charge.
Booking a fast flight to Sweden. Yeah, man. I know I did actually a live stream I don't remember when it was, but I actually had a. I was teaching the Swedish language, and it was pretty fun actually. I thought that would be a quick job, but I think that stream went for at least 4.5 hours.
Maybe 10.
No. Well, if I would,
Well,
it
you've
was
done a
basic.
10. You've done a 10.
It
I
was
know you've done it once.
Yeah, but the problem when you gotta do a live stream and teach people basic words, Swedish words, it takes time. And if I would put everything to sentences, it would probably take even more time. So even longer. So that would probably take 10, 11 hours.
Really, Miss Fu? Really?
Vampire Bite.
I guess Halloween is coming up in 2 days.
Yeah.
Or tomorrow, because some of you, it's already Sunday.
Yeah, Monday is tomorrow. And there is an interesting thing, something new actually. From our landlord, and we get it, information about it at Friday this week. That day, gonna measure our door to our apartment. And why? Do you know why they need to do measurements on our door? Because they're gonna change our door into our apartment to a safety door. And they will do it tomorrow. And I had to call them on Friday and tell them, hey, I'm working. Will probably be home at 6:30 in the evening, and they will probably show up from somewhere between 8 to 5 p.m., 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And I had to call them. I said, I have 2 cats, and I will not allow you guys to open my front apartment door because my cats are afraid for strangers. So he understood that and they respected it. So they will just leave our door and go to the next. Problem solved.
Hi,
Hey,
Monica.
Warren
Hi,
RCG.
Warren.
Good to see you. Hobbies with Monica. Good to see you, my friend. Well, it's a safety door to prevent burglary, and fire. So that's
Oh,
why.
it's one of those. Oh, it's one of those.
Yeah, and we have.
I mean, they're
when we get
rated
the
to
mail,
hold back,
yeah, when we
for a
get the
certain,
mail,
like 5-10 minutes or whatever.
you have a metal thing. When we get our mail, it's a metal thing. You have the door here, and you have a metal thing that way, and you have to open that this way to put the mail in, and then it closes. So that is a problem. It's a problem with that because why? I know in my city there were. I believe it was in my city, or I don't remember that well, but it was an apartment with that type of mailbox, and somebody did put gasoline into the mailbox, and it gets straight into the apartment, and they put light a match and just throw it in there, and it's you get the point where what happened after that.
Yeah, I think I got the point.
Well, he when it comes strangers he don't know, he don't like it. He just go away. And Cassandra is really shy, but so that is what I can best I can explain it. But as soon as he yeah. Well, Josh, that is what Stein North thought. He said that I'm a good teacher to teach my language, so and he enjoyed it. Yeah, you get a point there. Yeah, when he get the attention, she will always come and take a look and see. Hey, what are you doing in his lap? Or why are you with me? Well, Cassandra, she's we got her from the animal protection. Yeah. Yeah, and she's not used to was not used to people, so and she has no tail either, so but she's so cute. Yeah, exactly, Seven. She always talking. Yeah, she come and talk, and she can put her paws on my thigh and put her nose to him. So, well, they are not kittens. Albus is about 4 years now. Cassandra is 2.5, 3 years now. Well, they are somewhere in the apartment.
Mm-hmm.
They are probably in my bedroom.
Yeah, they're probably by the vent. It's like, it's nice and warm.
I love cats. I love dogs. They're so fun. I grew up with
Meow.
dogs,
Ruff, ruff.
but it's fun with cats too. Albus is, well, what you could call daddy cat. He wants always be in my lap. I can say then be on another person's stream, and he can jump on my lap, and he like to chew on my cable too, to my headset. I don't know why he's doing that, but yeah.
Anyway,
Now I need to find out what that the English word is for that. We got Cassandra, the shelter, to make Cassandra used to people. They send her to a fodder host. So, and we when we get the information about Cassandra, we got the information that she were at a fodder host, and that is a temporary solution, not permanent. So we visited her and the fodder host, and we take a look at Cassandra, and with me and my wife thought, well, she's really cute, and she didn't have she don't have a tail, so we said that we take her. She's so cute. So we did the paperwork with a shelter, and we could get her. Actually, though, those who were, yeah, probably, my friend. Yeah, probably. IDM7, welcome to the stream. Yeah, he used translator, yes.
Well, this has been a nice stream. I don't have to talk as much. And I can work on my listening skills.
Yeah. That's a good skill too.
I'm trying to take a page from Bob's book. Just kidding.
Yeah. We had fun.
You may see you're hungry. Yeah.
Yeah. We're for some reason we always make you hungry, CR, for some reason.
All the time.
I was surprised once. Uh, I was on another live stream, and even uh, when I streamed myself, there were, I don't remember who it was, but there were a female. She um, didn't live here in Sweden. She lived in another country. I don't remember if it was U.S. or Philippines, but she typed some words on Swedish, and I was reacting. And I was a little bit surprised because that happens not that often. I can tell you that. Um, but I asked her, where did you learn Swedish? And she said she had a friend in here in Sweden, and she visited her has visited her, so she learned that way. And another one, he typed on Swedish as well, and but she didn't live here. But she said when I asked her too, where did you learn Swedish? She said that she had been living here for a while and then move back. So that is always, I always get surprised when people begin uh, type on Swedish, especially when I know that people that person don't live in Sweden. So Sid PD Survival, good to see you and welcome to the stream, my friend.
Hello.
Stocking up on organic plant fertilizers. That sounds like a good idea.
I've been doing that for a while now.
Yeah, you usually you do
Yeah,
that
I
too.
remember that. It's just one of those RCR things I do.
Quiet listener, Victoria, good to see you, my friend.
Hello.
Jag vet for people who don't know what I said, I just said I know that, my friend. How are you doing, Victoria? And how are you doing CPD survival? So it's really fascinating. Yeah, Josh. It is. Working and building projects for people. That's awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome. What kind of building projects, by the way? Is it a type of chicken coops or tool sheds or
All of it.
all of it?
Maybe it's a tool. It's a shed and a tool shed. Maybe it's a barn.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder. When people says building projects, that makes me curious. If it's a chicken coop or a fence or tool shed or Victoria, did you get enough sleep, my friend? Or do you have slept bad?
Apparently not. Apparently not. She says she feels tired.
Yeah.
Tired.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
by the
know
way.
feeling.
By the way, I
Yeah.
gotta go in. I gotta go in like 5 minutes.
Okay.
I gotta return a call again.
I am not surprised about that, CR.
I mean, I could
I'm
have
not.
lied and said I'm hungry.
Well, you could, but your phone has a tendency. Well, people has a tendency to call you.
I mean, it'd be like, ding 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 ding.
Yeah.
Yeah. And besides, I gotta work on a new video anyways.
And what is the title for that video?
I don't know because I haven't shot the video. I've already put
Okay.
out in their video. I've already put out in their
Yeah.
video. You guys just can't see it yet because it's still on private.
Yeah.
It won't be out till after Halloween.
I just built a raised bed 8x4 planter wrapped 4 to 6x6 treated 8-foot posts with pine craft, glued and screwed. The list goes on and on. Tree work and leaf removal, much more. Well, that keeps you busy. Snart är din axel också i fara. I figured. But it's okay. Yeah,
Yeah, busy is great, but frustrated isn't.
I agree with you about that one.
Yeah. Take care, Josh.
Later's everyone, gonna lay down for a nap. Okay, MC Josh, take your nap, get some rest. No problem. Thanks for stopping by, Josh. I appreciate that. Um,
Well, I stand
not that
corrected.
kind of, no, not that kind of tired. Tired of phony friends who don't support me yet. I support them even when it's hard. Yeah. I know the feeling, Victoria.
Okay, I think it's that time now. Again, I probably will not be back in because I don't see you going that much longer, anyways. Unless for some reason my friend's like busy, which would be funny.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm busy right now, Fiona. All right, I'll get to everyone later. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Again, all the
It's
stuff
a
I always say.
pleasure to have you, CR.
Every
It's a
I
pleasure.
say all the stuff every Saturday now. So
Yeah.
anyway, I'll get to everyone later. Bye, Miss Boo.
Yeah.
You too, Victoria.
You take care, CR.
Sorry, I got distracted by the side chat. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
See you,
as
everyone.
usual.
Yeah, later all.
Well, now I am the lonely one up here again. Well, it's okay. You need to vent your feelings, my friend. Well, this is a good community. So, enjoy here, my friend. We have fun here. And you have a great channel too, Victoria. No question about it. Yeah, I agree with you about that one too. Yeah, Darren Dobson is great. Yeah. It is okay, Victoria. Don't be sorry or don't feel sorry. Well, you popped up, so late. Well, I probably will run to one more hour, so don't worry. You know what, Victoria? It's always good to see you. I heard that rewatch hours count. Good to see you, Victoria.
I can't stay a whole long time. I'm doing laundry and
Yeah, I understand that, so it's no problem.
I'm
It's okay. You
having
can.
some pretty bad seizures today, so
Ah, I'm sorry to hear that.
I don't have typical seizures. I have my seizures come in the form of disease spells,
Yeah,
like like when you get in a car or on a fast ride and you get real dizzy or seasick, kind of dizzy. That's kind of what my seizures are, and sometimes
yeah,
black, but which makes me my stomach not feel good. But I'm late for your live because I'm trying really hard to support so many channels right now. And what got me frustrated, Shadow, today is I've gone into 3, maybe 4 different channels that I'm supporting,
yeah,
and they're doing lives, right? And I'm in there, and yeah, people in the chat, a few of them are saying, "Hello, quiet listener," but the host won't even acknowledge that I came into the room and are giving them my time. I mean, whether people want to admit it or not, somebody's time is valuable.
yeah,
I mean, I could have spent all that time from the time you started, and at
yeah,
least you're more welcoming to me than these channels have been today. So it just
yeah,
kind of put me in a funky mood, and I usually ain't. You know that I'm usually pretty easygoing, quiet, but that and then last night's live was awesome. It was fun and all of that, and I finally got over 200. I had 202 subscribers last night when I went to bed from
yeah.
last night's live. Woke up this morning and I was right back to 150, 90.
96.
Yeah. Oh, I went up one. Yeah, because I was down to 195 when I got up this morning. And it's like, you know, I know for a fact that people will do that to you. They will. And there's no way to know who's doing it, right? Because so many people now hide somehow hide their who they're subscribed to, so that you like if they're not hidden, I will get a post saying such and such person subscribed to you.
Yeah,
But I get people who claim that they have, but I've never seen them come to my live. I've never seen them comment in my live. And then there's others that will come in, you'll see that they subscribe to you, but then they leave. It's like, God, I don't know when they're leaving, but they leave, and you don't know who is sticking with you and who isn't. The only obviousness about it is that it's obvious. You never see them come up on your panel. They never interact with you in the chat. They never leave a comment. Okay, that's an obvious that somebody you're giving your time to is not even caring
yeah,
about you. And so it takes a while to realize that, though. I mean, and so I'm sitting here following all these people, and I'm feeling used a little bit because they're doing that to me. I mean, I'm following. Oh, I'll tell you, I am following. Let's see, 432 through 3 through 4 through 5 through 6 through 7 through 8 through 9, 430 9 people right now. And
Yeah.
yet I'm only at 156, you said? Or 196?
196. 196.
Yeah. So that tells you how many people I'm being loyal to. Like give a hoot about me. And that's okay. But be real with me. If you're not, if I'm not your cup of tea, let me know so that I can give my attention and my loyalties to those who are giving me their attention and their loyalties. Is that selfish of me to feel that way?
No.
What do you
Welcome back, Bob.
Hey guys, what's up?
Me crying and complaining today and feeling this.
Well, I understand. I heard what you're saying. I understand that, and I've done before. If I haven't heard from somebody for a long time, no comments, nothing, I just unsubscribe from them. I go over my subscriber list once in a while, and it's like dump them.
I will go into my what is it called? Where you go in and you see your analytics and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go into there and I'll go into the subscriber thing and periodically look at everybody that's subscribed to me. But it's really hard to remember once I leave that, and then I go and check who I'm subscribed to. Everybody that it was, unless I see the people coming in and interacting with me a bit, it's pretty, I will recognize, hey, hello, I'm glad you're here, Sandy, for instance, Sandy, a lady named Sandy, that she's loyal. She's been there almost every single life that I've done. And so, I recognize her when she's there. LB, he's been in a lot of my my flute playing and storytelling, even though he might not realize that I do see him there listening. LG, I'm sorry I said LB, didn't I? But LG is there. And so I recognize the people that are there. But there is so many that aren't, and it's pretty obvious. And sometimes it gets me down, and I think, well, I'm being selfish. Yeah, I feel like I'm being selfish because I'm feeling that way. And it's just like a war within myself. It's like, why do I keep trying? And
Well, you also got to keep in mind that there's some people out there with young families and schools in session. They've got work,
Yeah.
Don't take it too hard. It just, well, for me anyway, YouTube is an interesting hobby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's you know why I think it's so hard for me is because it took me 5 years, the last channel, before I lost it. It took me 5 years to finally hit that 1K. And now I can't even get over 200 because I'm trying to not do anything that's going to jeopardize the new channel.
What got your old channel taken down?
Because I went to a channel called TikTok Countdown Timers. Now, I think that channel got hacked because shortly when I lost my channel, everything changed on that channel. But anyway, I went to that channel and I was being loyal to that channel. And so I asked the person, I said, I really enjoy your TikTok Countdown Timers. May I use them as a lead-in on my lives? And the owner of the channel said, sure, thank you for asking me. That was the last time I ever heard from him. And so over a year gone by that I had been periodically using that person's TikTok. Well, one day I get up and boom, I had like 8 strikes from
Uh,
that channel supposedly.
oh,
And
okay.
and so I was kicked out of YouTube and I couldn't even log in anymore to YouTube. So, a lot of people say because I've showed people the email that I received from what I thought was YouTube. And it had all the strikes there and it had the person's email. Well, I tapped on the email to put a plea into that person, and tell
Uh-huh.
him, hey, had you only asked me to remove them, I would have gladly removed them. Had you just said something to me, I mean, I would have shook them down. I would have quit using them. I never got a reply back, but then the next day, I couldn't even log in to YouTube. I was completely blocked. And then up in the right or the left top corner where the little avatar thing is, there was nothing there. It was just a blank avatar. And somebody said it was a fake YouTube, even.
Could be somebody sent you a virus or hacked into your account. Yeah.
Yeah, and said that my other channel is probably somewhere still. It's just that the hacker had
Uh-huh.
blocked me somehow. And it's through the YouTube. I mean, because nothing else outside of YouTube has been affected. It was just the YouTube. So I closed everything and anything I had under that email, that name, my Facebook, my everything. I deleted those accounts and started over.
Yeah.
And I just can't get anywhere now that I've started over. It's this frustrating. I guess that's just what it is. I'm frustrated.
Well, I get it. I had a Facebook account that was like that. It was attached to my YouTube and on, and I had a whole bunch of people on there I've known for years. And then one day, my Facebook account was gone, just gone.
So
And
it was wiped out, basically.
wiped out. I couldn't log in, nothing. It was gone.
Yeah.
And ever since then, I have not combined my Facebook with my YouTube because that's too many people, because I had dozens of old Boeing friends and on,
Yeah.
plus YouTubers all melded together. So from that moment forward, I made a new Facebook account and it's for my family only, nobody else.
Right. That's what I did too. I made a new Facebook and it's completely different. You don't see me on the new one.
Mm-hmm.
My family didn't know who I was. I had to say, hey, it's me, Victoria.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and I still haven't gotten all of the friends that I did have on the old account back.
Yeah, because that was at the time when the illness first arrived, and some of my old Boeing employees were anti the orange man. They hated him, and I'm like, what do you hate the guy for? You don't even know him, and for some of the more radical people, that's all it takes.
Right. Yeah. My mother-in-law had lost a friend simply because of politics, and they disagreed on who was what, and usually it's the other side against the orange man, as you put him.
Yeah.
I don't see the issue. Anyway.
Yeah, but after that happened to me, I kept them separate, and I'm just not gonna combine the two because you've got too many personalities looking at what you're doing, and no, I'm not going to do that again.
It's really hard, and I don't know. I feel like stepping away sometimes. But then
Oh, I've
again,
done that. Yeah.
stepping away doesn't
Mhm.
always help. I mean, because if you're not doing something with your channel, you're also not going to get any growth in your channel.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I'm doing show and tell on Friday nights. And, who doesn't like to show their favorite stuff and talk about it? So I figured that's what I'll do on Friday nights. And last night was an awesome one. I mean, there was only 2 people came up. Well, 3, excuse me. 3 different people came up and did show and tell. Some cool stuff. And I thought I was like, it's not going so well because, that little eye was showing me that I wasn't getting very many people in there. So then once it closed off, I realized, hey, 90-something people watching or 80-something people watching and 20-something thumbs up. That's not bad. And so that gave me hope. And then I had gone up to 202 subscribers. And then today when I got up, it was like, but I guess what bothered me is I've gone to like 3 or 4 different lives already this morning, and I'm not feeling that good. And I'm saying hello, and I'm trying to interact, and being ignored. And it's like, they don't like me. That's what it made me feel like. They don't like me. I'm going to leave, So. But I'm still doing my Sunday, playing my Native American flutes and reading stories.
Cool. Be
And
right
this
back.
too shall pass. I'm sorry, Shadow. Sorry,
Okay.
I don't mean to be this way. I try to stay away from YouTube when I'm in this kind of a mood.
Well, the problem is if you don't get it out, it make the whole thing worse, basically, for
Yeah,
yourself. So it's better to let it out and don't think of it anymore.
yeah. Well, thank you for letting me. I'm going to go back down in your chat. And even if you don't see me, I'm still here. It's just, I'm doing laundry.
Yeah, I know.
So I'll be listening. I'll be quietly listening.
Victoria, you are always welcome on my panel. You are always welcome here, and I always take care of you here. So
Thank you, Shadow. And it extends past YouTube.
yeah,
You're friends with me on the Facebook too, so thank you for that.
you're very welcome. It's
And
always a pleasure to have you here.
I'll be listening and like your pumpkin, even though I don't celebrate Halloween. Happy Halloween, hun.
Happy Halloween.
Bye.
Bye. I agree with you, LG. You need to be honest and genuine. It is the best thing to be. Okay, ZPD survival. Take care, stay safe, and God bless, my friend.
All right, Shadow, what's up? She bounced.
Yeah, she has. She is still in the chat.
Okay.
But if we don't hear anything from her, she take care of her laundry, and I understand that.
I got that too. Yeah. Yeah, that's my day. Gonna have to do dishes again later tonight and all that. Blah 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 blah. But I'm still chopping up documents and cardboard boxes for fertilizer, and went out in the backyard and enjoyed those thousands of little frogs out there bouncing around. And how many people we got here right now? What's up? What's up?
3.
3?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, I was sitting here a little while ago watching that old movie called One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest with Jack Nicholson.
Oh yeah, the Cuckoo's Nest.
Yeah,
I remember.
that.
I'm familiar with that movie.
Mhm. That is a classic movie. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Well, all this cardboard and paper should turn into some nice fertilizer for this spring. And actually, the stuff I chopped up, all those divorce papers, a few days ago, is already being eaten by the worms. Chopped it up with leaves, and man, it's already starting to get turned into soil. Best thing for divorce papers. I found that in my closet, a whole packet full of stuff, and went, man, I don't want to keep this stuff around. I want to forget about that. Just move on.
Yeah, you need to move on. You can't.
Mhm.
If you keep them, you will find them sooner or later. And oh, now I
Yeah.
get depressed again.
Yeah, exactly. That was mine was back in 2004 before I met my current wife, and yeah, I just would rather let it go.
Welcome
Yeah.
to me stories and vlogs.
Mhm.
Good to see you.
Well, not much has been going on with my day other than just went out and trimmed the grass just a little bit. I'm so new at this. I don't have a lawnmower. I got a pair of hedge trimmers and just chop the grass back a little bit. I'm really careful not to chop up those little frogs. I think they're awesome, man. They eat every insect around here. I want to take care of them. They're a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah, the frogs are important for the ecosystem.
Yes, they are. I should probably post some photos of those sometime because they're each individual. They're beautiful little animals, man. I've had 2 of them come in my garage, and I just walk over and pick them up and carry them out. You're free, dude. Just stay out of the building. Go out there.
Well, you should make a short video about those frogs.
That wouldn't hurt, would it? Yeah. Nurse Ratchet. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Lakota. Yeah. I didn't finish the movie yet. I thought I'd see if Shadow's still on. Come in, bounce in for a minute. But boy, that's a good movie. We just got to the part in that movie where they were going to get the electroshock therapy,
Yeah.
and the Indian guy hands him a piece of juicy fruit. Thank you. Yeah. Juicy fruit. Chief, you had him fooled all this time. That was a good movie.
Yeah, I believe that it was that movie Jack Nicholson were famous.
Absolutely. I didn't have any idea who he was until I saw him on that movie, and that sent his career right up. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hello, Lakota. Let's see what your channel is all about, Lakota. Let's see. I think the character they called Chief in that movie was one of the Willamette Indians out here in Oregon. I think. I can't remember his name anymore, but let's see what Lakota is all about. Lakota is one of the Sioux nations. Oh, no videos, nothing, huh?
Yeah.
Lakota.
But she planned to put some content up. But
Oh yeah.
But she planned it, so
yeah. Yeah, that's one thing. It makes me apprehensive about using a lawnmower in the back. I'd rather not leave the little creatures alone, and I don't want to run them over and kill them. Chief, yeah, that was what they called him in the movie, was Chief. Yep.
I never watched that movie, but I think I need to do that.
It's on YouTube. That's free.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good to know. I will look for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw Easy Rider with Jack Nicholson, but that wasn't my generation's movie. It was kind of the hippie generation's movie.
Yeah, from the 60s.
Yeah, that was before my time. It was a decent movie, but yeah. Oh, there we go. Dropped it. So what's been the topic for today? Shadow, anything good going on?
Well, fear grows, and that was the articles I had. And those articles are in the description box.
I see.
So you can read them.
Yeah. I thank you for inviting Miss Verna up. She is such a nice young lady.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah. I recommend anybody, if you ever have the chance, go over to the Philippines and check it out. They're really friendly people. 99% of them are. And there's a good channel called the Filipina P, and she put out a video today, I believe it was, where now very soon, as soon as it goes through their Congress and all, even the uninjected can go there, can go to the Philippines now. It's coming up soon. So most of the cities over there don't require masks unless you're in a medical facility or on mass transportation.
Yeah.
It's good. They're because that country really relied very heavily on tourism and overseas workers, and it's been financially devastating to them ever since all of that stuff started.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
Now, I was on one of Courtney's lives the other day about, we were talking about, or maybe it was Gil Patton, I think. We're talking about different jobs that you can have if there's a financial and economic collapse. And I've seen all those jobs over there that how people make a living over there. It's just simple jobs. You can see them on the sidewalk, watch repair, shoe repair. There's another job that ladies will go in their kitchen and they'll make different foods and serve out in those big aluminum tray. It's called point. I can't remember what the word for it is, but point to which one you want. It might be some grilled chicken and some rice and some noodles, and they make a living right there outside their house.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can make a few videos about that.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Because there was an awful lot of folks lost their work during this whole sickness stuff going on, and they resorted to that. And yeah, Verna is a sweetheart. Yep. I can't wait to see my family again.
Yeah.
Let's see. All my nieces are around my son's age. They're all around 25-ish, and
Yeah.
next thing you know, they'll all be married and gone.
Yeah. And they can get married pretty quick,
Mm-hmm.
especially in Philippines.
Yeah. A lot of foreigners go there looking for wives and husbands.
Yeah.
Me included. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Even I know even in my own country, Sweden, there is a lot of men, after what I have heard, go
Mm-hmm.
to Thailand,
Yeah.
Vietnam,
Mm-hmm.
and Philippines to
Uh-huh.
get their find their wives.
Yeah.
But the most popular country is Thailand.
Oh, is it? Okay.
After what I have heard.
My brother-in-law is British and his wife is Filipina, and it's like that in England also. It seems the Europeans like to go to Thailand, and
Yeah.
Americans go to the Philippines. Well, the U.S. has always had long relations with the Philippines. It was ever since 1899 when we started going there. It was a territory for a while, and then we released it in 1946. So.
But on the other hand, we have busloads with Chinese men who come to Sweden to find a wife.
Really?
Yeah, because there are China don't have enough women to cover up for each man. So in China, there are basically, if I remember it correctly, on every man, on every woman, it goes 10 men in China.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the opposite for the Filipinos. It's like 7 or 8 females for every male. Yeah.
That is odd that it can be that. It would be equal, but obviously not.
Yeah. Send you the link for what? Send you the link for what? What do you mean?
Hey, Cookie Bum.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Interesting topics here. Okay, Victoria. Well, as long as you finish your laundry, so I have finished my laundry before my stream, so I'm happy to finish that at least.
Well, that's the second moving box I turned into compost.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's good.
You bet it is. And it keeps me busy. I wonder if the wife's pissed off at me or not.
Well, you will figure that out pretty soon if she is.
Yeah, but send her a question, man. Here, how much do you hate me today? Okay. You know, a guy's got a stable relationship if I can tease my wife about stuff like that. No problem. Panel link? Oh, it's in the.
Well, yeah, but she has some problem when it's pinned for some reason.
Oh, that's
So,
odd. I'll leave that up to.
She had the problem before for some reason, so I don't know why, but
I don't.
And she don't understand that either, so
I'll leave that up to Shadow to send out his own link, you know.
yeah, I did.
Oh, okay.
And she says, and besides, I believe I am the only one who can do that, by the way, so
probably. Yeah, mute my mic for a second.
Yeah. That will be just fine. And there we are. There you are.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, handsome and handsome. I couldn't find a link anywhere.
Weird.
There's been a lot of weird thing that's been happening today when I've been typing in the chat. You know, if you put the symbol before someone's name so it shows up in color, so they'll see their name pop out in chat. I've been typing messages to people, and if I put a heart or a smiley at the end, it erases the name, the message, and everything, and you'll just see the smiley or the heart. And I'm like, what the hell?
I had some similar problems when I have been on other people's streams. So I don't know either why.
Maybe they're doing that because of those sex robot things that come through with all the emojis and all the nonsense. Maybe they're trying to cut back on that.
Yeah, probably it could be a reason for that.
I did mention to Shadow that we I got a peek at the analytics, and I said, it's going to be one or the other. Either we're going to get the bots, the trolls, or both. But that's a good sign. It means you're picking up more viewership. More people are tuning into the live, so it's going to happen. That's why I was glad that MC Josh was paying attention, because I had scooted over to another page to use the translator. And I'll tell you, I don't know Swedish yet. That's You know what's crazy though? As fluent as I used to speak Arabic, it's been so many years since I have spoken Arabic. There's a little bit left up there. If you don't use it, you lose it.
Yeah.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? Same with my Spanish, and I just don't use it. So yeah.
Well, let's say if I don't speak English for, let's say, a couple of months, when I go back to speak English again, I get rusty.
Yeah, makes sense. Yep.
You don't use it, you lose it.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I don't know why that happens, but that's the only way I can explain what happened to me, and boy, was it frustrating.
Yeah, it is. But on the other hand, when you begin to speak it again, you get into it pretty quickly. So
I would hope so. I would hope so.
I think that's my son's boxes. He said he got 2 boxes coming today. Amazon guy is here.
Okay.
Are we getting ready to hear your doorbell?
No, I'm out in the garage, so I just got the door open since it's still pretty mild right now. Mild weather, I should say. Mild weather.
I've been telling Shadow for 2 months that we have like the loudest doorbell in existence. It's the loudest one I've ever heard in my life, and it is
you call it the doorbell from hell.
Yep, the doorbell from hell. We had the apartment manager stopped over a couple of hours ago, and he was nice enough to knock since it's the weekend. But man, when he catches the knock and the doorbell, that just, he's a very nice man.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes I just like to open the door and kind of grab him by the shirt, snatch him in, and, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make you trip over the door, man. My bad. Oh, okay. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
I'm going to illustrate. Hang on.
Okay. To illustrate the doorbell from hell.
Hello. Oh, right there's fine. Anywhere out here. Yep. Thank you. All right. Rock on, Amazon. Peace. Mm-hmm. Well, oh, that is loud.
Oh, Lordy to heaven.
Oh, man. That's loud.
Man, I need earplugs and...
Yeah,
okay, so tell me nobody heard that.
Oh, I heard that.
Yeah, I heard that.
Oh, boy.
My ears blown out. My eardrums blown out.
Carry these packages in.
And that's with that's all the way across the room from it. That's where my headphones were when I rang the doorbell. I carried them as far as with me as I could away from it, and that's how loud you heard it.
Yeah.
Either that or you're teasing me and it didn't really sound that loud. But I literally went and told Court, I'm fixing to ring the doorbell, but nobody's at the door, so just chill and go on with your phone call, and nobody's here. It's just me ringing the damn doorbell. He's on a long-distance call with someone.
Yeah. But you're right. That was really loud, and my ear hurts.
Really?
Basically, when you ring that, yeah, it was so sharp. So I had to do like this
Imagine that
to
crap
prevent me
waking
from
you up.
getting deaf.
Oh, very sorry. I didn't think it would come across that loud. I just figured y'all would at least hear it.
Well, you couldn't know, and I didn't know either. So
Yeah, that was with the first test run. That'll teach me not to do that in the future. But now, when I say doorbell from hell, you'll know what I mean, and you'll know why I want to destroy it.
LG asked, "What kind of doorbell was it?"
It's the doorbell from hell, LG. That's all I know. It's like a doorbell with a speaker. I don't mean like a speaker. I mean like a Marshall or a PV speaker, like a concert speaker. Not kidding you, man. And there's nothing on this planet as delightful as getting waken up from it a bit. It's basically 8 feet away from where I sleep. Well, that means, quiet listener, Victoria, I think you missed my doorbell. Or you wouldn't be saying it's quiet on YouTube.
Well, that sound on that doorbell, it sounds like it has a normal tone, but it has at the same time a high-pitched tone, and that high-pitched tone hurts my ears.
Hurts your ears? You just heard over a microphone. I'm 8 feet from the damn thing, and it faces me. And the killer thing is the way it is on the wall, it's just as loud in Court's room as it is in mine. Because it's on the same wall like that separates his bedroom from my bedroom. So, by the way, we did win the football game. Yay, Georgia.
Well, that's good.
We beat Florida, but that means we got to turn around and take on Tennessee next week. So we're kind of holding onto our enthusiasm so far because apparently Tennessee's got a team this year. So if I have to mute out next week, you'll know why. Again, he doesn't mutter in the background. He hollers his cuss words, and they're real bad ones. Really, really bad. And that's with headphones on, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My ears are very sensitive to those high-pitched tones, so and it's probably because I'm
between my mic and your headphones. I'm betting what you're probably getting is like overtones and undertones. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
In a sense of phonics, yeah. The harmonics is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Let me take some pictures here. I'll send them to my nieces. Oh, yeah.
Well,
Nieces are awake. They're sending me messages. I don't know. They're little goofballs. Yeah. They like to see pictures of what I'm doing.
That is so sweet.
Mm-hmm.
I think you should make a video of the frogs.
I think I will. Yeah. Now I noticed that the family, usually my brother-in-law watches the videos always, but the nieces not so much. But if I post pictures, then maybe they're on their phones or something. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with that.
When I want to learn something new on a telephone, I hand it to a younger person, and
Oh, you
they'll
know it,
teach me
yeah.
every time.
Uh-huh. Yeah, there's so much that I do that. Oh, yeah. Like my son, daughter, Okay, the word that what's her name today? Verna taught me bunso. It means could mean either younger sibling or could also mean little brother. Okay.
So it means younger sibling.
Yeah. It's weird. Like the language that Verna speaks is not the language that my family speaks every day.
Okay.
It's the same country.
I knew there was more than one I knew there was more than one language there.
A whole bunch, yeah, like almost 100. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I heard around 150 different languages in Philippines.
Yeah, there's so
I'm not
many.
talking about all the people in the Philippines. I'm talking about the Filipino language.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it basically broke down into one of two.
No, many. Well,
wow. And that's
here's
such
how
a comparatively small area, though.
Well, it's so many islands. There's 7,000 islands.
Oh, okay. You just solved the mystery.
Mm-hmm. That's why. Yeah, and well, example is like it can be a small island, but the people who live in these valleys speak one language, and then you go across the river and they speak another language, and the people who live in the mountains speak 2 or 3 different languages. It's like, oh Lord, oh boy. So that's why they made the national language is called Tagalog, but now they call it Filipino. See,
yeah.
And it's kind of complicated because there's just so many languages. It's just for a foreigner to learn. That's why my brother-in-law just tells me, Bob, just speak English. Just speak English. Forget it.
Most of my Arab friends that have to come over here, they have to go through something called ELS, English Language School. Even though they study English virtually from grade 1 until grade 12, they still have to pass the ELS when they get their visas to come in.
Yeah.
And the first thing that threw my best friend off, man, I wish he was still on this coast. Very dear friend of mine, and was a bodyguard to my best female friend for many, many years.
Thank you for the update, Timmy. I appreciate that. 181 dialects to be exact.
Wow, yeah. See. And
long story short, they got dropped off in Georgia and they heard the Southern accent and it threw them off.
Mm-hmm.
Because they learned things like, what's your name? What's your major? Because most of them are coming over to study in college.
Yeah.
And they come down to the South, and these girls were walking up to them and going, what's your name? What's your major? And they're like, 9? Major? It totally threw them off.
Mm-hmm.
So they had to learn a second version of English to them. It's funny listening to them explain it.
Yeah, the reason why they came up with Tagalog Filipino is the Tagalog people were in Manila where the Spaniards made their capital. And that was the language that the Spaniards heard the most. And after years and years, Well, the Spaniards didn't want the Filipinos to be united by one common language. They wanted to make sure everyone was separated, so it's easier to control the population because they were a colony, which is
that's sick.
Yeah, that's a European colony. That's how they were, But the U.S. was there, and we started teaching English at and the U.S. left in 1946, and the Filipinos changed the national language from Tagalog to Filipino. And they do that to unite the country along with English so that whenever they're working overseas, they all can speak to each other.
Who was the former dictator whose wife was famous for having over 400 pairs of shoes?
Well, Marcos.
Marcos. The land Marcos. Was that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Imelda Marcos.
Imelda.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
A friend of mine became a travel agent, and she had to keep going to Hawaii. Her second or third trip to Hawaii, she said, "You'll never guess who I bumped into." And I said, "I can't take a guess." Bob Ho, the guy that sings Tiny Bubbles. She said, "No, I bumped into, and I do mean I bumped into, Imelda Marcos." And I said, "What? Come on, you're yanking my chain." She said, "No, Becky, I didn't just bump into her. I knocked the poor woman down by accident." I said, "What?" She said, "Yeah, she was real nice about it, and we helped her up and whatnot. My friend is kind of tall and has a little extra weight on her." And she said, "But I got to tell you something. I mean, she was nice. The bodyguards were nice, yada, yada." She said, "But I got to tell you something, Beck." I said, What? She said, "The woman had on the ugliest shoes I've ever seen." I was like, you knocked down Imelda Marcos, but the only thing you remember is she was wearing ugly shoes.
Ugly shoes.
Yeah, I know you have to know some history to get the joke, but it was funny.
Yeah, I get it. Mm-hmm.
I don't know why that little factoid stuck in my head, but at the time, I just remember them talking about how many hundreds of pairs of shoes she had.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah, that was a national news when Marcos finally left, and they went in there and found all the opulent living that they had, and yeah.
Now we have rappers like Kanye that have gold toilets.
Gold
yeah, I wish I were making that up, but Kanye West has not one but 2 gold toilets in his house.
Well, I remember
that a house.
working on
toilet.
Working on a 747 model 400 for one of the Saudi sheiks. Same thing. Gold toilets, gold faucets on the airplane. Everything was gold. Anything around the doors was all solid gold. They had a compass in the ceiling of the aircraft that always pointed east, so they knew which direction to bow to pray to Mecca, and on and on. Oh boy, they had more armed guards around that airplane than you could shake a stick at.
And the whole time I was with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, there was one. Mm-hmm. And he did not like me. Mm-hmm. And again, I took my bodyguard down with me, my friend Yahya. That's my friend I'm talking about on the West Coast. He used to watch over my friend Michelle and I so closely just to make sure that. Well, Michelle was born and raised in Atlanta. I knew virtually nothing about living in Atlanta, and she wanted to marry someone from Arabia. And I was like, okay, the second her family found out, they kicked her out on the street when she was 15 years old. So technically she had 2 problems. Now she didn't have a roof over her head, and secondly, she didn't have an honor representative in order to get married. Mm-hmm. when I found out that anybody could basically say, "Okay, I adopt you as my honored family member," I became her honor representative. So that's how I entered an enclave of roughly 100 Arabs, male, female couples, brothers, sisters, and that's why I learned so many dialects all at the same time because they were from all over. There was literally a representative from every country from Arabia except one. There was nobody there from Qatar. So I don't know. I didn't learn that particular accent. And there are still two villages that speak the dialect that Jesus spoke, Aramaic.
Mhm.
So I didn't learn that one either. And it's nowhere close to Arabic. But there are only, let's see, 25 years ago was the last time that I looked into it. There were only 5 professional linguists in Israel that followed the Aramaic language at that time, and they were all 5 elderly men.
Mhm.
So there was a big deal about what they were going to do about that and how would they become immersed in it, how would they pass along the art of being able to translate, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, thank you for the information there, Timmy. I see that you're Filipina.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
is.
Uh-huh. Where do you live on Luzon, Visayas, or Mindanao, Miss Timmy? Yeah. Yeah, there's the Tower of Babel. Oh man. So many languages out there.
And I bump into people
Yeah.
all the time from Europe that handle 4 or 5 quite regularly. I mean,
Mhm.
they don't have a problem switching back and forth.
Well, it helps. Like I had some relatives who are French, and they start in school at a very young age to start to learn German, Spanish, French, and English. They're taught, but unless you have proper lessons, it's pretty hard to begin. You know.
Oh, I've heard if you don't have proper lessons, the French alone, they'll eat you up.
Yeah. Western Bisaya. Okay. Oh yeah, she speaks the same language as my wife, Bisaya. Mhm. I'm sure she does. Yeah, I've heard stories about France, but I could imagine France is probably like any other place that I've ever been, and just go out in the country side, and the people are a lot friendlier. I would guess.
I could cite a lot of sources that say you're correct about that,
Yeah.
either through documentaries or just listening. I followed a guy around a library one day, I'm not kidding you, because he and his, I would say it was a brother or a cousin or something, were speaking the real deal so well that I was like, okay, now in opera we learn so much phonetically, and I had won perfect scores on all of my French work, but I knew the second that I heard someone speaking it like they had spoken it from birth, and the way they emphasize certain
Hmm.
uh, different, oh, you know what I'm saying,
Yeah, I
syllables.
get it. Yeah.
I just followed him around for a while. I'm like, I want to know everything that I got wrong or didn't quite get right because, yeah, I'm a very competitive babe.
Yeah. It is hard for me to speak the languages overseas, because they understand, they know that I'm trying to speak Tagalog or Bisaya. But that's, you know, but it's just better off that I just speak English most of the time.
I don't know. There are so many places where if you are trying to speak their language, they're helpful, they're encouraging and whatnot. And I've heard very often that if you try that in France, like if you go to a restaurant in particular and try to order something, that they can get a little bit snooty about it.
Yeah, Ilong, that's a language I have not heard before. Iligayan. I've heard of Ilongo, but okay. Iligayan. Are you on Panay Island?
She's from Western Visayas.
Right, that's part of Visayas is all those little islands in the middle of the country, is what they call. Yeah. Maybe she's on the island of Panay.
That's so fascinating.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought I wanted to visit the place until y'all told me what the ratio was. Thanks.
Oh, there's so many more females there than there is males. But I think you should go if you can, because Filipinos like foreigners, you know. Yeah, Panay. Okay, I tell you, the first lady that I went over there to meet, Miss Timmy, was from Panay, somewhere on the island not far from Boracay. That might have been her language, because she spoke some language that I had never heard of, but her English was adequate, you know. See what I mean? See, Panay is one island, and there's several different languages spoken in just a small area. It's like, wow.
I wonder how many are being affected by the. I think it was Nanette earlier that was mentioning that they're having a not a hurricane. What's the other one?
Typhoons. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She mentioned I think she said they weren't getting much rain, just the wind and whatnot so far.
Oh, there's a Filipino here, Timmy. I gotta ask you. For years, I nicknamed one of my nieces Chicken Monkey, or sometimes I just call her Chicken. And she said I should call her a duck. So I asked her today, why should I call you a duck? And she says it's a secret. What does that mean to you, Timmy? I don't get it. Why should I call her a duck?
Oh, that's good. That's good, Timmy.
Yeah.
Glad to hear that.
That's good. Glad to hear that.
Yeah, I think cyclone is the word that I'm thinking for. If it's a certain hemisphere, it's a hurricane, and if it's a different hemisphere, it's a cyclone.
No, it's a typhoon if it's in the Pacific, and it's hurricane if it's in the Atlantic.
Thank you, dear.
Mm-hmm.
Where did I get cyclone from? Is that like a tornado?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it follows along with the two different oceans. Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I was mentioning to my roommate earlier today that I did not wake up with my mental dictionary.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Victoria was mentioning something earlier, and I was like, I know what word she's trying to say, because I get it sometimes too. The dizziness, and now I'm going to sit up here and still not be able to think of the word, and it's going to hit me out of the blue, and I'll blurt it out. So in the middle, y'all hear me blurt out a word in the middle of a sentence, you'll know what's going on.
Well, I see the comment that Tammy left. Maybe she likes to eat balut. Balut's a duck egg. I don't know. I'm sure she eats Pinoy, but balut, most girls don't eat Pinoy or don't eat balut. It's kind of a guy thing. Do you know what balut is?
I don't.
It's a fertilized duck egg. They incubate it for however many weeks, and then they take it out of the incubator, and then they bury it in dry sand for weeks and weeks, And then
I have heard of this.
Yeah, then they take it out of the sand and then they put it in a rolling boil for an hour or two, and it's kind of like a hard boiled duckling inside the egg. So yeah, it's kind of a guy thing. 14 days is the longest. Okay. Do you eat balut, Timmy?
I got a reserved judgment, but then again, I've never wanted to try whale blubber either.
Same here, or walrus, or seal, or
Yeah.
yeah. I
I'll
know
be
that
like
some
the dude out there in the wilderness starving to
Yeah.
death.
some of the Inuits in the North America, Canada, and all that. That's one of their staples is eating blubber.
By law, they're one of the few people that are allowed by law to go get a whale.
Yeah,
So it's
they
a
are.
very big deal when they bring it in and they
Mhm.
dress it down and whatnot, and they make sure that each family gets a certain amount of the blubber and whatnot.
Yep. Hey, Nanette. Hello, guapa.
Nanette, we were just talking about you, dear.
Oh. There's a tribe here in Washington State. They have rights to go out and harvest a whale. And I remember the first year that they got that right to do so, they went out in their traditional canoes and they went out and harvested a whale and brought it in. And all the Native Americans from all over the state came to join in for this. And I think it's an acquired taste because they're cutting it right off the whale and it coming out with thick skin and a layer of blubber. And some of these native folks were digging into it. I guess you don't cook it, just eat it as it is, I guess.
There were plenty. The film I saw, there were plenty of them just eating it right as soon as it was handed to them.
Yeah, they were eating it, but I didn't see too many smiles on their face. That's kind of like, yeah, great.
Bob,
welcome
Yeah,
back.
just like, hello, guapa Nanette. I'll be right back, guys.
Okie dokie.
Yeah. Okie dokie. You always learn something.
I learn something every time I've been here, whether I've been in the panel or on the chat.
Yeah. And especially Philippines has so many different dialects, totally different culture. It's
only
a complex.
181.
Yeah, 181. It's a lot of dialects.
No doubt. But it's fascinating too. I mean,
yeah, it is. It's interesting to listen to them. Listen to the information they provide.
So, when are you going to start teaching me Swedish?
Whenever you want to.
That sounds promising. So
yeah,
basically, I gotta, yeah. I was just thinking about when I looked up the plane tickets. We were laughing about.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I can't fly there for $500. I'm just guessing that's got to be one terrible fleet of planes right there.
Probably.
Kind that would scare you to get on.
Timmy says, I would rather speak English or Tagalog whenever I am in the other part of Philippines, because even in Pinay, I can't understand too.
Maybe,
Oh
maybe that's
boy.
why, maybe that's why when Bob tries to speak it, they just look at him and say, just speak English, Bob.
Yeah, I'll let Bob see this too.
Yep. I was hoping you would. And he's off.
Oh, and
Just a quick
he took off.
flyby. Just a quick flyby.
Yeah, a quick landing and then took off again. Feels like foreigner in my own country, lol. Yeah, I can understand that. I was in Denmark when I was 16, 17 with a school, and we did a trip to Denmark, and we lived on in Copenhagen on a hostel that was called Copenhagen Hostel, and we met some young, nice females in our own age.
Uh-huh.
And they were at that hostel as well. But the interesting thing was I can understand some Danish. It depends on if I'm in Copenhagen, I can understand them pretty good. But these ladies were from the northern part of Denmark, and when they speak Danish, I didn't understand a zip. I couldn't understand what they said. What did you say? So we had to go turn over to English. We could understand them because those from the northern parts of Denmark, it was like unrecognized. You couldn't even hear the words.
Oh boy. It's such a small country.
Bob, I just found out the other day that I've lived the majority of my life in Georgia. And one of the few cities I have not been to is Savannah. And I found out that there are parts of Savannah where they speak. I don't know exactly how to put this without adding a rude factor. Basically, just over time, these people have changed the English language into a shorthand.
Oh, I get it. Yeah.
And other English speakers don't know what the hell they're saying. And I found all of this out when I was looking into that movie, Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil.
Mm-hmm.
It's a crazy movie, but it's a good one.
Well, how's that for you? The country people in Louisiana speak French. They're Cajuns.
Listen, my
Yeah,
my Aunt Becky, who I was named for, Louisiana, her son's Cajun,
Mm-hmm.
and they have something called the Cajun Night Before Christmas. Now you can look this up online to read it, but until you've heard a Cajun read it with the accent,
Oh boy.
I used to beg my cousins, please read the story and hand them the book. Just freaking hilarious. I mean, there's no reindeer, there's alligators instead. It's great.
Oh, that's cool.
It's a hoot. And when I found out that you could find the entire story online free anywhere you look, pretty much. So, Cajun Night Before Christmas, look it up sometime. It's hilarious. It is in English, so you can understand it very well, but the difference in the culture shock is hilarious. I saw this guy that's like he's down there just barely north of New Orleans, and he cooks stuff Cajun style, and I was listening to his accent, and I was like, wow. I haven't heard that since my cousins passed away. They were much older than I was. Missing. And the deal was everybody in the family had to play guitar. Except Aunt Becky. She was into everything.
If I'm correct, the Cajuns are in the swamps. They live in the swamps, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they're fishermen and live out in the swamps and catch. They live off the land a lot. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them still do live off the land, eating crayfish and catfish, alligator, all that.
Yeah, we have a restaurant here that there's a certain day of the week that you go and they serve these huge mounds of crayfish, and I'm like,
oh,
I
yummy.
just never figured out if they're for me. I haven't actually tried one yet. I love gator tail.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I thought somebody
they
made
have
up
special
gator tail.
spices too.
Yeah.
That is called Cajun spice or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
There is one or two real famous things called Cajun spice that you can just buy off the shelf. It's the spices are already put together that a bunch of chefs use on a regular basis. So they're the main two. I can't tell you the title of either one, but I could walk by a shelf and pick them out by the way it's dry spices in a can.
Yeah.
In each case. But go ahead.
Some of their cooking has a lot of cayenne pepper in it.
Yes!
So it can burn the skin right off your tongue. Some of it, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, buddy.
That sounds like a hot pepper.
Yeah, it's all ground into a powder, and they roll the meat in it and serve it. I don't like it like that. I like a Cajun food with an etouffee sauce. I'm not sure what the ingredients are, but it's a creamy sauce that's a little bit spicy, not hot, but spicy.
Yeah.
Etouffee is where it's at for me. The blackened stuff, like how they'll have a blackened steak, it's like I don't care for that, you know.
It kind of depends on who cooks it. You know, it was a Cajun chef that Paul Prudhomme that came up with the black whatever, whether it be fish, whether it be meat, and if you want to get into his restaurant, I mean, you get on a waiting list like a year or two in advance. They don't even have a sign above the door. There are 2 or 3 restaurants down in New Orleans that are like that. You could walk right past the door of the most, it might be a 2-star Michelin restaurant for all I know. But there's no notation whatsoever that tells you you're walking past the door. You have to ask a cab driver or a tourist guide to get you to the restaurant once you waited your 2 years to finally get your reservation in order and get there. But Paul Prudhomme was the one that came up with the blackening thing, and I've had it done the right way and had it done the wrong way, and man, when it's wrong, it's wrong. Ooh. Some kind of fine line. And I've had it done right once, and I was like, this is not bad. This I can handle. The rest of it, y'all can have that. And maybe it's just the partial Cajun in me, but we call it étouffée. The French would not call it that, but a Cajun would.
Yeah, I've had alligator, Cajun style, and I also ate crocodile over in Davao in the Philippines.
How was that?
It's different than alligator. It's weird, isn't it? It's much different. Yeah. Alligator, you probably have tried it. It's kind of like a fishy chicken, but crocodile is more like a beef. It's far different flavor and texture.
How about that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're both amphibians, but they are different.
Oh, hobbies with Monica. Thank you, dear.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that. Mega love shout out to you, dear.
Yeah, that's where I had it. Hobbies was in Davao. They have a crocodile park there, crocodile farm and park, and they raise them and they cook them and sell. Well, they sell the meat to restaurants there in Davao.
I don't understand why there's still some moratorium on people that aren't able to kill the alligators down in Florida, because they override the golf courses, they go into people's pools, they are considered a pester animal at this level. So I would think that they would at least allow, if nothing else, like a 1 or 2 month window where they could be hunted. But no. Currently in Florida, I think they're a little bit more worried about the constrictor problem that's taken over, and then offshore you've got the, what do they call them? Not angelfish, but the fish that have all the appendages that stick out.
Oh, rockfish or something like that?
No, it's not a rockfish. These appendages go way out, and they are fluffy. I mean, they have like different types of scales that stick out like roundish. Maybe it is an angelfish. I don't know, but they don't have any natural predators now. Somebody either let go of some, or a hurricane has taken down a zoo before and let out some animals accidentally that they didn't plan on doing. One way or another, they got into the reefs, and since these fish don't have any predators, they have literally taken over the reefs. So there are cooks down in Florida that are trying to figure out a way to make these things edible, and so far I hear it's going, kind of, sort of.
You talking about the Asian carp in the Mississippi?
No, I'm talking about the ones off the coast of Florida.
Oh.
It's not an angelfish, the one that has all the stuff that sticks out from the body. Way out from the body. See, y'all, I woke up without my mental dictionary today. It's weird.
Yeah, hobbies. They're the crocodile down there are raised on a farm in Davao, and they sell the meat to the restaurants.
My roommate is so sweet.
Same with the alligators that we eat here in the States. They're raised on farms. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did you catch that lovely compliment I just got?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not my memory. It's just that I'm old. Thank you, honey. I appreciate that. If I'm old, I'd hate to see his definition of geriatric, but okay. I don't know. I had Gator Tail here in Columbus, just a few blocks away from where I am right now, and they served it regularly as many years as that restaurant was open. So I don't think it was illegal. They got a pretty tight food inspection around this place. It just so happens that during the years that I was active in opera, the lady who played piano for me, her brother was one of the food inspectors that went to all the restaurants.
Yeah, they got permits to hunt alligators and the ones that are raised on farms, and then crocodiles down there in Davao. They farm them, and I'm sure they've got permission because you know how Davao is. You don't want to break the law there. They probably have to apply for a permit or something like that to sell it to the restaurants.
Alligator sausage, that's a new one on me. Maybe that's why they're, Monica, maybe that's why they have to be grown in a certain area if they're considered an endangered species.
Yeah, that sounds logic. It's a logical explanation. I believe alligator meat is white meat.
I don't know, but gator tail is white. Because I thought, I'll be honest with you, man, I thought it was chicken at first, and the restaurant was just pulling a joke on me. I didn't find out till later it was really gator. So,
They've been off the endangered
just in case you,
list for a while, huh?
No, we're talking about the Philippines where they're eating crocodiles.
Okay.
Anyway, so yeah, I thought somebody was playing a joke on me and thought that I was eating chicken. In this case, it was cut down in small pieces and fried. And I was like, man, this tastes an awful lot like chicken. You know, somebody's probably playing something on me. Nope, it was gator. I was like, oh man, this is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
We just had a lady that was an elderly lady who was passing by. There was an alligator somewhere on the property, and it bum rushed her and bit her.
Ouch.
Yeah. That made the news just in the past week. And they have the animal control down in Florida is constantly having to go to people who have swimming pools, and they can't jump in their pool without looking because there could be a gator sitting down at the bottom of their pool.
Yeah.
Why
the problem is when gators bite, they do the death row.
Yeah. My roommate made a good point. They have the most unusual fencing around pools that I have ever seen in Florida. My aunt and uncle, they had a tendency to buy houses that were on golf courses.
Yeah.
And the last two that I saw, they had pools. And this fence wasn't around the pool. It was a globe, like a half of a globe of fencing over the pool. In other words, you couldn't just climb the fence. It's a half circle of fencing, literally that far around the pool.
Yeah.
So when you look on YouTube and they're showing a picture of like a gator up against somebody's front door, like it's trying to open the handle of the door and whatnot, it's probably not a fake picture, people. That crap happens down there.
Yeah, I have seen something similar on Discovery Channel when we had that channel.
Now the big thing is they have a real problem with the boa constrictors and the, I want to say pythons, but that's not the right word. They have taken over the swamps. They too don't have a natural enemy to keep down the population. So during the daytime, the asphalt on the roads heats up. As soon as the sun goes down, there will have these trucks of animal control that go out, and that's when the snakes want to slither onto the road so that they can get the heat, because they're reptilians, so they can't hold their own heat. And they try to hunt down as many as they can. These things are huge. Like what you see in the Amazon, huge. Because that's like their territory, man. They thrive in it. And they get humongous. So they have to keep down the numbers, and that's one of the ways they do it. As soon as the sun goes down, they start going down all of these different roads that usually don't see that much traffic, and that's where you're going to find all these huge freaking snakes out there that are trying to get the warmth off of the asphalt.
I'll be back soon, guys. I got to round up something to eat. Later, guys.
Yeah.
Take care, Bob. Good to see you.
Take care. Yeah, Bob needs to eat.
Oh, wow, Monica, that is woo.
That's scary.
They had it was either Discovery Channel or the Smithsonian Channel, I forget which one, and had an hour-long special about a snake that ate a human. Now, since it was a person that was native to the area, this was not a very tall person. I think he was just under 5 feet tall. But that snake managed to unhinge its jaws and make it all the way around the human.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was really more than I wanted to see. That was some freaking scary stuff. Because they did catch the snake, they did kill the snake, and they had to retrieve the guy's body. The snake didn't have any time to digest the guy. They caught it immediately afterward. Well, apparently you're not going to move very fast if you got a human being inside of you.
No. That snake will be very, very lazy.
Yep. Bit off more than he could chew. Ching. I'm sure we can find a better topic to talk about.
Well, sometimes you slither in on these kind of topics.
Oh, that was a terrible pun. How punny of you.
Yeah, I know. My sense of humor again.
You think? Maybe a little bit there. So how you doing, Shadow?
Well, I'm doing good.
That's good to know.
Yeah. I slept pretty well, so I can't complain about that.
Oh, man. You know, I've told you about my problem neighbor,
Yeah,
the one that hung up all of his speakers right up on the other side of the wall that my bed is up against.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, that neighbor dude.
that neighbor uh, had the kindness to wake me up at 6 a.m. this morning. I was not a happy camper. Not in the least.
I would not be a happy camper either.
'Cause I think I went in at. Okay, first I fell asleep from like 9 o'clock to maybe 1. And then I woke up and took my sleep meds. That should have assured me the rest of a good night's sleep. But no, no. He had other ideas. So we've got some clubs that can stay open until 2, and we got other clubs that can stay open until 5 a.m.
Okay, Timmy, no problem.
Miss Timmy, thank you for dropping by. It was nice, and thank you for all the info, too.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Monica says you should complain, Shadow, if you didn't sleep well.
To whom?
He does.
In that case, I have to put down my complaints on a paper and give it to myself.
Oh, so when you tell me, it's just information.
Well, if you wake up and 2-3 times a night, oh, that is what I call sleep. Not good, but not worse.
Yeah.
But not optimal either, so I can't complain. As long as you sleep good between you wake up.
I had this friend that told me that he had an alarm clock and he would set it on snooze. And whenever you hit the snooze button, it waits 10 minutes before it goes off again. And he used to tell his wife and me, he said, yeah, I set my alarm clock over an hour before I need to actually get up. But those 10 naps I get, oh, they're so great. You would have to know how crazy this guy is to understand how funny that is. But
yeah,
he's a little bit cray-cray. Just
Thank
a little
you, Timmy.
bit. I haven't tried her channel yet. I'm still trying to get around. That's why it blew me away when Victoria was talking about I'm subscribed to over 400 channels. Wow. I'm subscribed
Actually,
to 200, and I know I don't have time to put in that kind of watch hours to do everybody justice. I just don't.
I don't know how many uh,
And you know what happened after I got signed up with our buddy Dobson?
yeah.
You know, a lot of people were nice and joined my channel. Okay, I go into someone's chat one day, and someone I've never seen or spoken to before looked my channel up real quick, and they're like, "Why do you have followers? You don't have any videos." And I tried to explain Dobson's channel to them, and they were like, "You made that up." I mean, they were real abrupt and nasty with me about there had to be something wrong with the fact that I had followers. I'm going to tell you a little secret. I had 9 followers before I ever went to Dobson's channel. Why did I have followers? Because I wrote interesting comments in comment sections. Which reminds me, I still got to get that piece posted for creative. It's almost finished. I just need to proofread it one more time. It's not the original. I think the original was better, but as you know, I accidentally lost that when my computer went phooey one night.
Yeah.
Crashed on me. I sure am glad that I keep a file open and I set some things over to the side and I will save that file, or at least parts of it, that was the case. I found probably 1/3 of that entire piece that I wrote for Creative's channel. And it's a pretty short video that he did about Canadian geese in the fall. Don't let him tell you the title is just Canadian geese. It's Canadian geese in the fall. I know because I also saved the link and I've gone back to it. And the reason I wrote it was not only because the event that happened to me was so strange that I've never heard of it happening to any other person. And no, I did not get attacked by geese. It was something far more beautiful than that. Trust me. And I'm still not going to tell anybody because I'd rather you read it. Because I want someone to tell me, what is it? Is this just a weird thing that happened out of the blue? Or has anyone else heard of this thing happening to people? I'm hoping someone can shed some light on it. If I have to, I'll ask him to re-release the video. I'll do it. Watch me. I really want this mystery solved.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was only about 1/3 of it saved. So that and a whole bunch of links and silly stuff. Did you notice that I actually posted something on my Facebook lately? I think it's the 3rd thing I've posted all year.
No, I know I haven't seen it, but
The title of it is Husky Almost Gets Killed at a Groomer's. I knew the title might grab the attention of some people, but you gotta watch it to see that it's funny. The title is not literal, and it's all about the fact that whenever you groom a husky dog, they have a tendency to gripe the whole time, which means you got a dog yapping right in your face. And I didn't notice until after I posted it that the woman that was doing the grooming had to put on a pair of headphones. This dog made so much noise over being very gently bathed and dried. She said, as you can tell, I'm washing the dog in acid and I'm drying it off with sandpaper. And she's got a big fluffy towel, and the dog is just sitting there complaining to the heavens the whole time. It's hilarious. It's a YouTube short.
yeah.
So I've got another one I want to post next week. It's called the Keanu Reeves cardio workout. It's another short. It's way shorter.
Yeah.
It's like 22 seconds long. Keanu's he's got a sense of humor.
Yeah. He has.
You should beat the fuck out of them. There, take a hand up.
And that's an example of my roommate watching football. It's just got the sound turned down on the TV, but no, F-bomb, F-bomb, F-bomb.
Huskies are nice dogs.
Yeah, but they have such thick coats that every time you see one in Georgia, I just feel sorry for the dog. I mean, we're talking about Alaskan sled dogs, for heaven's sakes. They have
Yeah.
a double coat.
8 turnovers? How do you turn the ball over 8 times in a half?
We have a football commentator.
Yeah.
Who's playing?
It was Wake Forest versus Louisville. Louisville was unranked. Wake Forest. I told you about that game earlier. I didn't realize it was 8 turnovers. Wake Forest is a educational school of the ACC.
Okay, Wake Forest and Louisville. Did I get it right?
Yeah, they play good basketball. They don't usually play good football.
Oh, okay. That says a lot. Shadow, what are you doing? I can hear you clicking to pieces over there.
Well, I checked up that short video about that husky.
There's a second one that's even funnier. It's done by the same lady. She has a lady friend that's a groomer, and this groomer has a husky, and she brings her husky to another groomer to wash her own dog. That's how much bitching they do when they're just getting a bath. And this dog does not shut up. She said if you look closely, you notice the dog's mouth never closes. That's so it can maximize its barks per minute.
Yeah.
That's the video you don't see. And I was like, I'm gonna sit back and see how many of my relatives just think I'm horrible because I put up a video of a dog almost getting killed. If they don't watch the video, they won't get the joke. And that's why I added the comment right under it, LOL. I just noticed that the groomer is wearing headphones because the dog is barking that loud in her face.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk over you.
Huskies belongs in colder climates, not in hotter climates. Nice dogs, but they are expensive to buy. And they need a lot of exercise.
That's what the roommate was just filling me in on, was the fact that another one of the reasons why people in the lower 48 states, you may love huskies because you think that they are wonderful dogs, and I get it. But you need to think of the dog's comfort. And the reason
Yeah.
why you don't see people in Alaska taking their huskies to a groomer is because in snow weather where they belong, they take care of themselves.
They do.
One of the few things that an owner will do is like if you've got a sled dog that uh, does a race such as the Iditarod, sometimes they will add a special type of shoe to the dog's feet.
Yeah.
The Iditarod goes over 100 miles worth of sledding race. I forget how many days they have to cover the amount of the span, and I forget the exact span and whatnot. But the Iditarod is That's the Olympics of dog sledding.
They put booties on them.
Yeah, that's what I was telling them about the booties that they put on the feet. Came up on a show that we were watching just a couple of nights ago, and it was a show about Alaska. And the people who had sledding dogs, they were out feeding the dogs. Each dog has a little dog house. And they said, "Oh, we're so sad to see two of our dogs go. We're rehoming them. One is going to so-and-so Alaska, and the other dog is going to Florida." And my roommate said, "Florida, good God, you might as well kill the dog."
The race you probably talk about is Iditarod Trail Sled Dog Race. It is 938 miles, which is 1,510 kilometers.
Okay. I'm just pretty sure it's pronounced Iditarod.
Course records. Dallas CV 7 days, 14 hours, 8 minutes, 57 seconds.
Whoa! So it takes a week. A record time is a week. That's crazy.
And that was set 2021.
So that's the total record so far?
That is what I can see at the moment.
Well, in the past races that I've seen, the number one thing you can count on is the owners of the dogs make sure they get enough rest, enough, like they're inspected at every stop, every paw, their bodies. I mean, they are watched very carefully.
Yeah.
That's how you do your living, folks, is by your dogs. They get you from place to place on your sled.
And the race
so
the race go from Anchorage to Nome, Alaska.
I assure you, PETA is on every stretch of that damn thing. Dogs were bred to do that, not be lap dogs on Southern furniture.
Yeah. That's what we were talking about, how much exercise they require. I've only known one person in Georgia. I think you may recall that a couple of hours ago in chat, someone had mentioned that they thought that Georgia was hotter and more humid than Florida. Well, that makes sense. Florida is a skinny state, and you've got ocean on both sides, so you've got a lot of that humidity is just being wiped out because it's sea breeze is carrying it right off.
Yeah. Hey, Corner Clubhouse, Cobalt 66. Good to see you.
Welcome aboard. Are you in the daytime or the nighttime, Corner Clubhouse?
Yeah,
and we're glad anytime anybody stops by. We love it.
Yeah. It's always nice.
You hadn't even finished the
What happened now? What happened?
I have
You
no
just
idea.
you
The whole
just disappeared. You
I didn't
what?
even. You know how it does the white little spin thing around in the middle of the screen before it stops or something before it
Yeah.
crashes? It didn't even do that. It just went straight to a white and then said, "Oops, it might be our fault. Try again." And I just hit the try again button. I'm like, okay, thanks, guys. Just knocked my butt off the planet. Thank you. LG still with us. Very nice.
Yeah, he's.
What really just killed me is I keep trying to catch the panel when Thor shows up. You know how many months I've been waiting for that. I talk about it all the time.
Yeah.
So I get in and I get like a 10-minute window in the halftime, and I'm sitting up here, dude, drop me the link. I don't know what the link is. What? It's your live stream. Grrr.
Yeah.
I'll get you back for that. I'll have time.
Yeah.
I might get that cheap plane ticket, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, no leg room. I'll have to pull up my knees. You can't bring any luggage. I'll come wearing like 3 layers of clothing. Yeah, I had to wear all of my clothing. My nightgown's under here somewhere. Yeah, they wouldn't let me pack a bag. My toothbrush is in my back pocket. Hang on a second. There's got to be some way that it can only cost like $500 to fly from America to Sweden. Come on, man. Shoot. My roommate flew to his daughter's wedding. Gosh, was that last year? I do believe. Anyway, it's basically he only had to hop over 3 states, 2 or 3 states, 3 states,
Yeah.
and he paid. He's on the tall side, so he paid for extra leg room,
Yeah.
and he was telling me how ridiculous it was after paying for the extra leg room. Had a great time in the airport. Of course, it's on any given day of the week, it's the largest airport on the planet Earth. Is Hartsfield up in Atlanta. The weird thing is, O'Hare in Chicago, it's so close to the traffic and the size that on certain days of the week, it is the largest airport on planet Earth. I'm not making that up.
Busiest.
Busiest, thank you. Yeah, Hartsfield, every time I've been up there and when he was up there, it's still under construction. They never stop building on this airport.
Is it Kennedy Airport?
No, it's called Hartsfield, I believe. Hartsfield International, right?
Hartsfield Jackson International. We had to get the mayor's name in there.
Oh, great. Now it's Hartsfield Jackson because the mayor wanted his name in it.
Oh,
Isn't that charming?
well, that must cost a lot to constantly build on that airport.
That's not the problem, man. I made the mistake of wearing a very nice pair of boots up there for one flight. And it turned out I was way far away from the concourse than I thought that I was, and no more. Tennis shoes from now on. I will never go to that airport in heels or boots ever again. Tore my feet up trying to catch that flight.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be a comfort traveler from now on.
That sounds like a good idea.
Oh yeah, because with the moving sidewalks that they have and the trams, they have these. I don't know what else to call it. The tram has like maybe 8 seats behind it. It'll have one little driver. It
Yeah.
fits in between the crowds real easy, but it'll only seat like only 6 to 8 people can get on a single tram, and they'll zip you to their destination pretty quick. I was wishing I knew how to get a tram the last time I was there, but we were in a race because I had a relative that was passing away, and they were trying to rush me to the scene as quickly as we could. So I was just hauling Fanny trying to get there.
Yeah.
Then I had a connecting flight from Atlanta to here, and that's only 17 minutes in the air once you leave Atlanta. And my dad was watching the plane come in. We almost wrecked. At the last second, we had a microburst of air right over the runway, and it hit the rear tail of the plane and started knocking it sideways. That plane almost wrecked right in front of my dad.
Oh.
Yeah. I ain't scared people on the plane so badly. What's the only polite way I can put this? As we were getting off the plane, it literally smelled like
Fuel.
someone no, like someone had left the bathroom door open and not flushed.
Okay.
Yeah.
That bad, huh?
Yeah, and it didn't come from the bathroom. It came from the people. They literally thought we were going to die. I still don't. I've told you, when I get in accidents, my mind slows down. Everything starts going in slow motion and whatnot. And I'm just waiting for the accident. Then after the accident's over, then I freak out. Oh, here you go with the back scratcher again. You just got to do this once every live stream, don't you? Just rubbing it in.
Well, my back beginning to itch now, so I haven't itched my back on the whole stream, except for now.
Y'all in the chat, he does this to me every time I'm here. He loves to show off his back scratcher because he knows I want one.
And I can get you one if you want one.
I want one. You know what I've been using is like my flashlight, my hairbrush. I'll use anything I can find handy that I think will reach the actual spot.
Yeah.
Here he
if you
comes.
find a ruler, you take that too.
Yes. How did you know?
Because I have been there, done that.
I've used more than one ruler too. I've used the wooden kind, the plastic kind.
Yeah.
If I had a T-square, I'd try that too. They're usually longer.
Yeah.
My flashlight and my hairbrush don't quite reach the spot I'm trying to get. We used to have a fair that would come here every year, and that'd be one of the things that you could either win playing a game. I mean, I don't care if it's cheap plastic. I just care if it reaches the spot where the itch is. Come on, people. I think I have a fairly good reach, whether I'm trying to get it from the neck or come up from under and whatnot. You should be able to touch the important parts of your back that way. But no, I got to have an extender. So what does Shadow do? Oh, the first thing he does when he takes it out. Oh, watch, I'm going to expand it. That's right. I got a telescoping back scratcher. Oh,
Yeah.
oh man.
Well, they are pretty cheap, so instead of one, you can have two.
Yeah, don't tempt me, buddy. Don't tempt me.
You have one in that hand and the other in the other.
Oh, by the way, show your right wrist to the camera. I saw the movie 2 nights ago. Alien versus Predator. I saw it for the first time 2 nights ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good movie. I thought so anyway.
Technically,
Isn't that the one that you said that it stands for brother?
well, the isolated clan.
Well, okay, if you know which movie I'm talking about, there's a black lady who leads people through snow
Yeah,
environments.
Alexa Woods.
Okay, so she winds up, because of something that one of the other researchers said, she winds up handing what she thinks is an alien-related weapon to the alien.
Yeah.
Using the logic that the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to blow a movie for anybody, and I'm not actually doing it. I'm just telling you something that happens in the movie. When he sees that she's willing to fight alongside of him, because he's one of the last ones left, that's when he makes the mark on her cheek that you've got on your wrist.
Yeah. Because she killed a couple of
That's right.
xenomorphs. Well, a Yotja would call them hard meats, but that's a different story.
Yeah.
And they call xenomorphs hard meat, and humans, they call them Paiode ameda, which is soft meat.
I forgot you knew about the language.
Paiode ameda, it is the Yotja language.
I shall take your word for it. You did show it to me. I recognize it from the movies. They show more of it in Predator Part 2 than they do Part 1. I actually like Part 2 better than I like Part 1, but that's just me. Might be the cast. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah. I have both of them. Both of movies.
Not all of them? I'm surprised.
AVP 1, AVP 2, Predators.
I was just fixing to ask about Predators. I thought that was a kind of interesting one. It was different.
Yeah,
Isn't that the one where they drop different people on the planet and they don't wake up until they parachute in?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I thought that one was real interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting.
My streaming services are showing all of them right now. So I actually clicked on AVP by accident. And I was like, okay, I'll give it a check out, how interesting it could be. And when it starts with the chick climbing up an ice face with, 2 picks and her, what do they call them, crampons or whatever. I was like, okay, I know this actress. I know this is a good actress. Might be a good movie. I'll check it out. The only thing I thought was silly was the pyramid changing every 10 minutes or 16 minutes, whichever,
Every 10 minutes.
Yeah. You would know. You have the movie. But that's cool. I recognized the mark immediately because I had seen your wrist.
Yeah. That's the isolated clan. And they hunt mostly in climate where it's colder. That's why they have that much armor on them. And that's why their biomasks are different.
I did notice they were wearing heavier stuff. I just assumed it was because of the climate.
Yeah, they have more plates. They have, and their body mesh, they have the net.
Mm-hmm.
It is basically a radiator, so the net heats up so they can stay warm. And they can they have different settings on it, so they for them they use probably the maximum setting, which is really hot. And if you or I would have it on us and set it to minimum, it would burn us because that would be so hot for us.
Is this on the website or is there a book version that you read?
I read it online.
Cool. I didn't even know they had a website until you showed me, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it is.
I like it when they put that much detail into a movie.
And different clan, the other clan, different clans has different armor, different everything. So like the Jungle Hunter clan, they have minimal when it comes to armor.
Oh, yeah, you
Because
may
they
want to go
don't.
back and watch the first one because they're hunting the guys in a jungle environment
Yeah,
in Predator 1.
that predator there belongs to the Jungle Hunter clan. So
Wow. Learning something new every day.
yeah. And in Predator 2, there we have the City Hunter.
So they are different.
Yeah. And the City Hunter belongs to the Lost Tribe. And the leader of that clan is the Greyback.
The one that hands Danny Glover the gun.
Yeah, it's Greyback.
That's wild. Well, I hear the volume coming up. That's my cue, babe.
No. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I hit the wrong button. The fucking buttons ain't working with the shit. Go ahead. I got nothing I need to see on here.
Yeah, I need a censor button. Sorry.
It's okay.
This voice carries very well.
Yeah.
They tripped out about how loud the doorbell is.
Yeah, it's
For a
scary.
600 square foot apartment, yeah, it's a little obnoxious.
I've been telling my buddy for 2 months that it's just ridiculously loud. So I, as you know, told you in advance I'm fixing to ring it, but nobody's at the door. I came back and my friend is sitting up here saying I had to pull my headphones off my ears a little bit. And I'm like, yeah, I sleep 8 feet away from that. Yeah. Well, I am fixing to take apart my bed, reconstruct it,
Yeah.
and put it back in order because, man, it is a badly constructed thing. And I wish I didn't have storage underneath it, or I would just put the mattresses right on the ground. Honest to God,
Yeah.
it's the oh. But every 2 to 3 months, like clockwork, the ribs are gonna fall out of sync. When I saw the construction, I was like, this is going to be a pain in the ass, and I can tell by looking at it because the ribs just barely fall into the groove on either side. So we've got to go down to the hardware place and get them to hand them one of the real ones and say, make this 1 inch longer so they won't fall out. So right now I'm actually kind of at an angle. The computer is the only thing that is straight on the bed.
Yeah.
The rest of it is like a ski slope, and I'm just kind of hanging on the edge of it.
Well, it's
Yeah,
not the best construction.
no.
I have seen better.
Yeah, so have I. It's called putting the mattress on the floor. It's one of those super deep mattresses that has like the thermal and the spongy and the, climate control. Don't believe it, by the way. Now I got
Once,
one of those special pillows that costs a ridiculous amount of money that it never gets hot. You never have to flip it over to get to the cool side. Never. I've given this as a gift to 3 different people now. They all love it. And I swear the last time I checked on Amazon, they tripled the price of it. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me, man.
tripled it.
Oh yeah, it was already a very pricey pillow. And it's very heavy too. When you get the package, you're like, what the heck is in the package? It's just a pillow, it's just real heavy. So
Yeah.
whatever kind of science they got going on in this thing, it works really well. But the bed is supposed to do the exact same thing the pillow does. It's never supposed to get super warm or anything like that. Yeah, don't believe it.
Yeah. One in the house. I think it begins to be time to wrap things up. But
Well,
you
you
can
got
hang
1
on.
hour and 28 minutes extra. It's been a while since the chat's moved. Either that or my computer's acting up again, as it's been
Yeah.
doing all day long. So, not a big surprise.
It's a
there.
while. Yeah, I can see as well. It's the chat hasn't moved for a while either. So I think it's a good idea to wrap things up.
Okay. Well, I
But
had a
you
great
can
time.
you can hang on after I ended
Okay.
if you want to.
I can do that for a minute.
Yeah. Okay, guys.
Make a love shout out, everybody.
Take care, stay safe, God bless, and I'll see you in the next one next week. So, have a nice day.
Night, LG.
And LG, take care, buddy. And you, LG, you have friends here, so
Yeah, you do.
if you need to talk, well, let us know.
And LG, by the way, you're one of the things that makes chat great. Something I've
Yeah.
noticed over recent weeks. So just putting that out there. We appreciate you.
Yeah. Thanks for stopping by, and I appreciate every one of you guys. Take care, and we are out.
Night, people. or good day.
You're very welcome, LG.